Bodie,
Here.
Cacciatore,
Here.
Carberry Montgomery,
Here.
Kroll,
Here.
Rosendahl.
Here.
Thank you. We will dispense with the pledge of allegiance and civility. This morning, we are all acting under that, even though I haven't completed it yet, but I will give a completed one and circulate it to everybody. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Kroll, second by Bodie. Discussion, roll call.
Kroll,
Yes.
Bodie,
Yes.
Cacciatore,
Yes.
Rosendahl,
Yes.
Carberry Montgomery.
Yes.
All right, well, we will move right into the agenda. I'll turn it over to David to start us off. David?
Well, thank you and good morning. To kick things off this morning prior to the department presentations, I wanted to give a general overview. And for those who don't love numbers and percentages, I apologize in advance. But there will be lots of, some granular material in here. But I want to talk about four things kind of as an overview. One is the general fund trends and impacts. Two is the responses to those trends and impacts as the budget was developed. In other words, what did we do to respond to those? Three is the tax rate recommendations, and of course, the residential impact statement to wrap it up. Happy to answer questions as we go along, or to take those separately if we want to keep things moving, whichever the council prefers. First is general fund trends. I want to start with the taxable valuation growth. And there are charts in the packet about many of the things I'm going to talk to. I'll point to those occasionally. Growth for FY27 was taxable valuation growth was 4.36% in Dallas County and 1.97% in Polk County for a blended rate of 2.64%. That is lower than our historical average. That when I look to start building the budget, I'm looking for a number that starts with a 4 or higher. And we didn't get that this year. And so there's some, we made lemonade out of the lemons for sure, and I'll talk about that in a minute. But it does happen, these things are cyclical. Commercial development particularly is cyclical. We don't, it's a 162 game season. We don't get too excited about one win. We don't get too excited about one loss. However, 2.64%, we're starting with a little bit of a headwind for sure. A big part of that, I think, is the 2.89 percentage point, or about a 6% reduction in the residential rollback. So everybody got their assessed valuations, they went up. The rollback did exactly what it's designed to do, bringing that number down, and so you're starting from that starting point. One of the things that I do every year when the audit is done, and this would be the first time that I had done this as city manager, is take a look at the audited results and really look at, okay, what's going on in terms of the structure in the general fund, revenues that are coming in and expenses that are going out, and what kind of shape are those in, and then look back a few years to see how that's going. And in looking at that, when the audit came out for 25, we saw, some concern there. Specifically, our expenditures in the general fund between 21 and 25, FY21 and 25, had grown 28.6%, and our revenues have only grown 18.2%. That's on a cash basis. And so what started off a few years ago as a very nice spread between the two really have narrowed over the last several years. To the point where there's not much of a spread now between revenues and expenditures in the general fund. And so that works fine, and we have solid reserves, so that works while you have solid reserves. But the spread was something that Nikki and I felt was important to address now for a couple reasons. Number one is it's a pretty big gap. It wasn't getting better. There's one example, 24, it was kind of an off year, which was good. And the other thing is legislation. We know that legislation is coming, and we want to be absolutely we think this is probably the year that it happens, and we want to start with the absolute best position that we can. And so that was our focus. It's important not to conflate the fund balance with the structural balance. Our fund balance is incredibly strong. We have sufficient reserves. In fact, we can utilize, and our policies allow to utilize a small portion with the council's approval on large capital items like new facility projects. And we'll likely look at that, especially when we start looking at the financing for the police headquarters as a way to buy down that bond. But it's important to maintain the structural balance. It's one of the keys. So, for example, and I am not comparing our issue with the state's issue, but you may be reading about the state wrestling with this very same issue where they have all types of cash, a lot of cash in the bank, but which you could say, oh, we have all this cash in the bank, but really what you have is an underlying structural issue, significant in their case, and it tends to worsen over time. And so that's what we're trying to avoid. We're managing that proactively, and we're preventing that. The general fund is the primary operating fund of the city and the source of many of your core services. So things like public safety. So it's the first thing I really look at and when I'm trying to determine your fiscal health, our fiscal health. And it's very important to keep that structural balance. So that's why we looked at that and why some of these changes I'm going to talk about are included in the budget. We talked about the legislature. We expect the general fund to be one of the primary, if not the primary, focuses of new legislation in terms of limiting revenue growth. And the reason for that is that's where the lion's share of property taxes go in the state of Iowa for cities and counties, is in they're operating their general funds. So we think there's likely to be more flexibility, for example, in a debt service levy, and probably even like an employee benefits levy, but we would expect the tightening to occur in the general fund. And so when you're paying police and fire salaries, you're providing your core services, I tend to watch that like a Doberman. We've got to make sure that that's in great shape so we can continue to do provide those important services. It also allows us to continue the strategy on debt reduction, which has been hugely successful and should be a model for other communities. I mean, the city has really managed its debt better than any other city that I can point to. So if we want to keep doing that, we keep our general fund in great working order, then we can continue to do that on the debt side. And that also gives you the flexibility to use loss not only for capital, but also for some of the services that rest outside of the general fund. And I know those are important to the council, so we're doing everything we can to backstop those. So what did we do to address those concerns and those headwinds in the budget? So the first, as the council knows, the budget was built to include the $500,000 in electric and franchise taxes. And so that revenue will actually start in this fiscal year, toward the end of the fiscal year. But from a full year standpoint, that's a new revenue, $500,000. That is critical. The timing of that was very important. Without that, this would be a different message. So that I just want to point that out. The beauty of that is, from a residential standpoint, there is no impact to them. It's just simply getting the money that's coming in instead of as a lost, which is really watered down through the formula, is getting to keep all of that money at the local level. But it is new revenue to the general fund, over 1% of total revenue. So it's a big chunk.
The whole 500,000, David, is what we used to give away, basically?
About 450 of that.
Okay.
Well, yeah, about 450 as a lost would go to the distribution of the formula. Now that's, when you look at it in a vacuum, that's one example, and I whine about it. In other Polk County and Dallas County examples where other cities get maybe a prolific sales tax user, then we get some of that. But in this one case, we generate about $450,000 in net new revenue simply by changing the 1% to a 1%. That doesn't happen too often. So kind of a no-brainer and very critical, and also very critical that comes to the general fund to support our core operating costs. The second thing we did is shifted some things from the general fund to other funds to reduce expenses. For example, FY '27 includes, it's our 5th year of a 6-year commitment to the airport terminal project in Des Moines. That's about almost $222,000. That now is in the hotel motel fund, and that will help reduce the expenses out of the general fund. And there's about $600,000 that we've moved things around. Some of them gone to risk management, some things to capital, a couple things to hotel motel. The other hotel motel that comes to mind is the Greater Des Moines Partnership, $36,000. That's a logical expense out of hotel motel, just as the airport terminal is. It's just that the hotel motel fund balance tends to ebb and flow, and so for a period it wasn't strong enough to support this expense. Now it is, and we need the help in the general fund, so that's out. And we would like to keep it out for '28 as well, just because we expect some additional headwinds. The third thing we did is we built the budget on increasing the general fund levy back to its maximum rate of $8.10. So and in the transmittal letter, and you'll recall, I think, from the Senate file from several years ago, that whether you take a haircut or not depends on how much taxable valuation growth that we have. And because we had a year that wasn't as good as some years, and we're below 2.75%, that allows us to change our general fund levy rate back to 8.10. And I'm recommending that, and the reason is because that positions us in the strongest possible way for any future legislation, and it fully complies with Senate File 2442. That was the intent, was that when cities' revenues, property tax revenues were not growing, that they could make adjustments. And so it's not anything obsequious. It is fully within the letter of the law and the intent of the law that was passed. That's very important for us, because any limitations that occur in future legislation will be built on a higher number for us. And so we'll, again, have a little bit more flexibility there.
You get extra credit for using obsequious.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you spell it?
I'm not even fully caffeinated, so it's only getting started. I think it's the move to Urbandale. I think I've added about 10 IQ points since I came to Urbandale. There's some more efforts on the way. I mean, these are normal kind of regular management things that managers and CFOs do. So, I don't want to overemphasize it. I do want the council to know, like, we are doing everything we can so that you can provide the services to the Urbandale residents and businesses for years to come and not have to make very difficult decisions. And there will be difficult decisions, but hopefully there'll be fewer of those because of some of these changes. One example I'll just very quickly mention about things on the way is that Nikki's going to work on getting a cost study underway. That'll be a consultant that we'll bring in. That'll occur later this calendar year. And that could bring some additional changes in the future in terms of there are likely some costs in the general fund that we've not historically been concerned with because we've had some flexibility to cover those costs. But as the prior legislation and any future legislation moves forward, it's going to be really important that if we know that something's attributable to a service, that we're moving that cost into those special revenue funds. And again, that moving a cost out of the general fund structurally is the equivalent of bringing in $1 of revenue. So it's not all about generating revenue. It's also about driving those costs out. So that's a future item that we're working on. So item 3, tax rate recommendations. I mentioned the $8.10 general fund levy. So that's up from $7.79 in the current year. The fire and police retirement levy is 40 cents, down from 66 cents. Now we're funding the retirement contributions. We're just shifting some of the costs again so that we can move the general fund levy to $8.10. But that levy can come down to 40 cents. And again, that's an uncapped levy now, and I would anticipate, can't guarantee, would anticipate very likely to be an uncapped levy in the future. So there's, very, very little risk in doing that. Employee benefits, 14 cents, which is down a fraction of a penny. That levy is being bought down with lost, about 1.3 million, is that right, Nikki? About 1.3 million. So that, I mean, that levy would be much higher without that. And so the debt service levy is down 10 cents. Again, all of the efforts that you've made to pay off all the bonds early and to use lost for capital projects, which we're phasing in the implementation of that, we can reduce the debt service levy by 10 cents. So that brings the total levy to $9.98, which is 5 cents, a 5-cent reduction from the current year of 10.03. So if you have a property tax rate in the metro with all the demands and all the needs of $10, you are doing an incredible job. Hard stop. Very few are able to do that.
David, quick question on the debt service levy. I think when we were doing CIP this year, I thought I saw $1.40 for that.
There was a 4-cent reduction contemplated at the time, but we have strong cash balance.
Okay.
And we're able to reduce it down to 134.
Okay,
And keep in mind, in the beginning, when we do this, it's kind of interesting because when you do the CIP, you don't really have the debt really planned out. That comes later. In fact, sometimes that's the last thing that you do, right, Nikki? Not because that's the last thing we do, but there's other folks involved in that process. So we were able to reduce it a little bit more than we anticipated.
Okay.
And we're always, when we do contemplate things like that up front and we're showing numbers, we're always going to be conservative because we want to always deliver good news and not bad news. That we can't always promise, but that's the goal.
Yeah.
And then there is a property tax, residential property tax impact statement in the packet that looks like this. And so remember, we added this last year, but not for this meeting, but later when we did the public hearing. So I'll just walk through this very quickly. So on the property tax side residentially, we took the median assessed valuation from last year, which is a little under 280,000, adjusted it by the average increase. Now this is not, everybody's, to do their property taxes, everybody has to do their property taxes. But this is a hypothetical based on the median, what the average person saw in change in their valuation year over year. So they will pay $29 more in FY27 to the city than they did in FY26. That's 2.3%. That's well within range of inflation. Our costs go up. You know, the idea that we can somehow cut costs on a net basis, it's just not reality. Businesses very rarely can do that, and neither can we. So I feel very good about that number, 2.3%. And then we've looked, the items below that, some of those you have control over, some of those you don't. But basically, when you factor in all of the fees that go on the utility bill, plus the property taxes, it's an average increase in providing services of 2.7%. And again, that's well within the range of recent inflation. And that does assume, in the water rate, those are management recommended rates. The board has not yet adopted those, and Neil asked me just to reference that, so I wanted to mention he's recommending that, but the board will have to take action in a week or two. But when you can, continue to provide the high level of service within that 2 to 3% range, I think we've got a good budget here. So with that, I will stop talking and either answer questions or let James wow us with the technological prowess that he possesses that I don't.
So David, with the chart that you were showing before with performance fund trends, 27 is kind of what this budget is considering?
It is. This is the FY27 budget.
Gotcha.
Yeah, what this shows is three things. You're looking at that?
Yep.
This is what he's looking at. So that shows three things. That shows the growth in general fund revenue on a cash basis. Remember, when you look at audits, you'll see the modified accrual numbers. So on a cash basis, this is what's happening with general fund revenues, general fund expenditures, and taxable valuation growth. So anytime the red is higher than the green, the expenses are higher than the revenues, and then the yellow or gold is the taxable valuation growth. Just to show you kind of how we were humming along, and then we've seen a decrease in valuation growth, but we're taking steps to address the red over the green. The red and the green are going to be meeting very soon.
David, is the valuation, lack of valuation growth, can you categorize it as primarily due to lack of commercial growth, lack of residential, or is it sort of a balance?
What I would attribute it to is a number of things. There's a lot, if you want the real quick answer, I would say a significant decrease in the residential rollback, which you expect when you have a revaluation year. So that's point number one. Number two is I wouldn't say a lack of commercial growth. I would say commercial and industrial growth tends to happen in spurts. And so you build up your population. Urbandale is a nice, moderately growing city, and we have nice residential growth. And the commercial tends to trail the residential growth. And it doesn't always take one project. Sometimes it's just, for whatever reason, you get 3 or 4 nice projects in a year or two, and then you have a year or two where businesses are investing slightly less in capital for a myriad of reasons, almost none of which you control. So I would say commercial growth, yeah, it wasn't a banner year for commercial growth, but that's completely cyclical and normal. And then I would say all of the things that have been in the previous legislation, some of them affect actually the net taxable valuation, and others don't. But like, for example, the first $150,000 of a commercial building is now taxed at the residential at the 40-ish% rollback, and then the balance at 90%. All of those things, all of those pieces of legislation have had an impact in terms of your taxable valuation growth. And so this is my 15th budget in Iowa. I would say, that number is lower than I want it. But it also, to me, it doesn't really match what I'm seeing on the ground. I mean, we had really good permitted growth last year, but that trails a little bit. So you don't see, this is 1/1/25 valuation. So this budget is based on the taxable valuation that was on the books on January 1st of 2025. And now 2024 wasn't a bad year either, just to confuse you even more. But I'm not deeply concerned by it, but the legislature has taken a number of actions that are suppressing that net taxable valuation growth, and that those are all factors. And then you do have cycles. You have periods where things are down just a tick from normal. It doesn't feel like that to me. It feels like these other influences are bigger factors than that.
Another quick question. The 2.7% is kind of the average increase in the bill that property owners are going to see, correct?
That 2.7% includes property taxes, all utilities, so water, wastewater, stormwater, franchise tax, and recycling.
Do we have any data on our local inflation rate?
It depends on the month you pick, but it's between I've seen as low as 2.4 and as high as 2.6. So in that range, it's right on top of the numbers where we're landing.
Okay.
It just depends on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Depends on the month that you choose to do the comparison, but it's in that 2.5% range, Joe. Okay, thank you.
All right, James, start us off.
Starting on, are you good? Is that loud enough? Okay. Hard time hearing it. I couldn't hear you, Nikki.
You hear me now?
Yeah?
No? Ish? For me here, I can't hear except myself. How's that? It's on. Apparently I need to
There you go.
do a little karaoke, Mike. I'll just.
Mr. Mayor, David, members of the council, good morning. Here to talk about the technology and GIS budget for next year. For a little context, it's frankly a pretty standard year, meeting our licensing obligations, service agreements, network equipment replacement. I would say anomalous things that have been added would be we're looking for GIS to actually get a replacement drone for our current drone. That's itemized there down towards the lower half of GG17. We've been trying several times each year to get an actual replacement drone for the one we've got for GIS mapping and whatnot, and for aerials. But it's with the ban on imported Chinese drones, like the cost of drones have skyrocketed. So trying to find, it's one of those where we can absolutely find a drone. It's just trying to get one that's a reasonable cost. So we keep waiting for the cost to drop. But aside from that, I will answer any questions you may have on anything technology or GIS related.
So, I always look at it's not a meeting unless everybody talks about AI, right?
Sure.
So, so the Copilot licenses, I know that's been in here. Do we have just kind of general thoughts on how we've been using it, what benefits we've seen, efficiencies gained, things like that?
Honestly, it's early days for rolling it out. It's something I'm definitely not cramming down, cramming into people's workflows. Have a small pilot group going of about 13 users. However, I do know that city employees do use things like ChatGPT and whatnot outside of it. Benefits of Copilot are, it's definitely not, it's more restrained than the other large language models because it has to live in Microsoft's ecosystem. Some of the benefits is how it rolls into Office. I mean, it's integrated into Office. I mean, have you used that by any chance, like Copilot? Yeah.
Yeah.
Its main strength is being rolled in, but then some of that restriction also makes it slightly, for lack of a better term, dumber than its GPT-5 basically cousin. So what I've seen is, yes, absolutely, city employees are using that, but the test pilot that we have is fairly small still. It's really good at certain things and it's terrible at others. That's kind of what you'd find. It's absolutely fantastic for anything that would have any type of creative writing in it. It's very good at that. But yeah, it'll evolve as time goes on. I can't imagine this won't be part of our workflow, moving forward. It's just a question of how many years. Yep.
So you have a pilot, co-pilot study.
I do have a pilot Copilot. It's hard not to have a Copilot thing because
It's there.
Microsoft is so aggressively trying to get a return on their investment that they're renaming everything Copilot, Office, everything. So whether you like it or not, you're using Copilot.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
All right, any other questions for James?
Oh, all right.
Enjoy your day.
Thank you. If you have any additional questions, send them to David and myself and we'll get them answered. Thank you.
Thanks, James. All right,
Before
Aaron?
Aaron starts, this is an example, so are you gonna fix it? What are you doing? I'm like karaoke, Mike. So this is an example of what you'll see when David mentioned that we're moving stuff to other funds. The drone that he just talked about, see that down there, it's listed, it shows that this is the cost and we moved it to ERF, which is Equipment Replacement Fund. So that's why you'll see things in the final document. You won't see that. We just left the $0 line so you could see that was part of the request and where it went and help the directors know, yes, we did fund that. It's just somewhere else that you were expecting. So just so you know what that means.
And with that, like next year, let's say, they didn't buy a drone, they didn't get the chance to, but they still want one, is that going to just show up in that fund, or is it going to still kind of maintain that format?
They didn't contribute to it, so this is like equipment replacement specifically. This is just saying the fund we had a lot of interest earnings in there, so we're using those funds up. If they didn't use it, they'd need to ask again because they didn't actually spend it, nor did they start a contribution for it. So in that scenario, yes, they would need to ask again if they didn't manage to get it.
But it would show up in this format again next
For
year?
budget work session, yes, it will show up in the same format. If we took something out to move it, you'll see it.
Excellent.
All right.
Great.
Aaron, you're
All
up
right, good morning, everyone.
for
Thanks for being here.
GG19 for this, right?
Everyone there? All right. Kind of going through the list of topics that David and Nikki wanted us to talk about here. Looking at our current budget, the only deviation really to speak of in the current budget was, you probably recall back in November, you approved moving forward with the comp study for the non-union pay plan. That was originally planned for the fiscal year we're talking about today, but we accelerated that by like 6 months, so that project is still in progress. Aside from that, no other known deviations for the current fiscal year that we're still in. Some noteworthy changes in the HR budget that is in front of you for the next fiscal year is, first, there's some additional technology fees to continue our efforts to digitize HR paperwork. We started that back in 2024. We started with sort of where the most of our paper is generated from, so new hire paperwork. We were able to work with our record management system, which is Laserfiche, and DocuSign in a partnership to digitize all of that, and it sends an envelope to employees where they sign all of their new hire paperwork, so we're not printing those packets, and then it automatically files that right into their digital file, which is fantastic. It saved a little time, saves the paper. We continued that in 2025. We digitized all of our performance evaluation forms, with the exception of the one you guys do for the city manager, I'm sorry. But all others, so all other 300 employees now receive those digitally, so there's no more printing and scanning and sharing of those on a paper form. And so we're just gonna continue those efforts in 2026. I would say the bulk of the really big, paper-heavy processes have been digitized, but now we're gonna finish up some of the smaller ones. So looking forward to that. And then the second change that you'll see is the addition of an employee mid-fiscal year. In some conversations that we've had amongst some members of our leadership team and David, we've just identified a few internal services that lack some bench depth. So just to really ensure that continuity of operations, to make sure we have someone in place that can assist with the payroll operation, workers' compensation, FMLA leave management on a long-term basis if needed, and help support and back that up. We've identified that as a critical area that we think that we need to get somebody in place for sooner than later to assist with that. To give some context just about our workforce and the growth that we've seen, you hear everyone talk pretty frequently about how we run pretty lean, but we still have also seen a lot of growth. So even though we're still lean, we have experienced a 42% growth in our workforce in the last 10 years. So I looked real quick at the 2015 budget before I came in, and we had 188 employees proposed in that compared to the 267 in front of you in the budget today. So that's about a 42% growth in our workforce in the last decade, which has been a big investment that the council has made in staff to do the services that we offer. But that also means we have more payroll to process, more FMLA to manage, more workers' compensation to manage, things like that. So looking forward to getting some bench depth to assist with those internal things that don't necessarily serve our external customers and residents, but certainly help the people that are doing that. So aside from that, really no other changes, and I'm happy to answer any questions you have about that or anything else in the HR budget.
Any other questions? All right.
Okay. All right,
Thank you,
thanks, guys.
Aaron. Move back next to the police, chief. And this is on,
Never.
PS3.
PS3, correct, thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'll try to follow the playbook as well here. So start off with known fiscal budget deviations from this current year. Our budget's in really good shape. Overtime is always an issue with us. It's been for the last several years. Part of that is staffing. We're, always down a few positions, haven't been able to get up to full staff over the last several years. And then part of it is we have more overtime. And in a lot of different areas, there's a lot of different areas where it's increased. I talked to Nikki and David about it when we had our budget meeting. Maybe that needs to be bumped up a little bit so we're not going over each year. But we do normally go over that just a little bit in our budget. It's usually, Nikki's usually able to take care of us because we have salaries that aren't out there because we're not at full staff. So kind of look at it as a little bit of a trade-off there. Other than that, the police budget looks really well, really good. Staffing, we requested 2 officer positions this year, and David and Nikki had come up with one that we will have, it looks like in January of 27, so midway through the next fiscal year. I worked that on a officer per 1,000 residents is how I try to work that and what's worked for us in the past. We're trying to maintain a 1.26 officer per 1,000 residents. Currently we're at 1.24. So that doesn't sound like a lot, but it is when you talk in numbers of people. With that number of officers per 1,000, when you compare us in the metro, of the 15 metro agencies that I compare us to, we are 13th as far as officers per 1,000. So in other words, we run really lean as well for a police department. I requested 2 officers this year because I'd requested one last year that we didn't get because we had some other things that we did with the new SRO position and the CIT position. So that full officer just for patrol we didn't get. So I bumped that up for the 2 this year. So, but I'm very happy to get the 1. So currently, just to go through where we're at staffing wise, we have 2 open positions. We got conditional offers out for both of those positions. We're working through the background checks on those 2 individuals, and hopefully they'll make it through that process, and we can get them on hired. We may have 2 officers leaving for other departments in March-ish. In calendar year 2025, we lost 3 officers to other departments. We lost one to Florida. An officer moved to Florida, and we had one that returned home, or where he's originally from, Omaha area, and then we lost one to Homeland Security. So those are our 3 that left us and went to another police department or another law enforcement agency. This next budget year, we have 5 eligible for retirement. Myself, 2 captains, and 3 sergeants will be eligible to retire this next year. 3 of us are in the drop program with dates of retirement that are beyond this fiscal year. And then the other 2 don't have any drop paperwork or anything, and they have not spoke about retiring, but they could retire at any time after they're eligible. So. Jumping down to new equipment that's in this budget. We have 2 Flock, what they call Flock Flex cameras. Now, these cameras are, if you're aware of our current Flock cameras, they're stationary, mounted to a pole or something stationary, and are capturing an intersection. These are flexible in the fact that we can go out and deploy them. So in other words, if we have a new construction area is what comes to mind for me the most. So out west, if we have a new neighborhood that's being built and there's a bunch of new houses under construction out there, and we're having a bunch of construction thefts out there, stealing wiring out of there, breaking into the construction trailer, stealing tools, we can set that Flock Flex camera up at the entrance to that neighborhood, if you will, and it'll capture all the plates. The difference between that and what we have right now is just straight up surveillance cameras that we can put out if we're having a problem area. The surveillance cameras just capture the data, and then we have to go back and view it. There's no active alerts to patrol officers that there's a person in that area that we've maybe a wanted person or something like that, there's no alerts that come from those cameras. They're basically just recording data, and then we have to go back if we've had a problem and go back and try to find out who was in there and what was going on. The cameras themselves are also a little bit higher tech than and better quality than our trail cameras and things that we have, our surveillance cameras that we deploy now for certain things. So those are the two. They would only be deployed in areas that we're having issues at. The biggest new item for us this year is the new tasers. So we have our electronic control devices, we call them. Almost everybody calls them tasers because they dominate the market for that product. Right now, our taser is a single shot. It's like a cartridge that you put on the end of the taser, and it fires one time, and it sends out 2 probes, and that's it. And if that is not effective, you're done. That taser could be thrown to the side because you have to go get another cartridge, or even if you have one on you, you have to take it off and redeploy it. The new Taser 10 that's been out for several years now has up to 10 shot capability. So you can, if it's not effective, then you can do it again. And when I say not effective, a lot of times what happens is clothing. So if the probe doesn't get into the person, like they have a big heavy winter coat on, and it blocks the probe so it doesn't get into their skin, and then there's no electric current that goes through, doesn't do what it's supposed to do. So this allows the officer to redeploy it if it's not effective without having to try to exchange a cartridge in the middle of a critical incident. So I would tell you that on average, how many times we deploy a taser in a year? Probably 3. It's very rare that we use them. In fact, I honestly would like to see the officers use them more often because a lot of times they go hands-on when something goes like that, and there's more risk. To me, there's more risk for injury for both parties when that happens, for the officer and for the subject. But, it's just the way they like to do it out there and the way it happens. So, but like I said, we're very cautious when we use the tasers. But this is a big upgrade in taser technology that we'd like to move to. It is a lease. Taser leases those to us, so we're not outright purchasing them. It's an annual cost that we'll be incurring there. Moving on, we need a few more AR-15 rifles. So our officers out on patrol are deployed with a rifle if they want to. We do not demand that every patrol officer carry a rifle. They're available and used by those that are comfortable with them and that we've trained on and obviously certified them on. Most of the officers are carrying them, and I think probably the ones that aren't are the ones that came into the line of work, and we weren't really using rifles back in the day. So you got your older officers that have never really had a rifle during their entire tenure, so they're not comfortable enough with them to carry them. So. But like I said, almost all of our new officers request to carry a rifle, so we need a few more. Our AEDs have been, and I can't remember the lifespan on them, I'd have to go back and look at my notes, but they're recommended for a replacement at a certain interval. I think it's 8 or 10 years, but ours are getting end of life, so we've been cycling. I think we bought 4 last year, we're buying 4 more this year. We'll just keep going until we get them all replaced at the recommendation. And we are in need of a drug burn barrel. So this will be a new item for us. For years, we took our narcotics that were set for disposal out of our property evidence room. We took them up to Ames and burned them at their city waste facility. They burn all their garbage up there. They had a new management company come in, and my understanding is that they're moving away from that up in Ames and not going to do that anymore. But they shut us down from doing that even before they're done doing that. So we haven't been able to burn drugs up in Ames for closing in on 2 years now. There was some talk of maybe Metro Waste getting an incinerator to burn drugs, medical waste and stuff out at their facility, but it's my understanding that that's stalled. So what we're seeing is departments are picking up these burn barrels because we have no way to get rid of these drugs anymore. So West Des Moines has a burn barrel, Pleasant Hill has one that come to mind. I'm not sure if there's other agencies that do. We've tested it. West Des Moines came over and we ran a burn of our drugs using their equipment, and it worked really well. It's very efficient, and it's very reasonably priced. It's very simple thing, really. It's really a 55-gallon barrel that this thing attaches onto the top of it, and cyclonically it gets the heat up where it burns the drugs up. There's filters on the top of it and everything, so that's something we're gonna need to be able to get rid of our drugs.
Is that something we can maybe do on a metro-wide basis, Chief, or not?
These are very small items, but yes, that's what the Metro Waste whole big talk was about. Metro Waste getting this big incinerator that everybody could bring their drugs out there, and then maybe even when they were discussing it, I heard that they were also talking about being able to burn medical waste and other things that need to be incinerated. And it's my understanding that those discussions have ceased.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if it was a cost thing or where it fell off, but it was. And I don't remember the gentleman's name, but there was a Clive city councilman or someone that's on Metro Waste Board or is.
That would be Michael.
Yeah, Mike McCoy, who's the
Okay,
chair. I mean,
that's
he's
where the discussion started, but when I last talked to Chief Rayberg about where it was at, he said there's no movement on it, so.
You heard any discussion, Pat?
No, I haven't heard any discussion at the Metro Waste Board about that at all, and I certainly can bring that up. And I think I should. I mean, it sounds like it would have maybe benefits, not just us, but Metro-wide. We should bring that up.
Right.
So I
And
will.
it may have been, Pat, it may have been a cost thing. It may have been an incinerator maybe of that size would be cost
Prohibitive
prohibitive
somehow.
to benefit for the, I mean, we would probably only use this drug burn barrel twice a year, I mean, it's, it just depends on the cases, the drug cases that you get, but we don't have a ton of things that we need to burn, but we don't have any way to get rid of them right now. So.
Well, and when you think of medical waste, it might make more sense to have that conversation with them because that probably has more quantity involved.
Right.
I'm going to make a note to myself.
Okay. Thank you. That is, I jump into animal control now, or do you want to go open up to any questions on the police side first?
What is this other equipment to be determined?
That, I think Nikki puts that in there for our forfeiture money. If we happen to come across something that we need to purchase, then we can use some of those funds that are sitting in that drug forfeiture.
Yeah, it's effectively, this is special revenue fund that pays for those items, and so they're non-budgeted items. But if I don't put a number in there, we have to amend before they can spend. So this gives them a cushion if something comes up that they determine that they need during the year, but it comes out of their special revenue funds.
Okay. And then one other question. I know you were having some conversations with IPCA about the CIT officer or the mental health side of that. Whatever came of those conversations?
So had a meeting with them in was that late November, early December, about the funding the mental health professional, and Betsy Sturzma is our regional rep. She brought in another gentleman, and I'm going to say his first name was Ben. I have his names, but he was kind of the finance guy. So I told him, I gave him my sales pitch on why we needed funding, and he was going to go back. I also talked to quite a bit in that meeting about collaboration with other agencies and not everybody having their own team, and so we could cover more hours and those types of things. He really liked that, so I'm hoping there will be some type of collaboration push that comes out of that. And then I met with Betsy again on, they had a survey that they'd put out, and so they came in and talked through that survey and where the difficulties were, what we were running into, what we were seeing, and what the team handled most of those questions. But I hit her up again about where is that at, and she was going to get back with this other gentleman, I believe it was Ben, and find out for me where it's at. But no movement definitely until next contracts are coming around is kind of what the message that I got. And I told her I wasn't looking for something to be funded right this second, but if their next round of funding, if we could get some funding for that position similar to what we're getting for the officer, that's what we're looking for.
File that away.
Okay.
Thank you.
I would mention that drug burn barrel is coming out of that drug forfeiture money too.
A quick question on the Flex camera. I would assume that that's governed in the same way with the rest of our contract with Flock, and we would own the data, and I think in your memo, like, there would need to be permission from any other agencies before they would even be able to access information from those and various other things like that.
Yep, it'd be exactly like the cameras that are hard mounted on the poles. The information would be protected in exactly the same way.
Okay. And I noticed the Motorola Vigilant LPR system. Is that the car systems?
So that is a subscription system that we are on the Flock system, right? When we went that direction. Other Motorola sells a very similar product, and other entities use that. Specifically, Des Moines uses Motorola, and they also partner with private companies. So there are tow trucks that are driving around town that have license plate reading technology on them. And so a tow truck pulls into a parking lot, it reads all the license plates in that parking lot, and then it picks up its tow or whatever else. We subscribe to that system to access the data. So we pay a fee to that so we can, okay, just like our Flock cameras, if we have a theft and we need to find out where this vehicle was, we can do the same thing into that system, even though we don't have any of the cameras, by paying that fee and subscribing to it.
So that feed, so I'm just trying to think, like, that's the folks that are on the Motorola, like, that's basically like the Motorola systems feed. We are subscribing into that feed.
That's correct.
Okay. We aren't feeding that.
Nope, we have no cameras that are hooked to Motorola. None of we have cameras, body-worn cameras that our Motorola has bought out our body camera provider a few years ago, but none of that information. That's completely separate systems, nothing to do with that whatsoever.
And we govern that the same way that we own the data and.
The body cameras, yes, yep.
Can you say a little bit more about how the data gets used? And the reason I'm speaking about this is I really appreciate the memo you sent and read that. And that paragraph 5.3 for a non-lawyer like myself really looked confusing about what we were allowing to have happen with our data. So I would just love to get some real clarity about how that all works.
Well, I'm not an attorney either, so what I can tell you is repeatedly, over and over again, Flock tells us that we own the data. They only keep it for 30 days, so any of the plates that are captured on our system are only kept for 30 days and they're deleted. They don't sell the data to any other parties. They don't partner. Any sharing of that data has to go through us first. So in other words, if West Des Moines Police Department wants to access our camera data, we have to agree to that, and there's a request that comes in through the system, and then we evaluate it and then sign off on that they can then use that data. And it's all police departments, and the information that was provided shows you that no federal agencies are getting any of that data, and they've confirmed that over and over and over again. I don't know what else I don't know what else to do to shore that up or prove it beyond what they're telling me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what else to say about that.
No, there's probably nothing else to be said. Just
Okay.
we probably need to make sure that the contract really reflects that.
Right.
But that's great news.
Okay.
So Chief, so we have a subscription to get into the Motorola data for, Des Moines.
Right.
Do they have a subscription to Flock to access, do other agencies that utilize Motorola have access?
To my knowledge, Flock does not operate that way.
Okay.
If you don't have camera system, you cannot subscribe to the system like we can with Motorola. Motorola does that different than Flock. At least that's my information. So to my knowledge, unless you have flock cameras, you can't be part of flock's sharing system or network.
So, but because West Des Moines does, they can put in a request
That's
to
correct.
us. Okay.
Right.
Thanks.
Yep.
Chief, was it construction site theft that prompted the need for flex cameras or something else?
That's one of our biggest problems that we have is the thefts. But there's there could be other uses of it. Sometimes we have issues at apartment complex parking lots, those types of things. If we were ever to use the Flock Flex in, like, let's say an apartment complex, we would get permission from the apartment complex. Like, they're having a major problem up there, whether it be vandalism or something like that, thefts, car burglaries, something like that, where we're having a real problem. And we need to put up some type of surveillance equipment to see if we can find out who's doing it.
Chief,
But yeah, we have quite a bit of issues with construction area thefts.
with the deployment of those cameras, do we keep kind of a log of we're gonna have the flex here for these 3 days or whatever, just from like a auditing perspective, that we know where we're putting them and when?
We certainly can, and I think whenever we deploy surveillance equipment, we do that already. So I'm assuming we'll do the same thing when we get the Flox Flex. So the Invest tracks where they have their cameras, how long they were up there. They have it's a simple spreadsheet is what we use, because we're small enough we can still get by with that. But that way we keep track of our equipment too, so we're not putting it out there and then forgetting where it's at or losing it or anything else. So it tracks when we deploy it and when we bring it back in.
Excellent. I did have a question to jump to the tasers. You know, with the multi-deploy function, does that require some extra training in
Yeah,
terms of like how to safely utilize that? Because if you were to deploy it once and it has a good contact, if you were to deploy it again, I don't know if like there's any health or safety risks. Like, what does that look like?
Yeah, there will be a whole new set of training on when they're deployed, whatever the standard that the company is recommending that they have to go through in order to get certified. There's a certification process, just like there is with TASER. We recertify on that every year, the one that we currently have. So the officers have to go back through, how far away should you be when you shoot it, how to cycle it, when you shouldn't be cycling it again, how to remove the probes, all those things, where the target areas should be, so you're not aiming at somebody's face or something like that. That'll all happen when we move to the new TASER 10 as well. The other big thing about the TASER 10 is the accuracy of it has improved greatly from what I've been told. So the old system shoots 2 darts and they go out at an angle, right? So you don't want it's kind of getting in the weeds. You don't want 2 darts to hit somebody and then it basically sends that current between the 2 probes. So if the probes are very close together, it doesn't work. It just doesn't incapacitate somebody. But that's why they come out at an angle. So if I'm too far away, the angle becomes too great, right? The probes just keep going. Mm-hmm. This one shoots at a flatter plane, and what I've read is it uses less electronic current than the old 26 model, but it still is effective. So they've learned that they don't need as much current to be just as effective. So there's a lot of benefits to moving to this new system.
Excellent. Thank you.
I had one other question. It took me a while to read my own handwriting, so I apologize. So the special event for the July 4th celebration, I'm curious if we've seen a decrease in the amount of overtime or the staffing because of the changes in the fireworks legislation, or?
No, that staffing is all that
And be
staffing has nothing to
consistent.
do with fireworks. It has to do with security up around the events.
Okay.
And so when we have the fireworks display, the officers that have to cover that, all of the carnival area, the parade, that's where that overtime comes from. We have not been spending. We had a little bit of overtime when we were really pushing hard on the fireworks a couple of years ago. We tried to get a couple extra groups out. The problem we were having with that was we were taxed just covering the normal security stuff, so there wasn't really any bodies left to go out and do specifically fireworks enforcement because we were deployed elsewhere. So
And then for fellow council members, if you've not done the Citizens Police Academy, you will learn all about tasers and processes, so.
And
that-
applications are open.
What?
Yeah, applications are open for Citizens Police Academy. We're also partnering with Clive and Windsor Heights for Citizens Police Academy because, like us, they've suffered from last year. We didn't do Police Academy because we only had 6 people, and we wanted around 10 or more. So we decided to throw in with Clive. They hadn't been able to do it for several years either. So we're hoping to get a big enough group that we can put it on together. And
Can I do it again?
What's that?
Can I do it again?
Sure,
I was one of the original class members. I think that was what,
Oh my
15
gosh.
years ago?
At least, yeah.
Probably changed a little bit.
All right.
Yep. Any other questions on the police side?
I still need to do a couple of things.
I got a little animal control stuff to get through. So we're seeing an increase in cost for animal control. Specifically, Polk County is our field services, so they provide the animal control officers that go out and pick up the dogs and bring them to furry friends. They are increasing the cost. So our current contract with them is going to be running out, and we'll need to get a new one approved for starting this next budget year. And the price went up about 19%. The reason behind that was county had been supplementing the Polk County the animal control officers and paying for a pretty good portion of their costs and internalizing that and not passing that along. They're working to pass along more of those costs that they were eating, if you will. So that's part of the reason why the costs are going up. And they're going to go up each of the next 5 years in that contract. They're trying to work from, they were paying for, trying to get up to capturing 80% of their costs instead of where they're at right now is going to be 60%. So each year they're going to ratchet that up 5% over the life of that contract to try to get up to where they're recouping 80% of their costs for providing animal control, which is better than 100%, right? And so you really couldn't argue with it because we're still getting, if you will, 20% of that cost that Polk County is incurring for us. So there's several agencies that utilize Polk County, and what they've done is a formula where they base it on your population of your city and then the average of your number of calls over the last several years. So when they first came out with the numbers, we had another meeting with them because it was even higher than this. And we got them talked down a little bit, and they reevaluated that, and now they're looking at the formula they use is 60% based on calls for service and 40% on population. When they first gave it to us, I think it was a 50-50 split. And we argued that it should be based a little bit more on calls for service. So just for information, we run about 183 calls for service from them on average over the last 3 years. We're one of the bigger agencies that contract with Polk County. When I estimate the cost of providing the service compared to the number of calls that we get, it's about $290 a call. So every time we call them out, it costs us approximately $290, which seems really high. So yeah, that is why when you see the fine and fee schedule, I'm asking for some increases.
Yep.
So there was we had just an administrative impound fee that was set at $10. I'm asking to increase that to $100. So in other words, if your dog gets loose and it gets picked up by us and gets brought over to Furry Friends, you would have to pay us a $100 impound fee on top of any fine that we would give you for your animal at large. And we're still losing money on that, obviously. At $290 a call, we're only trying to recoup $100 of that. So I think that's pretty fair. And I'm also asking for the licensing fee to increase a little bit. So right now, we're at $19 for a dog altered and $29 for a dog unaltered, $17 for a cat altered, $24 for a cat unaltered. What I've asked for in the fine and fees is to go dog and cat altered 30, dog and cat not unaltered 40. Just first of all, clean it up a little bit. I don't know why there's this difference of a few dollars here and there, but it just, and maybe we don't even want to worry about altered and unaltered. I don't know. That's up to you guys to think about. But I think the premise behind that was we want you to get your pet spayed and neutered so we don't have a bunch of puppies and kittens out there that we have to find homes for. But I think jumping that up to $30 and $40 for those licensing fees, that's a nominal increase, and we have not increased that for several years. So that's another way we can kind of try to recoup some of this cost that we're going to be seeing increase from Polk County. Furry Friends has been very stable as far as what they're charging us, and very good bargain we're getting there, quite frankly. Just for FYI, we get about 2,800 licenses a year. It's pathetically low. I don't know how to increase it. It just, people are not licensing their pets.
Do we have any kind of, if we find your pet and it's unlicensed kind of thing, do we have any kind of penalty piece for that?
Yeah, we cite them every time that we
Okay.
do it, yep.
Is that a lot? Do we cite them a lot?
Almost every pet that we pick up is not licensed.
Wow. Okay.
I'd be curious to see with the Merle Hay Mall fencing going in. I know my neighborhood has a ton of animals always loose. And I'm curious to see if that will reduce the number of pickups, but.
Yeah.
I don't
They're
know.
all over the city.
Yeah, I know, yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Chief, I would suggest the $100 impound fee might not be enough. How does that compare to surrounding communities?
I did not do a comparison to others. I certainly can, if you'd like me to, do a comparison and see if we need to go even higher than that. I felt like, okay, we're going from 10 to
right.
100. I felt like I hit the accelerator pretty hard on it, but I certainly can look at going up higher. To me personally, I would say it should be $290.
Well,
To recoup our average cost of what we're paying per trip, but that sounds a little high too. And then you throw fines on top of that. So we do recoup a little bit when we write that city citation as well. We get a little bit back from that. I don't know the exact number, but
well, the 10 was ridiculously low.
Yes,
Right.
I would agree.
Help me out if you capture someone's dog on the loose. Typically, what's the amount of citation they have to pay?
But he didn't know.
I haven't written it for a long time, so I would have to go back and look, and I can find that number for you and provide it.
Yeah, my thought is if it's not exorbitant, that the 100.
It's not.
The
It's
100 might not be enough. I just feel like, that also serves as a deterrent perhaps to
right.
folks to, corral their pets.
This is getting into the weeds, but if a single owner, I mean, do we have an idea of who the frequent flyers are? And then the other question is if, I'm thinking in my own household of Tweedledee and Tweedledum will take off together. So do you get charged twice?
Yes. Per animal. We do have, on occasion, we'll have frequent flyers where we recognize that, hey, we picked this dog up several times, and then we have conversations, and it usually takes care of it. That, and the sighting of them has usually been a pretty good deterrent too. Once we get them second or third time, and we're sighting them every time, then this seems to
Take
drop
care
off.
of itself.
So.
Yeah, Chief, personally, I'd rather see the fees increased than the licensing. I've actually had some feedback. People are very annoyed by the licensing fees.
Right.
But it seems to me that, if your pet's got on the loose, that I think it's more justified to capture that revenue there.
I agree.
I would say, I agree with the conversation of, trying to recoup the cost here. I think, maybe doubling. I mean, Joe said that people are annoyed by the registration, but I mean, it's the cost of having a pet, and, but maybe doubling for the unaltered pets. I mean, we really don't want to see many
Right.
of those in our community. And then you mentioned the word stability with Furry Friends in terms of their costs. what about the general stability of the organization? Are we?
We haven't
We're good?
experienced any problems
Oh.
whatsoever. Britt has been a great partner for us, and no issues whatsoever when we bring pets over there. And I have not heard any negative feedback from any of the pet owners that have went over there and got their animal back and paid whatever boarding fees that they charge. We've heard zero negative feedback, and as far as I'm concerned, she's been a great partner for the city.
Glad to hear.
Yeah.
All right, anything else for the chief? All right, I think we're ready to move on to fire and EMS. How'd you do?
Yeah, good
job.
Good, good.
More gavel.
I should have brought a cowbell.
Good morning, members of council. If I could take a minute to introduce my assistant chief, Chief Derek Bingham. He's presented to you before, but I want to acknowledge he's the one that comes up with all the great ideas that I get to take credit for. So just a quick overview of the fire department budget that we have proposed for this year. It's a pretty status quo kind of budget. We're not asking for any new positions. We're in relatively good shape, obviously, on the capital improvement fleet items. In terms of our operating expenses, just for the most part, it's going to be typical increases across the board. And in the new equipment area, you'll notice most of what is identified in that budget line is actually replacement items. So not a lot of extra things that we're going to be asking for this year. A couple things I did want to, as you work your way through the budget, as the police department is, so are we. Overtime continues to be a struggle. We are working closely with the city manager's office to identify, making sure we're identifying all the trends, uses, reasons, and all of that. The one thing I did want to make sure that you understood is the overtime budget goes strictly, almost exclusively to backfilling positions that are vacant in the stations. We don't use it for, other than a little bit for other purposes. So the money that we're spending in overtime is to backfill people that are off for various reasons. And that's the part that we're looking for and have been working to make sure that we're focusing on there. There is you'll see the addition of the Pathway program now is in the budget. We have selected our first 3 candidates there, just to let you know where we stand with that. So they will be beginning in the next month. They will start their orientation as interns, and will be taking their firefighter training through DMAC this summer. So our first 3 candidates that we selected are moving that program forward. So, and it does include a couple of non-traditional. I believe there's somebody in there. One of our hires is actually 32 years old, and 2 of them are switching careers. So it's exactly what we were trying to accomplish with that. You'll notice there is an increase in the medical billing. Remember, you just approved us switching to PCC. There is a slightly higher rate that comes with that company, but we have been assured, and our research has said that we will also see a pretty good increase in the amount of collections. You'll also, again, notice down at GEMT, the same deal. One of the issues that we really struggled with our previous company was their follow-up on actually billing for GEMT and then actually following up on making sure that it got done. When you're dealing with a federal program, there's very specific requirements with regard to filing deadlines, timelines, and things like that, which was one of the primary reasons that we opted to leave our previous company. They just weren't hitting those numbers. So again, while we're going to see an increase in our cost share, we should also be seeing an increase on the revenue side. I know Finance Department is very happy that we have moved off from that company as well. So the new company, we're already started that transition process, and we should see some results even in this year's budget, in addition to next year's budget. There is an increase in our incident reporting software, ImageTrend. We use a group, again, a collaborative effort that we've put together, that we all went in together to buy this software, to use this software. One of the partners in this has opted to change to a different service, and in reviewing what they were charging us, ImageTrend said, oh, we've been undercharging you for years. So congratulations, you're going to get to pay more. In addition to the fact that one partner left, they also restructured our fees. We did evaluate switching to another group, to another firm, to make sure we're on the best price range, and the decision was made by the group to remain where we are for at least a couple of years, and then we're going to need to reevaluate at that point to make sure that we're really getting what we need to do there. If you move through, another thing I want to bring your attention to down in the 46 budget line, which is the training budget line, you'll notice a heading for trench rescue class. This is a collaborative effort between ourselves, West Des Moines, and Des Moines. They have all committed to the class. They've all committed to spending money on the class. So what this is going to allow us to do is train our entire team at once, as opposed to having to send people off two at a time to a distant site where, of course, you have to pay travel fees and overnight and all of this. So this is a really, really great, effective way to do it that we're really proud of, that we're going to be hosting the class. They're going to come here. These three departments have agreed to work together with regard to that. So a real plus there. So
Is that the Michigan line that you were talking about?
Yes.
Or is that a different line?
Michigan.
That's the Michigan line?
yeah, so. Other than that, like I said, it's pretty much as is. When you get down to the new equipment that we're looking at, you'll notice most of it is actually is going to be moved to the ERF in terms of how it's going to be funded, because it is all primarily replacement things that we're dealing with. The ventilation, I want to talk about the stabilization equipment. What we're doing with that is, this is the next phase. We've started discussions with other agencies to say we need to approach this regionally, so that we've started discussions with regard not only to trench rescue, but also with structural collapse. We actually had 12 times last year where we responded to structural collapse incidents, primarily a result of vehicles driving into buildings. That's a pretty big number. Our partner Clive, we checked them, they've responded to 6, so that's 18 immediate responses in our area that we had to, where literally cars drove into buildings. And the problem when that happens, most of the time, it's not really for injury, but the building becomes unstable. And there are times where we need to stabilize the building before we can do it. So the money we're asking for here, this equipment, obviously specialized equipment, very expensive, that we are pursuing other options for. But what this money will allow us to do is take that trench rescue equipment that we have previously purchased and buy adapters to put on the ends of it so we can use it as initial structural stabilization. It's not the bigger, major collapse type of equipment, but it is the types of incidents that we're seeing a lot of. The bigger equipment and all of that stuff, when we get into structural collapse, is really preparing us better for tornado events. Right now, we do not have any capability in the metro at all. If there were to be a significant tornado event where houses were knocked down or buildings were knocked down, we don't have any ability at all to stabilize or to get in and search those buildings. So that's something that we're looking at. But we're going to take a regional approach with that, just as we've tried to do with just about everything else that we've done. The other item that's on the request list that you'll see is for ventilators. I really think these are misnamed, because the idea here is actually to not ventilate patients. We found this in COVID. You may remember some of the stuff that came out is there was a big drive to get everybody onto ventilators, but the reality was that ventilators were doing more harm than good. And that's one of the findings that's come out of the research based on the COVID period. So now these really are not so much about us putting a tube down somebody's throat and breathing for them, as much as it is the ability for us to measure and maintain their airway on their own so that they don't go into respiratory failure. We have a fairly short window when somebody goes from having trouble breathing to failing breathing, and if we can use this piece of equipment to help identify those patients and to use some of the new technology, the CPAP, the BiPAP, that allows us to give them the oxygen and maintain the pressures in your lungs, this is what this device will allow us to do. So that's the new piece of equipment that we're really asking for this year. So.
Do you have any timeline on that tornado equipment?
We are just at the beginning phase of trying to identify funding for it. We are pursuing the potential for going to a grant. We've just started that process. We've just started discussions with the other departments to see. The direction that I gave to Chief Bingham and our special operations is, while it's great that we have this capability, Urbandale, we should be sharing that cost, because if it is an event, we need everybody to participate, and we need to come up with honestly, we need to come up with a new way to shared fund a lot of this stuff, including the equipment that we've, and the training that we're providing. Right now, we've come up with 2 really good partners in West Des Moines and Des Moines that have really become engaged in this special operations process. And we're going to build on that partnership and hopefully include some other departments that are willing to help us out with that.
Chief, if we had a, you know, worst case scenario, a mass tornado event that went through the entire metro that overwhelms a lot of the metro, was that, I mean, I understand, and I fully agree with sharing, but if we had something like that that cut through Urbandale down to Clive and on, that if we're sharing the same equipment, is that going to overwhelm the need for that at the time?
Most communities, most metro areas similar to us, maintain what we will have on our apparatus, which is that first capability. So smaller departments maintain that first capability, but then they share a regional team. And then there are other regions that you call and ask them to respond in. The problem we have here in the metro is the next regional areas that can respond are 2 hours away. So we would call, for example, if there was a major F4, F5 tornado, we would ask for Omaha to come over, we'd ask for Iowa City, we'd ask for Cedar Rapids, who all have these technical rescue capabilities. Des Moines has some limited technical rescue capability, but you're looking at 2 hours before they can get here. And those are the listed assets, so it would take a while. But that's why we need to have some initial capability,
right,
which is what we're working on.
So we could do the initial response, at least, even if it did, worst case scenario, as I said, cut through the entire, or a good portion of the metro that. Okay.
Yeah, unfortunately.
So we lucked out a couple of years ago, frankly.
The learning curve on this is when you've had these really major tornadoes, probably Joplin, Missouri is probably one of the best cases that we use to study. There's no way we're going to have enough resources, so we have to pick and prioritize. Our personnel will be trained to do quick evaluations, quick searches to identify where people are actually truly trapped. And those are the ones that we would use the heavier equipment on.
Yep. Okay.
Just looking at the future budget considerations, if there's no current additional questions about current budget considerations.
Oh, I just had a question about the Pathways people. Would we get to meet them?
You will, yes.
Awesome.
So onboarding process, we will actually present them here in council probably next month. You'll get a chance to meet them. We've got several, you're going to be doing a badge pinning ceremony here next month as well for people that we hired last summer. So we'll make it a point to introduce them to you as well at that time. So.
Cool, thanks.
Just one quick note on the community risk reduction program. I would highly suggest that whatever you find out in that evaluation ties into human services work, because there might be some strong overlap.
Like the police department, as we're moving into that area more and more, that is something that we're going to really need to look at as collaboratively. It's been identified as part of our accreditation process. Community risk is something that we really need to focus on. We saw our first value in that. You saw on Friday from the city manager, he noted our number of incidents went down. We went down by 1 call per day. And most of that was honestly due to our prevention efforts at the crew level and the prevention level. And that's what community risk for us is intended to do, is to reduce people's dependence on calling 911. And so there would be some benefit there, but collaboratively.
Do you have some ideas about what some early thoughts on expanding that would be? Or is
Community risk?
Yeah.
So as we looked at the community risk as a concept, there's 2 groups that you want to target. The first group are the high-end users. These are people that are constantly calling 911 because they don't have a plan B. Most of those people are referrals. We found out are typically referrals, which is our idea is to be a conduit between them and social services that already exist in the county. That would be our ability to, the problem with that is the crew goes on the call, they refer it up, but then they move on to the next call. We would need somebody that can continue to follow up with those people, make sure those connections are made, make sure those resources are available to them. The second group is what we call at-risk populations. These are populations that, because of a number of factors, are at most risk for actually not using 911. They don't want to call either because of language barriers or because of social constructs or whatever. And the ability to go in and deal with them, help them understand some of the issues related to emergency management. We get a lot of reported fires that actually end up not being fires in some of these areas, primarily because of how the cooking is being done. And not understanding that the way they've learned to cook or prepare food sets off smoke detectors or causes fires. So being able to target those groups is very important. In Urbandale, it's been a number of years, but we had an incident here where we had an immigrant family that was in our community that had a actual natural gas leak in their house, but didn't know, had never been educated what that smell was. We all know what natural gas smells like, that egg smell. They had never been educated about it, so she lit a candle. And unfortunately, she and her infant suffered pretty significant burns. And honestly, it was because, you know, we did some immediate outreach after that, but it's that type of things that we take for granted because we grew up here where the immigrant populations, the people moving in, that were never educated about that. We really need to try to work. And that's what community risk is a second group that we can really target to help make those communities safer.
And that's where I think some of the established groups could be really helpful.
Exactly. And that's the way we view the
outreach.
position. We view the position as a conduit. And that's the phrase we've used a lot. It's in our strategic plan that the position, whether it's Urbandale-centric or whether it's a collaborative effort, is to connect people to services that already exist. Because there are a tremendous number of resources in both of those categories that exist in Polk County that frankly are being underutilized, and we need to do a better job of connecting people to those services.
You might want to tie that back to the chief's conversation with Betsy for STRSMA for Region 5, because with the changes of at HHS, there are navigators now that deal specifically with some of the at-risk and those high-frequency users and creating those warm handoffs. So there's some opportunities there, and I'm happy to sit down with both of you and go through that if that's helpful.
Education for our own folks is one of the biggest. We get classes, we get presentations, but sometimes it's 3 to 4 years between the different groups. So again, it would be somebody that's just focusing on these issues that really helps us work on it. So. Any other questions about the fire budget? Okay. On the emergency preparedness, again, it's a status quo. There aren't any new equipment needs that we have other than maintaining what we've got. We were able to eliminate a software that we no longer have a need for, so we were able to reduce our budget by about $4,000 on that issue. And you'll notice that there's a change in the funding mechanism for emergency management. So we're no longer writing them a check, it's being taken out through taxes. So, but I sat in their budget meeting 2 weeks ago, and they are also proposing a pretty status quo budget at emergency management as well. So the amount of money that we're spending, that the community is spending on emergency management is still pretty stable.
David, what does that look like? I mean, or Nikki, like, you know, it's going off our books, but property taxpayers are still paying it. How is that being communicated? Is it being communicated? I mean, is it just going to show up as a line like Broad Lawns, or?
It will have a dedicated line, and this is Polk County only. So only Polk County is making a change from the way that they've historically done. So instead of through a 2080 agreement where we're paying per capita out of the general fund, that goes away, as the chief mentioned. But there'll be a dedicated property tax line, and it'll show where it's from, voted on by the Emergency Management Commission. So it will be, the transparency is you'll be able to look on your bill if you live in Polk County.
Right,
And
but we don't. So what's it look like for us?
Well, there is no dedicated, there is no dedicated tax for the Dallas County side. This is a Polk County only issue.
So are we still paying Dallas County, or does Polk County provide services?
You pay Dallas County through their general taxes. They don't have a specific line item on the tax bill the way Polk County is for FY '27.
But for the city residents in Dallas County, how are we getting paying for the emergency service?
Through the county's levy. So
So
they're,
my county
nothing for the
taxes
city.
are
We're not paying them
going
directly.
towards emergency services for Urbandale, Dallas County folks.
Correct.
That would seem to be a area where we could, make things easier, but
You-
I know you got a lot on your plate.
But and Polk County Emergency Management takes point, right, for our community as a whole.
Yes.
Right? Even the Dallas County side.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's by agreement between the two EMA. We have a really good relationship with both emergency management groups. We attend meetings in both sides as well. But yeah, by agreement, if it's something then, like there were a natural disaster, that Polk County Emergency Management would take the lead.
Yeah, I mean, just to be clear, what happened with the Polk County EMA is more about their desire to have a dedicated funding source for their operation. It wasn't a cost-saving initiative for taxpayers. The taxpayers will actually very likely pay a little more overall, not a lot, but a little bit more overall. But we did save a little bit of money in our general fund by not having to pay the per capita amount.
Anything else for the chief?
Just one quick question. It says a building generator for Giovanetti or the library, but isn't Giovanetti already a storm shelter, and do we not have a generator already there?
Nope.
It is a storm shelter, though,
Yes.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we received a matching grant to
Yeah.
upgrade that to a storm shelter. But to add a whole building extended use generator, which is, you'll see it's not on there, and we haven't requested it for funding. They are very expensive. You have to maintain them, and it's almost a once-in-a-lifetime type of thing. So as we move into the next phase of emergency management mitigation, it's one of the items that's on the to-do or to-discuss list about, does it make sense? And honestly, we haven't decided what makes more sense, because the library is actually our designated shelter for bad weather. So if we have ice out or really cold weather or really hot weather, that's where we tell people to go. And if they were out of power, one of the reasons people go there is actually to have access to electricity to recharge phones and things like that. So there is a generator at the library, but it is a very small generator. It's designed basically just keep the electronics going. If we were to move that to a more whole building, again, it's a pretty significant cost. So, and we're not prepared to make any recommendation this year.
And
Just
is-
interesting.
And is that the difference between a storm shelter and an emergency shelter? Is like the emergency shelter aspect is we need to keep this building online 24/7 no matter if the wind blows or not?
Yeah, the storm shelter is designed to take a severe weather event impact. So if there were a tornado that were to impact the park, people could go to that shelter, and it's been built as a reinforced building that would protect people that were in there. But it is not meant as a sheltering, emergency sheltering location. And the library, by the way, is not a medium-term shelter. It is what we refer to as a 24-hour shelter. In other words, we would just open up the doors and allow people to get warm or cool down or recharge their phones, but it's not intended for long-term sheltering. It's not set up for cots or anything like that. That's all managed through emergency management and other facilities that they have set up.
Chief, where's the westernmost storm siren?
The water tower.
Oh.
So,
Anything else for the chief? So, moving on to police and fire retirement fund then?
And I'll take that one. This is on PS 25 at the end of the public safety section. Can you hear me okay? Is it better? I feel like I'm really going to have to karaoke this. Okay, so this is as David already mentioned, this is the levy that we swung the other way. So shifting up to 810, this is the one that I reduced to offset that amount. So that is why you'll see in the 411, the pension line in both police and fire. Normally, this levy is maxed out to cover 100% of the pension costs. So by dropping that, it adds a little bit of that cost back to general fund because we upped the general fund levy, right? So this levy goes down to 40 cents this year. And so the difference between what the levy will not cover and that expense, you'll see it in the police line. So in the police pension, it shows here's what the total cost was, $1,004,000, and $700,000 odd dollars is what's left in the general fund. The rest is being paid out of this levy. So this is just incorporated to still show across the board the total. The total is the same. It's just how much is covered by the levy and how much is covered by the general fund. The levy rate did change, and that's in correlation to the city's contribution from the state level. So last year it was 22.68. This year it's 21.86. So it did go down just slightly, but this kind of reflects all of that activity. In a normal year, we would calculate the total and then set the levy based on what do I need to pay the entire thing. So it's effectively the same as last year, pretty stable as far as rate goes. It's just that shift between the two. And we choose to do all of it out of fire. That's how this levy, if you way back when, that's why we started this levy, is when we went from a part-time staff to full-time staffing in the fire department. So that's always the one that we eliminate that full cost first. It doesn't make a difference one way or the other. They're both out of public safety. They're both in general fund. But that's how we've usually addressed it. We take all of the fire, and then whatever is left, we buy down the police cost. Pretty straight.
With the contribution rate, like, does that, I'm assuming that flutters around year over year, or is that like slowly decreasing?
Oh, no. It can go as low, the statutory limit is 17%, so that's the floor. It's been there once in my 20 years, but it has been as high as 36. So it's slowly kind of hovering, right, and it's plus or minus 1-ish% in the last several years, so it's kind of stabilized, but that 20-ish% seems to be about average right now.
Yeah, the big vulnerability there, more so than even our payroll or our expansion, is the stock market. So, if you have a downturn in the markets, then you see a pretty quick change in the contribution rates, and it takes a while to smooth that out. So you saw about 10 or 12 years ago the rate go to, I think, about 31.92%. And it's just taken all of these years since then to get back down into the lower 20s. So as long as the stock market's doing well, then we wouldn't expect wild swings. So this one's a little tougher to budget because unlike IPERS, we know that no matter what happens in the stock market, the most you'll pay as the employer is 0.6% more than you did the prior year in a contribution rate. 411, it's just completely actuarial. So it is something that we have to stay on top of.
Any other questions on 411? Okay. We are running just a smidge ahead, but we will backfill. I know you have to leave early, so if that's all right, we'll go ahead and jump to do city clerk and general support.
Sure.
I know my public works staff is here, but we also are probably going to need a bio break in a hot second.
Please.
So let's cover Nicole's sections, and we could do our break a little bit early and jump right into the public works, if that's okay.
Sounds good. I think she just did my job for me. City
number
clerk is
city
next.
clerk?
So this
good
is
morning. Yeah.
GG,
23. Starts
all the way
on-
back to general government.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. We'll walk through the some of highlights on the city clerk budget. Not a lot of change here other than some structural things. I'll start just by highlighting in our current budget, we do have a deviation. It's the DocuSign licensing. We found that we were utilizing the platform more, which was great. We used to be on a per envelope license. So we had a limit to the number of documents we could send through the system. In looking at increasing the envelopes, it actually became available to do a per license. So now it's per person that we pay a licensing fee, but it's unlimited, which has really opened us up to be able to integrate with some of those other projects. I know Aaron mentioned some of their Laserfiche projects. So that makes those, really takes some of the barriers out to be able to make those projects go forward and utilize the platform.
When you say per person, you mean like per staff person that has a license, or
Per
like
license,
per staff?
yes.
General city staff?
Yes, per license. So
Okay.
right now, we just have 10 licenses. And so we kind of coordinate through some key people, the usage of the platform, yep. We've doubled the usage just in the time since a little less than a year. We've doubled the usage since we switched to that for this current budget year, so that's great. But that increase does carry forward to this budget that we've proposed. Staying in that line 27 with the data processing, that also includes our code updates. So knowing that we have a couple of additional phases of that code maintenance that'll be coming through on that project, and then also knowing that the zoning code changes will be coming through in this budget year, we put a slight increase in that as well. While we're talking about some of our programs and things, just an opportunity to highlight where we're looking to increase the utilization of some of our current platforms in a way that doesn't increase costs. So for example, iCompass, that license allows us to bring additional boards and commissions on. It allows us unlimited users all under the same cost. And so we're looking to implement that for additional boards and commissions, which of course then makes more of our documents available. So like a planning and zoning report available to the public without having to reach out to staff. So excited on the possibilities of what that will look like in the coming year. Again, with no cost impact on that, which is great. Also in Time Clock Plus, we've been able to build out some of our cost code or task tracking for the Parks Department. So it's able to transition from using a paper process and data input to that coming through that platform, which has been great, as well as some of their FMLA features for time tracking for HR through that. So always good to see when things that we're currently using, we can use more of the tools and become a little more efficient that way. I would move up to the other big change in the numbers was, excuse me, on line 24, knowing that we're looking at the bond referendum and that will have a mailing fee that potentially is going to be charged down to the city and not knowing what that is. So there's an increase there to make sure that we're covered for that cost. And then I would finish just by talking about staffing. We're not adding any staff or changing any of that, but just some structural change, bringing the admin tech into the department allows us to just be a little more consistent when we're looking at where do we charge our training, where do we charge any uniform type of items, those types of things. So it just brings her position from general support into the clerk budget, makes it a little easier on me. I would just finish by taking the opportunity to say I have a really great staff. We're in a really great place. I know last year we transitioned to the deputy clerk role being fully within the clerk's office, and that's just been a phenomenal change. I say not only is Angie personally great, but the support she's been able to provide and truly having someone dedicated to back up the clerk function is just opened up our ability to work on projects like the code project and some of our other policies that you'll see coming in the coming year. So that's been great. Having Carrie come on board as our admin tech has just been a great fit. Her customer service and her patience and kindness, she just represents City Hall and the city very well. And of course, Elisa, as having a dedicated payroll professional on staff, has been a huge benefit to us this year with everything in the legislative changes on the federal side, making sure that we're in compliance with those. And her ability to crunch numbers is pretty fantastic. So anyway, happy to answer any questions or talk through anything additional you'd like to see in the clerk budget.
Thanks for mentioning the staff. I just wanted to note that they really have done wonderful work.
Yeah, we're poised to make some really great things happen in the coming year. So I'm excited for that.
What
Just
is
a
the
question,
new?
Blake.
Go ahead, Joe.
But what is the new legislative direct mailing requirement for the bond referendum? Does anyone know?
So when you do a bond referendum, you're required by statute to send every resident, is it one or two, Nikki?
Just one.
Just one mailer prior to that, and there's some guidance about when that goes out. If you recall, I think the first one that was affected by the legislation was actually the airport terminal, as I recall. So everybody, we would have gotten a card in the mail at your home that talked about the referendum and what it did, and that's required now by statute. One of the myriad of legislative changes that have been made over the last 10 years.
We got one for the, whatever was on the Dallas County courthouse, and it was worthless, but.
Do we have pretty decent latitude to define what that looks like and how informative it could be? Or is it like a standardized letter?
You know, I think it's standardized. I don't think it's as dreadful as the tax levy guidance that we have, but there is specific things that have to be included in it. There may be some flexibility. You know, to be honest, I haven't done one yet, but my recollection is there's very specific requirements. There may be some flexibility in the ability to add to it as long as you include those specific things.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we can always, you know, we'll have a very robust public education program associated with our referendum that we can do, you know, as long as we're not advocating generally anything what we want to do with that. So.
And Derek has money added to his budget, correct,
He does.
to do that part of the bond referendum?
He does. So there's the regulatory requirement, but there will be many other ways that we'll be reaching the public with the information once we have the information to share with them later this year.
What's the timing of the mailer, Dave?
It's much closer to the referendum. So it's the fall. I don't recall whether it's 60 days or 45 days. We'd have to look at the statute, but there's a specific
Somewhere in
requirement.
that
It's much
neighborhood.
later in the year. Once we have all the details and the information, then it goes out.
Any other questions for Nikki? I mean, for Nicole?
Or Nikki.
Or Nikki?
Do we have, for the second bullet on the future budget considerations, do you have a general timeline for when some of the considerations you're looking at there would be part of the budget?
As far as the current platforms, or as far as needing any additional platforms?
As far as like any additional platforms?
I don't. I don't have any in mind currently. I think we are doing our best to work within what we already have. Some of, you know, the first bullet point talks about records retention and open records requests. We've actually explored some of the functionality in our existing website that would be available to us free of charge, and feel that is probably the direction we'll go, at least to start. We thankfully don't get the volume excuse me, the volume of records requests that I feel like a dedicated platform would be necessary. And the more we put out on the iCompass platform, the more that's just readily available, where people don't have to request to obtain it, the better that works as well. So.
Excellent.
Anything else, or is it time for a biological break?
Do you want to cover general support, or?
I would say to just cover the pieces that we just talked about. So GG 33, it's just reflecting the staffing changes that Nicole just talked about, that the admin tech was pulled out. I don't know if you have any other commentary on that, but the only other thing in that budget is insurance. And John Conyer would be the guru of explaining what all of those pieces are, but this is the allocation for the general fund piece of those. And then that fund also pays the building maintenance stuff for the entire facility on this side. So it's just charged to one place. So that's the main change in general support, is insurance and staffing.
And the move of some of the general office supplies for the building as a whole.
Yeah.
Any questions? All right, bio break it is. Thank you.
How are we on
Okay,
time?
so we'll come back at 10 after. We planned a 15-minute break.
Okay,
10
10, 10.
Joe, did you get my text? 2.7%.
Well, I saw it coming in, and then,
So is Tim doing that?
we were going out for dinner.
Oh, John, I'm sorry. We're ready for you, John.
You know, if we knew that
As I say, good morning, Mayor, members of council. You get me for a few minutes, and then I will turn it over to Tim and Kristen. With me today is the Assistant Director on the Public Works side, Tim Stovey, and then Kristen Brostrom on the engineering side. Normally, we would have Patrick Halsey here, our fleet supervisor, but he's on deployment again. I think it's the second budget meeting he's missed. The only difference is he's not overseas this time. He's just north of the metro. Should be back in early April. So with that, we'll just start with Tim, starting on the roadway maintenance budget.
All right, thanks, John.
Thank you. Just as far as Public Works as a whole, we're not asking for any new positions this year. We're pretty comfortable with our staffing. A couple things that apply to all the budgets. For start on the fuel. Last month we entered into a new fuel contract. We're paying about $2 a gallon for unleaded. We're paying about $2.15 a gallon for diesel. Of course, that applies to many budgets. That contract just runs until the end of this calendar year, so what happens after January 1st to 2027 is kind of unknown. The good thing is we're in a relatively stable period for fuel prices. You might see some fluctuation at the pump, but on the markets and with the wholesale prices have been very stable lately, so that's been good news for us. With roadway maintenance specifically, not really any changes in there. Status quo budget. We did start off with kind of a severe winter, but that's really tapered off in January. We expended in December alone more than we did all last snow and ice season. Our salt usage was up a little bit. We've only been averaging about 1,000 tons per year for the last 3-4 years. We used about 1,200 tons between Thanksgiving and in the new year. But the good news is everything's on track for the current year. Really nothing else to note in roadway maintenance. The major items in the budget are the capital improvement projects, which you've already discussed in detail. We'll move on to street lighting unless anybody has any more questions about roadway maintenance. Street lighting is a two-line budget. It's primarily just energy costs to light these street lights, and the majority of street lights are owned by Mid-American Energy. The city does own a small portion of the lights. There is an allowance in there for maintenance of those lights, but that's normally minimal, just for changing bulbs and lights. And everything in the city is LED, so minimal maintenance and as low as possible energy costs.
Quick question on the street lighting.
Yeah.
I know LEDs, I don't know if it's a period of time in which they're manufactured, they go blue.
Yep.
Do we have any of those that we currently know of right now?
We do not in our city inventory. We've been pretty lucky on that, I guess. And Mid-American Energy has quite a few out there, but they're changing those out. They like to know about them, and they change them as soon as they notice them. So.
Gotcha.
Quick add is, once a year we do a drive and inventory, and that's one thing we highlight and share those locations with Mid-American so they can get them taken care of.
They've been pretty responsive.
Yeah, they usually take care of our list Yep, after we send it in. Again, if anybody reports a single, we let them know, but we do drive the entire city and note any out street lights or any of the blue ones, things like that, so they can take care of it. Typically, if it's just a light, they do it fairly quickly. If it's a wiring, sometimes that takes a little longer. We can move on, Angie, to street, or traffic safety. Nothing really new in this budget also. The one thing I did want to point out is, if you look at the future budget considerations, there's a demand for more and improved pavement markings. Over the last 5 years, we pretty much doubled our staff time to apply pavement markings, and it's, like I said, we haven't asked for any new people. If we do in the future, it's probably gonna be for painting streets. So, a lot more pavement markings out there. There's also new retro reflectivity standards for lane lines that have been put out. I think anybody knows when driving around town, when we apply pavement markings, probably 2 months later, they don't meet those retro reflectivity standards. So it's something we're definitely gonna have to look in. A lot of cities, just because it's so time consuming, it's not necessarily costly, but time consuming with the pavement markings, they move to every other year with lane lines. We're not gonna be able to get away with that, of course. We're probably looking at twice a year, and even with that twice a year, we're probably not gonna meet all the standards for certain times. Obviously in the spring, they're not gonna meet the standards. So we'll do the best we can with that. And you've seen there's a modest increase in that budget for paint supplies, but it's just, you know, a lot of bike lane painting and more intersection painting, things like that, so. So that is about it for traffic safety. Oh, engineering services is next, and Kristen will take that.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. A couple of things to highlight out of the engineering services budget. We have seen a continuation of the trend that we've noticed the last year or so, where development is slowing down a little bit. So our revenue from construction inspections is a little lower this year. That also gives us a little more capacity for our CIP projects. Over time, for private inspection is billed back to the developer, but because we have that additional capacity, our overall overtime is also a little bit lower this year, so it balances out a little bit. We do currently have an open position in the engineering services section. We've got a tech position posted. I believe it closes tomorrow. So we will start interviews on that. I think next week is starting to book up. So we'll see what happens there. The one maybe new item that we're requesting in this budget is a couple of GPS units. And GPS capabilities, of course, come in a wide range of tolerances. You can use your phone and get within, 5 or 10 feet of something. For a lot of our data collection, we'd like to be within, say, a few inches. For our actual survey collection for design, we want to be a lot tighter than that, but the vast majority of our data collection can be in that slightly less tolerant 1 inch, 2 inch window. So we have looked at a couple of units to purchase for staff. With the cartograph system, and we just collect data on more and more things, the unit that we have is in very high demand. Everyone in the office always wants to use it at the same time. So we've looked at a couple of units that have that 1 inch, 2 inch tolerance instead of that sub-inch tolerance that would be appropriate to share among the staff. And those are the units that you see requested in the budget. I think that pretty much sums up our engineering services.
Out of curiosity, what does that? What does one of those things look like? I mean, is it just a small, and you press a button that you're right there and it records the location?
Yeah, it depends on the unit. So most of them are, kind of a pod like this, which most of them will have the antenna built into that unit. And then they usually come with a pole. Everyone has their bells and whistles. Some of them have a spot to put your cell phone. They usually link into your cell phone and piggyback off of that data. And then depending again on the unit and the software, they can talk directly to our field locates software with ArcGIS. Some of them record a spot and then you have to import it later. It also depends on the unit, on whether you have to be perfectly vertical, you have to level the pole, or a lot of them now have a tilt capability built in, which is helpful if you're kind of trying to shoot a hard to shoot spot where you're having trouble getting a signal. Sometimes, you know, something's blocking the way, and just moving a little bit can help get a better signal. So it kind of depends on the unit. Caleb Streepy-Wheeler, our GIS technician, did a lot of research on the various things out there. He's got graphs, he's got charts, and we found a couple of units that we think will work well for us. Our plan would be to buy one and try it out before we get the second and see how it goes.
No, that sounds interesting, so curious how they work. That does not surprise me.
All right. Any other questions? Thanks, Kristen.
One thing I did fail to mention is we have a retirement next month, Steve Chambers. He's been with the city for 44 and a half years. So I wanted to recognize Steve. We will miss him down in Public Works, so.
Is there anything planned for Steve's retirement?
Yes, we will. I think it's March 13th. Yes, that is his last day, and we will do a little public reception down at Parks and Public Works. And
Awesome.
we'll get the invitation out on that pretty soon.
Thank
so.
you.
He didn't want to make it to 45?
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, what the heck, 44 and a half, 45. The next budget is solid waste collection. I want to hit on this year's budget a little bit. We are anticipating we'll be slightly over budget, $38,000 or so. The first reason is last year we were notified by Metro Waste Authority that they're going to increase their tipping fees by $1 a ton. It was kind of late in the game, so we didn't get into the budget. The other cause is a good one. It's our growth in homes was higher last year than we anticipated. For the previous 5 years, we've been adding about 260 homes. I think the last year's number was 408. So obviously there's additional expenses. The good thing is that's offset by additional revenue. So we are over budget in solid waste, but we are more over budget on the revenue side. So that's a good thing. The biggest variation in solid waste with revenue is the yard waste collection. We get paid per ton for every ton of yard waste collection, for every ton of yard waste that we collect. The last 2 years have been very good. They've been up we've got some nice wet springs, and we've got about 2,800 tons of yard waste collected. So the yard waste side is profitable. We've had years where we've only collected 2,200 tons, and that's, you know, we lose money on the program in those years, but you know, the volume of the yard waste really doesn't change the cost of the collection program. You're out there collecting yard waste, the more the better. So that's one area where we like a nice wet spring. Going into this year's budget, David hit earlier on some cost studies we're performing, and Nikki might want to expand on this a little bit, but figuring out the direct cost of the solid waste program is very easy. Figuring out the indirect cost is kind of complicated. So we want to figure out that indirect cost through a study so we can better establish that monthly solid waste rate. You know, we know right now we're at $14.50 a ton, $14.50 per household per month. That's not covering our cost. You know, our direct costs are probably in that $14.20 range. So we're definitely anticipating an increase in the solid waste fee. We probably should have done it a couple years ago, but it should be probably be a significant increase. At least that's what will be recommended. But we'll know more of that probably in late spring or so. Okay. Metro Waste has let us know what our increases for the Curbit program are going to be and the landfill fees, so we're good there. No real changes in operations next year. One thing you'll see in the budget, and it's not in the operating budget, it's in the equipment replacement fund, but it's the purchase of a Corrado can. What that's going to help with is right now we collect yard waste manually. We throw the bags into a hopper, and then we collect the containers. We bring those to the hopper of the truck, and then they get tipped into the bucket of the truck. So it's semi-automated collection. What a Corrado can does is allows you to manually collect those yard waste bags, but it's got the automated arm on it that dumps the container into the to the carry can. So we'll look at how efficient it is. We may request to add it to additional trucks in the future. The one thing is with yard waste collection is we collect both sides of the street at the same time. So it'll be real easy picking up those containers on the right side of the street, but the ones on the left side of the street, they're gonna have to drag all the way around, and they're gonna have to dump it. So we need to look at the efficiency of it. The thing that'll really help with is when we have a garbage truck go down, and garbage trucks go down a lot, that will be used to, sub in for that down garbage truck and really increase efficiency. So we'll see what kind of results we get with it. But the main thing is yard waste is really hard work. We're just trying to lighten the load on them a little bit and save their bodies, to be honest with you. So, and the Corrado can, if you ever want to do a Google search on that, you can see a video on that. It's just a brand name. We may get a different brand, but who knows? So we talked about the rates. Right now, we do have the lowest rate, and we anticipate even with this study that our rates will continue to be very competitive. So.
Tim, do we, over the years, we've always looked at, kind of done a reality check versus municipal collection versus private collection. I mean, I don't know, when's the last time we even looked at that? Do you remember, Nick?
Probably, it's probably been 11 years. I think it was probably two sets of trucks ago when we were going to purchase new automated trucks. We did a study, and this cost study may open our eyes, and we may decide, better off contracting the program. But we've always been really competitive in cost. We offer a lot more services than most companies do. We spoil the heck out of our residents, to be perfectly honest with you. And I think that's something they're willing to pay for.
Right.
Yeah.
And we leverage those folks, with snow removal and everything else too. So, I mean, I know there's a lot of indirect things that, as you said, it's hard to just look apples to apples, but,
And I talked about snow removal from Thanksgiving to the New Year. It snowed, it was always on weekends. We've got 6 more employees available to help with snow removal on weekends. And one of the big advantages, too, of having your own solid waste collection is if that natural disaster does hit, you can respond a lot more quickly. So there's a lot of advantages that, frankly, our customers are used to. So it'd be a really tough sell to try to contract it out to save people 25 or 50 cents a month in their rates. So
I'm not suggesting we even seriously look. I just want to make sure we still are comfortable with it generally. And I think the study will probably be good to do that.
Yeah.
I agree with you, but I've been around enough that we've had that discussion a couple times during my time.
Yeah.
And I think from our survey, I think the highest rated city service is trash collection too, so.
Nope.
It's not hard to be good at trash collection, though. You go to the house, you pick up the trash, and you move on. So if you're not doing a good job at it, then you got something to worry about. But
How often are we replacing garbage trucks?
7 years for the automated trucks. They pretty much just, you got all those moving parts that wear out in 7 years. Yard waste trucks are only running about 8 months out of the year, so we replace those every 10 or 11 years.
And the garbage trucks go down a lot because of just the nature of
all the moving parts, exactly.
Jim, one more question on the yard waste part of it. So you're talking about the cans. So would we be better off, for our folks if we had more residents using the cans versus the bags so the guys aren't picking up the bags?
Yes. Yeah, ideally, everybody would have a container and pick up all the yard waste that way. Unfortunately, at certain times of the year, people have their can out and they got 5-7 bags, so you got to provide a way to pick it up manually. We would love it if we had a fully automated yard waste collection process, but I don't know if it's really feasible.
Okay, I was trying to think if there's a way we should be incentivizing that to.
Yeah, the good thing about the yard waste containers is those customers don't throw yard waste in the trash. And Urbandale residents are really good at not doing that, but there's still quite a bit of contamination, to be honest with you. So instead of getting revenue from that yard waste, you're paying landfill fees on that yard waste that people throw in their trash containers. So we do encourage it. Unfortunately, Metro Waste establishes the price, so we don't have any control over that. So
What from a bin perspective, I'm assuming if you have a bin, there's a monthly fee. What is that right now?
it is a yearly sticker you pay for, and I want to say it's going to $134 this year. That sound right, 134? So you're going to pay about $12 a month.
Do they, when you buy the bags, like if you go to Hy-Vee and buy the bags, is that price set, or can Hy-Vee mark those bags up?
No, the Metro.
That price is set by Metro Waste, right?
Metro Waste tells them, here's how much you're gonna pay for them, and here's how much you're gonna charge for them. So, and they don't, the retailers don't make any money on those individual stickers.
Okay.
I mean, I just, anecdotally for us, it's like when we have yard waste, we have more than fits in a can. And then there's weeks that
Yeah.
we don't have any yard waste. So.
We're the same way. We use bags, that's what.
So we use bags, sorry.
Oh,
We're the same way.
And interestingly enough, I think only about 25% of our residents have the cans.
Really?
But they throw away half the yard waste, so. They're really, they're really using the yard. And of course, a lot of people just don't throw away, don't dispose of their yard waste, they just leave it, mulch it.
And some
whatever
neighbors
they-
share,
Yeah.
they share that bin, right?
And we're fine with that, we get paid per ton, so, and we're not getting the revenue off the individual containers, so.
So 25%, but they are responsible for 50% of the yard waste.
Right.
Okay.
Can you purchase 2 bins?
Yep, you can purchase all you want. I think we've got some people in
My part of town.
the lawn business that have a half a dozen, but. And I hate to say it, they're probably bringing in yard waste from other communities, but we're collecting it, we're getting the revenue on it, and the more we collect, the better, so.
Okay.
We fill our yard bin, like our bin right now is full from just trees that have fallen down. It's
Yeah.
fantastic.
With, when we talk about tipping fees and stuff, is there, I try to think about like what types of opportunities are we giving people to divert waste out of just the general blue bin, right? Are there some kind of high level ways that we could reduce some of those tons going in? Like, the thing that comes to mind is like textile recycling. Like, how do we get textile out of the general trash and stuff like that?
To be perfectly honest with you, we leave most of the education up to Metro Waste Authority. We don't do much of that in-house. That's not to say that we can't do a little more with that. But yeah, there are a lot of things that are thrown away that could be recycled, absolutely.
Yeah.
I don't have a percentage on that, but
Well, I would just add that Metro Waste does have one of the best records probably in the country of limited contamination. It's not a significant issue here compared to elsewhere because of the public education that's happened.
That's good.
Yeah.
and I will say Metro Waste does a terrific job
Yeah.
with public education, which is one of the reasons why we just kind of keep our hands off and leave it up to them.
Yeah.
But it might be a good resource, like textile recycling is, I'm thinking about greenurbandale.com, like having a resource, links to places to donate your textiles and the links to when we're not doing a computer recycling and
Right.
those sorts of things. I don't know, maybe it's already there.
Well,
I
I
don't
think,
know.
I think too, I think too, like, you see those green, like the green bins at like Valley West where you can just dump your textiles or your old shoes or something like that. I don't know if we have something of that type in Urbandale, I guess. Like, I'm thinking Waukee has one.
The high school started something, but I don't know if it's cans
High school's
or if
cans, yeah. It's a can one. But, yeah, I think it'd be worth thinking about, just generally, better ways to divert anything.
And that's something that we can reach out to Metro Waste Authority, because I'm assuming those are probably
They
their.
might be something separate,
Could
like,
be.
it might be a private thing.
Okay.
Because I think when I looked at it, they basically, what they collect, they give you a cut back or something. But, I mean, just generally, any way we can try and help divert, like, at least provide opportunities. Like, the education thing, I agree, they do a great job. But if there's like a way that we can provide the avenue that they're not doing too.
I'll check on that. And just as a sidebar that's really kind of exciting to hear is that with our one battery waste site at the library, we rank second in terms of overall collection, and probably per capita, we're first. There's still to do that math, but we're probably first. So that's good.
It's a
We have
reminder to
the,
empty your batteries.
cardboard recycling bin down at our facility, and they empty it like 4 times a week, so obviously
I
it's
use
being
that.
used quite a bit.
Yeah.
And
Well,
it's
we're
always
hoping to
full.
get a second one in place, I think, here, right? Yeah.
For the cardboard, as an interested party and, you know, hopefully people on the internet, could you give the really, really quick primer of like is it business hours? Where is it?
Yep. It's at the Parks and Public Works Facility, 9401 Hickman Road, and we're open from 7 to 4. So,
Okay.
and actually, the dumpster is in an unsecured area, so they can go in there 24/7.
Okay, excellent.
When I say
Could-
unsecured, I mean, it's secure. It's just not gated. It's just not, you know, it's open, so.
Accessible.
Could Nikki or David or someone talk a little bit more about the indirect cost study and the transition to enterprise fund? What-
Yeah, absolutely. So this discussion started last year when we were talking about what the solid waste rates would be. And in that discussion, moving through, solid waste is an external serving fund, and right now it's in the general fund. So part of the discussion last year was we should probably move that out of the general fund and get it into an enterprise fund, which means it should pay for itself. Then it became, okay, we need to actually identify, because if you look at the actual narrative page of this section, you'll see that it actually is bringing in more revenue than expense, because not all the expenses are reflected there for that exact reason. We need to go through and do an actual indirect cost study to figure out, all right, so for the solid waste function, what other pieces, from processing payroll to HR, hiring people, all those things, and then supervisor time, all, you know, Tim's salary and John's salary are not paid in the solid waste function. So it's going through at that granular level to figure out what that looks like. And it'll, same as we did sanitary sewers, we did an indirect cost study not too long ago because the Urbandale Sanitary Sewer and the Urbandale Windsor Heights Sanitary Sewer District pay us an administrative fee for that. So it's the same idea as that. And so we'll do it for the solid
That
waste.
like a contractor that you
Yes.
hire?
Yeah, so as soon as this process finishes, that's our next rolling up. Anticipated costs, Ankeny did one just last year. The firm that does it effectively for everybody in the metro is who we anticipate using, and I have the call in for them. And it should be under $20,000 to do it. Get that done so we can have, what revenue should be is truly what that cost needs to be. So we didn't propose it right now, but if you remember, revenues are not governed by the limitations of the budget process. So if in the spring we get it and say, yep, $2 is justified, we're going to go ahead and make that recommendation for a 7.1 increase. So we can still do that whenever. The costs won't change, and we wouldn't start allocating that until 28. So that's why the note is in there about fiscal 28. We would see it pull out. It will be back with fleet and building. It'd be similar to that. So it's a stormwater, another good example of that. So we would treat it just like stormwater. So it's still there. It just is its own budget. It's supposed to be a business. It's supposed to pay for itself. So that's what the background of that is.
Thank you.
If there are no more questions on solid waste, we can move to sanitary sewer. And this sanitary sewer budget is fully funded by the 2 sanitary sewer districts. Nikki mentioned the administrative fee they pay us, which next year should be why don't I have that in there? Just under $250 for the 2 districts. Thank you, John. But like I say, we pretty much act as a contractor for the 2 sanitary sewer districts. They pay us for every hour labor. They pay us for all equipment, materials. They also pay for certain pieces of equipment that are utilized primarily for sanitary sewer maintenance. Staff and the districts have a really good relationship. I think we've got 2 of the best collection systems that you're going to find anywhere. Both districts are really aggressive with their maintenance. It's kind of a unique thing with, over time, I think the conditions of our sewer systems, when I say sewer systems, I'm talking about 2 different districts here, but actually getting better. So they've been very aggressive with their lining program and all other maintenance. And their maintenance cost, as you well know, their rates are going up quite a bit. But their maintenance costs and really the rest of their costs are pretty stable. That's all just due to the WRA contribution they're going to have to provide in the next few fiscal years. Both districts have outlined a 5-year rate increase plan, but even with those rate increases, we're still going to be the lowest cost for sanitary sewer fees of anybody in the area, at least anybody connected with WRA. So.
When you look at because like we were just talking last, like at the solid waste, that it's supporting the general fund. This one looks like it is as well. Is like when we get into situations like this, does the money that is over what we're spending here, does that kind of divert to support functions, kind of like what we were talking about, the foundation drain disconnect program, and does it kind of flow into supporting some of those programs, or is it just kind of general, like does it just go toward shoring up other places where it is more property tax supported?
It's in the general fund, so it just rolls back into the general fund piece of it, but keeping in mind that just like we talked about for solid waste, those indirect costs are being paid by the general fund, so it's effectively paying for itself.
Gotcha.
By covering it in a different department. The foundation drain, what you talked about, that is the stormwater utility, which is already an enterprise fund. Those funds come directly from those user fees, and they are a direct transfer in for those programs. So the stormwater, the individuals that can apply for the stormwater funds to do something to fix in their own yard, and then the footing drains. So those are the two grant programs. Those are 100% funded by the stormwater utility, and then the cost share with the sewer districts is like $3,000, $1,000 or something like that.
Yeah,
for the,
per month.
Yeah. Well, no, I mean for an individual applicant.
Oh, I'm sorry.
1,000 and 2,500.
The footing drain.
So those, the sanitary sewer districts do contribute to that piece of it.
Okay.
The stormwater utility pays the other part.
Gotcha.
So yes.
But as far as that administrative fee is concerned, they really help us fund a couple of employees, so, yeah. But we do a lot of work on sanitary sewer between John and Kristen and I and the rest of the engineering staff, so. And we continue to maintain the city of Windsor Heights for the Urbandale-Windsor Heights district, and no issues there. Again, they've got a system that's in very good shape. A number of years ago, they had a very large program to line about half the city of Windsor Heights, so we didn't take over a system that was in poor shape by any means. Unless there's no questions on sanitary sewer, I think the next budget is Kristen's.
Okay, a couple of things to highlight in the stormwater utility budget. As mentioned, the foundation drain program is in that budget. We fielded a lot of questions about that in the last 6 months. So far, we've got 96 requests in Cartograph for Public Works to be doing inspections and meeting with people. Now, a number of those are duplicate addresses because someone will come in, Public Works will say, well, this is what you need to fix, and then they'll either get it fixed or they'll need a follow-up for some reason. So some of those are duplicated addresses, but a lot of outreach on that. We've actually found 34 addresses to be in compliance, which is good news. They're good to go. So far, we've awarded 3 grants. 2 of those were actually in the Windsor Heights district, and 1 was in the USSD district. And we will be sending, so the first round of letters went out in July for the properties that already had sump services, and we also let the properties know that were coming up that would have storm services installed this fall. We'll send another letter here this month to remind folks that they've got about 6 months left before that fee kicks in with the sewer districts, and also to let the folks know from last fall that, okay, it's ready to go. You can start working, particularly with the weather improving. I think we could see a lot more interest in that as spring starts. So I'd say so far, I think we're off to a good start. We're getting the word out, especially with requiring the plumbing permit. There's been a lot of plumbers that we've talked to, so they kind of are becoming aware of the program, and we'll certainly keep updating you as that goes forward. Any questions on the foundation drain?
Have we had any that have been beyond, or any conversations that lead us to believe our numbers are off on the grant side?
I guess I wouldn't say our numbers are off. I think the numbers are coming in. We knew the grant probably wouldn't cover everything for everyone, and those numbers are reflecting it. We've had a few folks, ask about additional assistance, but we haven't really received any follow-ups from them. Like, the first thing I would ask for if someone needed financial assistance is provide us the quotes that you've received from a few contractors. Let's make sure that they're quoting that scope of work that we're actually looking for compliance. And we haven't gotten to that stage with anybody yet, so.
And how many have we already sent letters to?
That's a good question. I think we sent about 150 last summer. We'll send essentially those same 150 again, and then we'll probably add in the ones that will be installed this year. And I do not know off the top of my head how many parcels that is. Okay. The other item.
Hold on just a second. So if you sent out 150 letters and 30-some people are already in compliance, but we've only done 3 grants, there's still a lot of outstanding
Right.
folks.
So that's why we're sending another round of
Okay.
letters to remind them that, here's the information, here's where the grant is, here's your timeline, contact us for more info.
Okay.
And they need to take action, at least to test. If they are in compliance,
Right.
then no further action, but they do need to
Correct.
have something in place.
Yeah.
Like, they do need to check.
So that's been the good news from the Public Works tests is, a chunk of those were, you're good to go already, and so we can cross you off the list. We will not send letters to them again because they're good. And then a couple people, it was a really easy fix. Some folks already have their sump service installed. It's already actually hooked up and draining correctly, but occasionally when those get installed, they leave the connection to the sanitary as like an overflow, and that's a pretty easy fix. That's like $50 to open up the sump pit and just fix that. And so by the time you'd actually get a permit and go through the whole process, it's just easier for them to do it. So we've had a couple of people just take care of it that way and be done. So I've been encouraged that we've got 34 so far that are in compliance. So.
Awesome.
We've also had a few parcels reach out that are outside the boundaries of the project, and we did set up the grant to allow that. So I think it's nice to make that available to more people, and we've had a couple of people reach out for compliance that way. And again, we just cross them off the list. We're good to go. So. Okay. The Stormwater Grant Program, we have, so the grants that we award in calendar year like 2024, they would need to have those done by the end of 2026 to get their reimbursement. There's no penalty if they don't get it done. We just ask them to reapply for paperwork purposes, basically. So I don't want to have a grant application hanging out here for 5 or 6 years. We just ask them to basically reapply and indicate they are still willing to do the project. So from last year, we had 20 awarded grants. Of those, we've awarded 15 of them so far. And it actually distributed the money back. So there's still 5 that could finish yet this year, or perhaps they don't do the project and move forward. I'm sorry, that was for 2024. For 2025, we had a pretty big uptick. We had 78 grants awarded overall. We've distributed funds for 44 of those, so more than half. Many of those were soil quality restoration. I forgot to write that number down, but I think it was about half were soil quality restoration, which is great for getting the word out on that. Companies now are aware of it and are helping homeowners step through the process, which just saves them effort. And so we're on track for our estimated amounts each year, and it's been really good to see that those interests in those programs. We've also done quite a few rain barrels. In 2024, we did 17 rain barrels. This year we did 32, which is great. A couple of those are folks coming back again, and we allow that. You know, if they really like their rain barrel, want to come back next year and do another one, we allow that. So that's been good to see. The vast majority of our grants are individuals. We had 3 HOAs last year and 2 HOAs this year. Those do, of course, tend to be the larger cost grants. Just they're using larger projects in their common area. We really have not had much interest from the commercial side. We've let people know it's available, but just haven't had a lot of businesses reach out for it. And that's my main highlights from the stormwater budget. Tim, you didn't have anything else to add for that budget, right? We're good.
Quick question on so with the stormwater study, and we had to decide, what projects we're going to do, what
Yes.
projects do we need to scale and everything like that. At a high level, what % of the way through those identified projects do you feel like we are?
Oh, of the entire list?
Yeah.
That's a tough number. I mean,
At a high level, like I'm not
I'd
looking to quote you or anything.
maybe, I think total programming, the CIP, maybe 5 or 10%. Yeah, there's probably a chunk of those projects that we ultimately may not need to do because of, providing sufficient stormwater infrastructure from the rest of it. That was basically if we touched every single street, what would we do? So I think we've made really good dents in it, and particularly with adding the footing drains project in this year's CIP. I think we are chipping away at it pretty much as fast as we can.
Excellent.
Okay. If there are no further questions, I'll move on to Engineering and Public Works Administration. Again, not really much changed here. One piece of good news is we have been under budget last year and this year because we've had an empty position essentially for over a year. We had a staff person hired, but they found their dream job and moved on. So we did have a new senior engineer that started last week, and so he's 2 weeks in, and that's been really good to have our staff fully staffed again, and we're excited to get him rolling on a lot of the projects that our department does. So I don't have much else to say about this budget. It's kind of boring. Any questions?
Can I back up real
Yeah.
quick? The Rockland Creek mitigation buyout.
Yes.
Do we have any more information?
Yeah,
on
that's a really
that?
good question. So it was originally supposed to be due in June, and the state of Iowa was helping us apply for that. We already got a delay, and then there was a government shutdown, and then there was some more delays. Our understanding is that it was submitted at the end of the year. I think right up against the end of December. And initially, they told us that 3 to 4 months would be the earliest we would hear back from that grant award. So I guess we're not holding our breath for much before the summer. And then, of course, once we get grant approval, then we have to go through the process of talking to the property owners that were interested and working through the acquisition and then the construction project to demo. So that's, the timeline on that's a couple of years easily before we work through everything.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
All right. Anything further? All right, thanks, Kristen. Engineering and Public Works Administration. We got through the first page.
Last one from Engineering and Public Works is fleet maintenance. That's in the back of the book.
IS 15.
What is it?
IS 15, back in Internal Services tab.
One thing you'll notice from the budget document is we're in really good shape in the current fiscal year with our budget. And John mentioned it earlier, but our fleet supervisors in April will have been out for about a 10 out of 12 months for military leave, so save some money. But I don't want to imply in any way that we've been a more efficient department without him, because we absolutely have not. But in his absence, the rest of us have been taught how to do his job. So we've kind of had some built-in, I guess, efficiencies with, especially the mechanics. They do a lot of their own data entry. They're doing a lot of their own scheduling. They're doing their own inventorying. So we've learned kind of how to do his job. And that's one of the reasons why we looked at hiring a shop foreman, but during his absence, we decided it really wasn't a necessary position. So it could be a job that can be spread out amongst a lot of people. So we're comfortable with our staffing down in the shop. Not really any changes in our fleet maintenance budget. One thing you'll see if you look to the back, like for instance on page IS 19, the fire department will contribute about $127,000 to the overhead contribution, and that's based on how much time our mechanics spend maintaining fire equipment. And then the rest of the budget, the $90,000 for the fire department, is how much we spend on parts, oil, and other things to maintain their equipment. So every department that has a fleet, they're going to contribute to the overhead, which is everything in the budget. It doesn't include parts or contracted labor, and then they contribute for those parts and contracted labor also. And that's just that's based on history, what we've spent in the past, and what we assume we're going to spend next year. So,
Tim, have we taken on the Clive services or fire equipment yet?
yes, we have. July 1st of 2025, we took over the maintenance of their equipment. Things are going very well. No issues. They're happy with our service. They haven't taken advantage of it like they should. They pay us $31,000 a year just for providing the service, and then we charge them hourly for the labor, and then we charge them for all equipment and contracted repairs and things like that. So they're coming around to taking advantage of it a little bit more. So
When, we've got we've got like the equipment and the repairs and supplies and whatnot. Is that kind of the same arrangement? Like, is that 31 some whatever basically their contribution in terms of the supplies? Like, we have fire apparatus, and so we can assume there's a certain amount of things that we want to have on stock for their stuff as well.
yes,
Okay.
absolutely. And that 31,000 was just kind of an initial guess, but our fire department was putting in 124,000 of the overhead. Their fleet's about 25% of the size of ours, so that's the number we threw at them. And we'll analyze that more in the future. Another thing with fleet is, and Nikki, interrupt me if you want, but we're doing an overhead cost study for fleet, much like we are solid waste also. So obviously there are expenses related to fleet that are far and above the operating budget, things like the building and insurance and everything that Nikki mentioned that applies to solid waste collection applies to fleet too also. So, and I think you're moving towards an enterprise fund with that also? Okay.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Tim.
Thank you.
So that gets us through engineering then, right? So Nicholas, you're right on time. I think we're ready for library, right? Or John, did you have anything final on?
Okay, yep. Okay, so because they have external people coming,
Oh.
and they were supposed to be the right after break, so the game plan was to move all the stuff that is covered by him, me, her, Curtis, the stuff clear at the end.
Yeah.
We can do, because we could do those at any time to fill in the blanks, and we may just chop off that last section if we can move through it.
Let's do it now.
So if that is the case, we will go ahead and jump down. Okay, Derek can do marketing.
Derek wants to be
Go
here
for it.
all day.
He just wants to get out of here so he can go meander.
When's your flight, Derek?
Mine's not till 5 a.m. tomorrow.
Oh.
Yeah, so I can stay here all day.
I do my best to keep
If I have a presentation, can I
a lot of questions to keep him here till 5 a.m. Make sure he's frosty for the flight.
Did you know that there's a bill pending? You know, you can't sell alcohol between 2 and 6 a.m. There's a bill pending that if you have a scheduled flight, that they can sell alcohol before, 2 hours before the flight or something like that. Anyway, so.
Interesting.
You could be drinking at, 3 a.m. at the Des Moines airport. I don't know why I brought that up. They want people well lubricated on flights early in the morning.
That seems like a bad idea.
I mean, there's nothing like a Bloody Mary at the airport, though.
Well, that's true.
3 a.m.
What page are we on?
We are on GG35.
What 5?
Okay, high level, if you're looking at the major changes here, mostly this budget is the same as it is every year. But line 21, you'll see we increased that a little bit in preparation for.
Can you talk into the microphone,
Oh,
please?
sorry, thank you. Let me move over here.
Come on, communications.
I got a lot of things going on here. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, great. So line 21, one thing you'll notice, ballot initiatives increased. That's for education around the police department, so. The next one that increased probably the most, and actually this is good news because this number can come down a little bit now. Line 23, ADA remediation. We're required by federal law to upgrade our ADA compliance. We initially thought that would mean we have to pay for a new website. We've got to get all these things in place, and a really absolutely expensive endeavor for sure. After going back and forth with our website vendor, they're not going to charge us to redo and redesign our website. So what residents will see is a nicer looking website, but what it'll really do is bring things up into compliance, and we'll start that project this March. So that number could probably come down to 20,000 rather than 40.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. I try.
Our website our provider we use, I mean, that's kind of a canned one that a lot of municipalities use.
Absolutely. So
Yeah.
when we were thinking that we're going to have to, if I'm going to be frank, when we were thinking we were going to have to pay to redesign the website, my thought would be, well, this vendor should provide a legally compliant site if they're in the business of
Right.
running our website. I think they came around to that
Got it.
concept as well.
Because they have to answer that question to a lot of
A lot of people,
municipalities.
exactly.
Yeah, got it.
We're not the only ones that use that.
Yeah, all right.
We did increase line 27, data processing. Right now, we have 2 seats in a platform that we use to manage all of our social media channels. Police and fire, while we're administrators, of course, of their social media. There's an employee dedicated in police and then one that likes to dabble in fire. We're bringing them into the same software so that they can add things to the social media too, but that we can monitor and review it and make sure it's compliant and follows the law. So that will move our software from two licenses to 4. I'm going to quickly go over some of the projects that we've done in the past year. I always provide this statistic just because it's interesting. About a little more than 700,000 website visits every year, and if you divide that out by households, it's about 40 visits per household per year. So the website is one of our probably most important communication tools, followed probably right behind the bi-monthly postcard that comes out. Any questions about website stats before I move? Okay. Social media in 2025, really impressions and engagements and post links clicked, just because now we have the capacity to post more on social media now that we have Anna on board. So I would expect to see, you hire another staff member, I would expect to see more increases in content.
Derek, I know we've had conversations informally about Instagram. Where are we at with that?
So
I guess my point is I'd like to see us do more or copy what we're doing on Facebook on Instagram.
Absolutely. So right now, the only Instagram that we have is kind of a Parks and Rec Instagram. We have casually talked inside my department about turning that into a general city Instagram that we can use. But now with Anna's capacity and on board, we think we're going to lean into reels and shorts. That's the way that people seem to be engaging with content, is very passive scrolling. And so yes, we are looking at it, and it's something we plan to implement this budget cycle.
Great.
This just shows you kind of the messages per month and volume. I'm not entirely sure what happened in April that it went up that high. I didn't go back and check, but we posted something in April that got a lot of people excited, either positive or negative. Of course, one of the most exciting projects we worked on this past year was green.urbandale.org. It's been a really great success. We launched the website in March. We did a resident case study video in June, added that to the website. Then we did a business edition in October, brought that online. And then in December, we did a business case study video to kind of promote these pieces.
Derek, do we have any idea what that spike was about in April?
I think there was a post of a police officer that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Fill me in.
The tattoos or the beard?
Yeah, and he was popular. That's all I'm going to say.
Well, now we know what it is.
Yes.
Social media, bane of my existence.
State of the City also, these videos got a ton of extra life and play too throughout the year. Great project to work on, and actually the mayor and I were just talking about his next State of the City.
Yeah. Stay tuned, right?
Stay tuned.
Right, Nicholas?
We also worked with HR this year to really revamp our recruiting efforts. You want to look like the employer of choice, and you really need to sell yourself and market yourself. How do you stand out in the field of, when all the governments kind of feel the same to someone as an employee? What can you do to stand out and look different? And so we've really worked with HR to rethink the way that we advertise our positions so that we can get better candidates and help build that culture here. Of course, the monthly newsletters. We do Urbandale Monthly, which is our external newsletter, goes to about 4,300 households. Blurb is our internal, goes to all city staff. And then, of course, our Parks and Recreation newsletter, which promotes all of our programs and activities that are happening in the community.
I just want to say the change in format, worlds better, incredible.
Thank you. And we knew people were consuming information differently. Even myself consumes information differently. And so a few years ago, the council approved this software. So thank you for helping and leaning into this, because we're happy with the readership. We've got 80% engagement on newsletters, which is unheard of. Normally it's like 20 to 30. So to have that high of an engagement rate is pretty nice. Of course, this is the monthly bi-monthly postcard that comes to your house every other month with information and things that are relevant and timely to the season. October 2025, the block party was an absolute huge success. Anna created, if you're on this right-hand side, downtown Urbandale, she created the branding and graphics for that event, which I think really leaned into it being such a great success. Of course, all the photography for the city we handle here as well.
Go, the food pantry picture.
Anna put this slide together, so I did not.
That is the perfect picture. It really is. I love that picture.
And if you wanted to break out time spent, where we allocate our time, 30% is communication, Parks and Recreation, City Manager's Office. That takes about a third of our time. Economic development, human resources, risk management, and engineering public works is the other portion. So that's all I've got. Any questions?
Derek, can you talk a little bit about how we engage the local media?
Sure. It's changed over the years. The strategy used to be press release, press release, press release, press release. As the media has turned over, The way they really like to be engaged with is text message, text message, text message. So we do send press releases for big things, but really the way that I do it is I white glove to them and say, hey, you should think about covering this, or you should look into this.
Just so you know, WHO has started a new series about discussions with mayors. I think Russ did the first one.
I saw that. Russ did one. Are you on the docket next?
She's sent me an email, and I replied back. She hasn't replied back, so I haven't gotten my schedule yet, but she's reached out to me to schedule one.
Okay, great, great.
You might need to stay back for that.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Derek. You'll have to- I'll zoom in. I'll get him on a Teams meeting from the beach, maybe.
That's right.
So we typically reach out to like the Register and the local TV stations?
We have a media list of roughly 50
Okay.
organizations. So yeah, when we send a press release or whoever, we send that whole, and now we don't always reach out to everyone. Like, for example, the press release we sent out about our rows being hired pretty much went to the business record or, focusing on those sorts of sectors.
Right.
But yeah, we have a pretty robust media list that covers the Central Iowa area. And the Associated Press, but they never pick up our stuff. So.
Although we do see every now and then, they use the Urbandale GameStop, the old Urbandale GameStop photo, like since, years and years ago.
Yeah.
I think I saw on the Axios Des Moines at one point that I think West Des Moines did something. It was basically like, they do the little bit at the end where it's like answer a question or guess where Jason is or whatever, and there's like a prize package or a thingy. Like it sounded like there was something way back or something that you could basically sign up to do that. I feel like that'd be kind of an interesting opportunity for us too.
Say that again?
There was something where there was like a West Des Moines swag pack or something that they had.
Warriors Jason, and they could win if you answered correctly. You would win. That piece.
There was something like that. Do
you want to do that in our newsletter, or do you want us to give swag to Axios so that they can give it out?
It would be interesting to even know what that looks like or how they handle that, because it was a while ago.
Yeah, I remember it because it was like a Go West bag, and and that stuck with me too. So I'll
I mean, that would be really cool in conjunction with our downtown, next downtown Urbandale
absolutely
event.
Yeah.
That would be fun.
But I think in our newsletter too, I mean.
I'd love to give swag away in our newsletter.
I thought greenurbandale.org is just fantastic.
Thank you.
I can't say enough about it. And of course, the block party. I mean, all
That
the
was
stuff.
the block party was everybody.
I know,
That was all hands on deck. So
It's just really been wonderful. And I think we should be noted for our appearance in Axios.
I agree.
Oh, yeah.
Third of the council representatives.
real hard hitting journalism when I saw that.
I was curious. I saw the flag promotion in there. Kind of what are our thoughts this next budget cycle around what does flag promotion look like?
Good question. Generally, I don't have a real strong sense of what that looks like. It'll be some way to get people to adopt it and feel part of the city. But as we go into the next budget cycle, we'll get a little more clear strategy on how we get people to really lean into hanging the flag on their house or wearing the flag or the hat or whatever it is.
I'd be curious if our vexillological friends have
Probably
some
do.
good recommendations.
They probably do.
I think Curtis is going to be able to figure that out.
I got a
Did
flag
we-
for
There you
Christmas.
go, yeah.
Did
Flag
we, the public art partnered with some other group to do the 4th of July popsicle project that's at the
yeah.
library? I mean, were we involved in that, was that flag promotion, or
public
was that
art.
was just public art?
That was just public
focused on the flag?
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I thought that was
Oh, it was
just,
so
it's
neat.
so super cool.
That was incredible. When I saw that, I was like, that's awesome. So.
So if anybody finds the popsicle stick that says City Council rocks, that was mine.
Any other questions?
No, just one more comment. I thought the promotion you did of the solar and public works building was really great.
Oh.
Very meaningful for people to see that we're doing that kind of work. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, Derek.
Thank you.
Okay, so why don't we go ahead and just back up to the beginning of the general government section, and we'll work through the rest in that section to round out our time.
When is our next scheduled break?
12 o'clock, when
Okay.
lunch.
Okay.
But feel free to get up anytime if you want.
No pressure, no pressure. We're just cutting the end off of it here, so we're good. Are you covering mayor and council? Yep. Yep. Okay, so mayor and council first, GG3.
Alrighty, good morning, Mayor and council members. And you as well, David. Good morning. And everybody. Okay, we're on GG5, Mayor and City Council. Just highlights here. The Metro Coalition, we've been sending those weekly legislative updates with the weekly updates as well. We plan to continue that. Our fee is set at 9 cents per capita at about 47,000. So value having their expertise and professionalism up on the Hill, and then we have a bi-weekly call. Typically, David and I and the mayor are on that call as well, staying up to date on what's happening there. The resident survey is planned for this fall. I popped in and talked with John Conyer about that. We will identify our vendor, our strategies, custom questions, things like that later on this spring, early summer. But we've mentioned the value of the survey already here this morning. So that tool we have budget for in there for this fall. The Postal Service lobbyist, obviously Congress has been preoccupied with other items right now, so that legislation is still there. We get updates from the co-chairs of the coalition and our lobbyist, but the amount there gets us through the end of this calendar year or the end of this congressional session, and then we can reevaluate where that's at the end of the year. But we'll keep that fee in there to get us through the end of December. Home Base Iowa, if there are additional questions, Aaron DeYoung will be here a little bit later. But I just went back and looked in the folder. In 2025, we had 2 inquiries come in and actually paid $2,000 grants to relocating veterans exiting active duty military and choosing Urbandale as their homes. And so this program goes back years now. There have been some years where we haven't had any inquiries, and then others where we've had more. And so we just left a budget in there of $1,000. Last year we ended up paying $2,000, but in the net, it seems like keeping about $1,000 is just fine. Capital Crossroads is in there. Confirmed with the mayor yesterday that he has raised his hand to serve on the board of Capital Crossroads as well. He had some free time, so thought might as well take on another board.
Yeah, it's only quarterly, so it's not.
There you go. That's helpful and good to have, since we are making this contribution, good to have somebody from the city representing Urbandale and getting that information. On the sister city, again, John Conyer, when he's here later, can talk a bit more about that. But that's in anticipation of if there is an ask from Des Moines that manages that program, that we'd have that. The Greater Des Moines Partnership events, we plan on the annual dinner table, and then also are planning on 6 elected officials attending the DC trip. Of course, we don't always have the full complement, but we have that plan in there. And then the Civility Summit, Mayor, you see that is highlighted. I don't know if this is the time and place where you want to share more about that, but put that 2,000 in there.
Well, is Derek still? Derek left, right? Did he? Nicholas is here at least.
Yeah, he's still around.
So anyway, we had Nicholas and Derek and I had a conversation with Alexandra Hudson yesterday to talk about this. I don't want to give away too much, Nicholas. Yeah, right. We want to keep this a little, but let's suffice it to say we're going to lead up to some events here, leading up to the State of the City. This may be a theme of the State of the City. I think it might be too much to have as the Civility Summit. Well, I guess no, it might still be in this next fiscal year. So we would have a kickoff event leading around to the State of the City with hopefully maybe a Civility Summit of some sort next spring. So it would be in this fiscal year. So we may need to, I don't know what to put in for a plug, Curtis, as far as a number, but that may not, 2,000 may not cover everything we're going to do on the thing. So.
Is the intention here for it to be more of kind of like a metro focused type of endeavor, or is this something, because I know you had gone to something that was kind of larger, Indiana?
It was actually they called it a National Civility Summit in Carmel, Indiana, but I think it would be an all Urbandale thing first, Blake, and then maybe take it from there. I don't know what shape it's going to take yet. So. We're just kind of, it's all morphing right now, but we're getting into some good things as far as some of those discussions. And civility, there's going to be a National Civility Summit, and Annika and I were just talking about it. The Bob and Billy Ray Center and the League of Cities have one scheduled for this week online, so you can sign up. That's a free registration. There's going to be some speakers on that for a National Civility Summit related to local government. So. I'm looking at this as kind of an Urbandale event first, and then we'll see where it takes it. So, yeah.
Great. Any additional questions on the mayor and council budget?
I don't know what her cost is.
Curtis, what does the resident survey cover?
So the resident survey, gosh, we've done this biannually. I've been here 13 years. I'm sure it was many years before that. So what does it cover? The full range of city services and perceptions as well. Even subjective questions like, would you recommend Urbandale to a family member or friend as a place to live? So you get the full picture of how residents view the city. I think one thing that would be helpful this year is to do more of a comparison over the years of how are we trending year to year. We look at a snapshot in time, but being able to, and obviously with the power of AI tools to ingest a lot of data and highlight certain trends or areas to look at, that might be something we're able to do as well this year to give. Because oftentimes you say, well, here's the results of the citizen survey, and it's an inch thick, binder. What would it look like to have a 2-page high-level summary of where things are at, and to compare it over years? So I think there's a lot that we can do this year as well.
I'll add on to that. I agree with everything Curtis said. One thing that I would add on, though, is one of the values of the biennial citizen survey is that you get to compare to your peers. You get to actually, and it's statistically significant. So social media isn't statistically significant. And so this is, when we get bombarded with, all the ways we fall short, as an organization, as a community, sometimes on social media, this actually reminds us of really truthfully how they view the services, and you can compare, and you can look and say, do you feel, is it a safe community, or do you feel safe walking in residential areas or commercial areas? And you can compare to the past, but you can also say, well, on average, communities, view that as 85% and we're 95%. And I would like to see us use that more in our marketing. I would like to see us use that data because we compare very favorably. And I'd like to see us take a little more proactive effort to take the information and integrate it into the work that we do, but more to come on that.
How do we deliver that to the survey participants?
It's the last round that I was familiar with, they were electronic, but then they can be mailed as well, followed up by mail. But it's a statistically significant survey, so nobody can choose to do it. Now, they can choose to do it at the end, but those are counted separately from the ones that actually where they're randomly sampled. So there are a random sample number of residents that will get the survey.
Got it.
And then folks, you could always go in later and do it, but that data is captured separately.
Thanks.
Is there any open-ended component to that data, or is it all objective?
There, so like, can a resident just open text field?
Yes. And is there anything about future interests or concerns?
I know that we have the ability to add custom questions each year. As far as open text field, I only want to say things I'm certain about, so let's double check on that.
Okay.
Might be interesting if we can add questions to tie in some of the human service
Sure.
questions.
And sustainability.
And sustainability, yeah. We have
Great.
a whole survey that we did 2 years ago.
And certainly, when we start to get a plan together and know more of the timeline, the exact vendor we're working with, all those types of things, we'll touch base with council again.
Yeah, we don't want to mess it up so that it can't be compared to the other data, so we have to be careful, but there might be
There-
some opportunities.
There are benchmark questions where
Right.
there are specific answers.
Right.
And then there is, like Curtis mentioned, the ability at the end of the survey to add a limited number of questions that are specific to the community. Not for comparison, but just for primarily qualitative purposes.
Be good to do.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Those can be educational based too, just
Yeah.
by having the question.
Right. Yeah, we can bias it, yeah.
Anything else on mayor and council? Yeah.
One question, when, in the future budget considerations, there's a mention here about continuing to engage with strategic partners for elected officials. Are there some kind of high-level target areas that you're seeing in the future where elected officials aren't in conversations that we'll need to start getting plugged into?
I would say, and I'll ask David to pick up on this as well, I think the general trend of regional collaboration, identifying those opportunities, again, I think we've probably already written down a half dozen this morning on areas where we're looking for those opportunities, and we just talked about Capitol Crossroads as well. So I don't know that there's anything specific here beyond that general trend of we're going to do better when we look at ways to be more efficient and collaborate. David, is there anything else you'd
No,
add?
I agree with that. Basically, just both because of financial pressure and because it's just good business. We want to continue to encourage and focus on that.
Okay, if there's nothing else there, we might as well flip the page and go to GG9, City Manager's Office. We are at 4 people. This is great. Annika came on in last month. It's been a fantastic addition, and as we anticipated and hoped, that has added additional capacity to our office to keep thinking high level, look at strategy, look at new initiatives to take on, be more responsive to both requests that come internally from the council, externally as well. So we're working hard at that, and so it's great to have the full complement of David, myself, Annika, and John. And so with an additional person, of course, you see that reflected in 46, the education and training. We did add that line there, specific subject capacity building training for city manager's office staff. Not meant to be cryptic at all. It is to be ready when opportunities come up. For example, if ICMA offers a training in how can cities best use artificial intelligence in their operations, or if we need to get smart on a topic that it becomes a priority for city council, affordable housing or sustainability, that ability to, for example, when we attended, we didn't necessarily have the Iowa Housing Conference on our radar, but through the Iowa Thriving Communities process, we found ourselves at the Iowa Housing Conference. So being able to respond to opportunities like that to stay abreast of the skills that we need, we wanted to take care of. Those were really the only substantial notes I had in the top section there. Again, John Conyer, who has been referenced for his expertise and risk, will be here a little bit later, and perhaps we'll flip back to GG9 and John can offer a highlight on any of the risk. But above that, any other questions on the city manager's office budget?
Yeah, when we budgeted for the position that Annika has taken, and others, please back me up because I'm pretty sure I have a clear memory of this, but I would like to be supported if I'm accurate here. When we budgeted for that position, it was with the understanding that at least 50% of someone's time would be dedicated to sustainability matters. That word doesn't even show up here. So I'm wondering what we could do to kind of help make sure we achieve that goal. If there might be something there in terms of tracking people's time when they work on those kinds of issues and perhaps put together a definition of what that means, because it's a pretty broad category. So it doesn't just mean solar, it means a lot of different things. So I'm just wondering if there might be something we could do so that we understand where we are on this and can make sure we're hitting our targets over time.
And whether, 50% of one person's time, the way I prefer to look at this, Pat, on this kind of an issue is, I'm really trying to address the council's goals and the priorities in that area. So John Kay will certainly be the primary person. He's sort of the go-to. So when we have an issue with sustainability, I generally go to him first. But I'm spending a little time on it. Curtis is spending time on it.
Right.
Annika will be supporting it. So collectively, the number of hours, it very well could be that. It's just that rather than half of Annika's time, Annika really is supporting all of the initiatives in the manager's office, and we're all spending time on sustainability. You could certainly try to do some things to help get more comfortable that we're actually doing that, but I really hope to focus more on getting the goals accomplished, that, the council articulates what we do, and then my job is how we do it and who's working on what at any given time.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And it was never really intended that it had to be a half time for one person. So I'm with you on all that. I would just like to make sure we're feeling very comfortable that we're getting there. And having that John might be the primary there, that's very helpful right there. Yeah. But perhaps, I don't know if that can be some kind of subtitle change for him or something. It's just, we need a level of awareness around it.
Sure. I would say collectively, between myself and Curtis and John and Annika, 1,040 hours is a half of an FTE. I think it's fair to say we are spending 1,040 hours. I don't track it. I'm not writing it down, but certainly collectively. But John is the person that, I like a person to be in charge or be responsible for it.
Right.
But in order to do that, we're shuffling other things around. So Curtis is doing some of the things that John used to do, and John is doing new things, and we'll continue to make those adjustments to make sure that all of the goals get executed.
Yeah.
And I'd love from like a strat plan perspective, like when we're looking at the revision of the strat plan, if with the sustainability stuff, let's put some metrics on that then too. Of like, if we want to have a certain project or, what do we want to target for, like, how do we accomplish that? How do we feel that's successful, right? That I think that gives us a lot of ability to say, yes, we're accomplishing some of those things.
Yeah, and
then,
that might
too.
be a better way to go. That might be more comfortable for you, David, if we did do it that way. But I just want to make sure we keep it a driver and we're all aware and that the public can see us doing it.
And just anecdotally, the last time that we had a meeting to discuss sustainability was Friday afternoon.
Nice anecdote.
And it wasn't done so I could say that at this meeting. It's done
Well,
so that we can
yeah.
have these conversations and say, okay, if there's an interest in raising the bar, and we're even anticipating what might come out of the strategic planning process, how do we do that?
Yeah.
How do we accomplish that? How do we raise the bar? So, it's got the attention of the city manager's office at a high level.
I'm appreciative of
I
that.
promise you, Pat.
Oh, certainly, mental telepathy here, that the next step is when we do a deeper dive at strategic planning. And this is helpful because it'll help us to fine tune our process to help lead those conversations to defining the policy goals that you're all looking for, so.
That's super. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Anything else on the city manager's office?
I do want to quick jump to the future considerations. I'm curious, and I know a lot of times when I ask about future budget considerations, the answer is this is just kind of a heads up. We don't have a firm plan. But I'd be curious about initial thoughts about like what type of vision would a restructure or expansion of the city manager's office look like, and kind of how would that accomplish some things that you guys are looking to do?
I think you just heard a preview of the discussion here. And now with, again, continue to refer to Annika being on board now, having the management analyst, I would say week by week, we're fine tuning our processes. We are getting regular meetings on the books. We have projects lists that we continue to track. We note the priorities of the council or internal things that we want to advance. And I'm going to speak for myself first from the ACM position, but I feel like we have just added really good capacity for a pretty good runway here. I don't see so in other words, we don't have a clear plan. This is a heads up. I think we have some good runway here to both meet the internal needs and respond to the priorities of the council. But long term, as the city continues to grow, will we need to look at more bench strength, more depth in the office? Perhaps, but in the near term, I don't see it. David, hand it over to you.
No, I don't disagree with that. I would just say when I first, in my early weeks, I had concerns about that, but now that
Concerns about what?
concerns about did we have enough, did we have enough capacity to execute the council's myriad of priorities?
That was put nicely.
And,
So we're no longer aggressive?
and aggressive, yeah, that was from the interview, as I recall. Well,
He's being obsequious.
no, I didn't say that. I didn't even imply that. What I would say is, though, that
We could have inferred it all the same.
I continue to be sincerely impressed with the work that departments get done and that we're able to get done. And I think these tweaks, Annika she's literally been in this job for 6 weeks. We're already seeing things improve, and we're already seeing the process, work that she can do that frees up my time and Curtis's time to fly higher, which is critical, especially as we get bigger. There's a big difference between a city of 20 or 30,000 and a city of 60 or 80,000. And I do think there are in some ways, don't take this as a negative thing, but there are in some ways where we're having to bring along processes and we're having to bring along things that were embedded in a city of 20 or 30,000. And so, but I have much more confidence that we're going to be able to do that. But I also think the strategic plan drives that process. If the council's goals exceed what we have the capacity to do, then it's my job to come back and say, okay, we have to reconcile that. Do you want to get this much more done? And here's what I need to do that. But our first attempt is always to get done with what we have. So I think we're in very good shape, and I much prefer quality over quantity.
Well, I'm thrilled and overjoyed and feel like we're long overdue to have another person in the office. And, you know, I think that, you know, hopefully we will keep putting you all to work, and you'll need another person to continue. I mean, I think this is the place where investment in people is well worth the return, much like in the marketing and communications that we did a few years ago to meet our strategic priorities, to have professional staff to be able to support that. So when you're ready to come back to us, I'm open to it.
I just realized, going back to the mayor and city council items, I am curious if we're gonna have any budgetary expenditures related to the USPS lobbyist, if that does go through, that we need to take into consideration if we're changing zip codes.
You mean beyond December of this
The
year?
lobbyist.
She means by we're changing zip codes, won't there
Sure.
be a lot of stuff we have to do related to that?
It is possible. I think that I would recommend that be a game time decision. We don't know exactly how everything will play out. Is there still an opportunity? Who knows? It might be to fine tune the legislation. It may be that the post office does start to engage with some of us communities that would like to have a negotiated conversation about what works.
I'm meaning more like, will we need to do any postcards or?
Right, public information.
public
If,
mailers,
yeah,
et
if
cetera?
that would happen, I mean, we're sending a postcard every other month. An additional send, I mean, that is something that we could work with Nikki
So what
on,
I'm
and
hearing is the 20,000 he just gave me back.
Exactly.
I'm leaving it
Sure.
there.
It's,
That's exactly what I was wondering. You read my mind.
I felt that coming. Don't worry.
yeah.
Yeah, just, I think everybody understands, but the idea of that making itself into law is, it got very, very close, but
Yeah.
it's still
Just a contingency.
less likely than not.
Yes, exactly. And typically, there's been capacity across the general government fund to respond to things like this. Okay. So that was mayor and city council, city manager. If we can flip forward to legal, and that will be
27. GG 27.
GG 27, thank you. So, at the first meeting in January, we did approve a new legal services engagement agreement with Allers. And those rates now will take us through the end of calendar 27. So we have some rate stability here with the firm. But there was, from our initial engagement back in 24, we did have an 11% on average increase. And so that is reflected here in the city attorney contract. We keep in, if we have specialized services for labor negotiations, those contracts, outside counsel for different items, specialized legal services that come up over the year. And then one item that rose substantially was from previous years when Bob Layden was our city attorney as the prosecution. The long story short on that is Allers is doing a lot more of our municipal prosecution, taking more of the cases on. And so that item reflects the actual in prosecution that we're seeing. And so in these early years here, we've just been monitoring what are the trend lines for use and the fees across the organization. So level of confidence that these are getting closer to where I think we'll see stability going forward in the years ahead.
And with some of the transitions that we've been seeing here, I'm understanding that we were kind of maybe getting some very generous terms with previous legal representation, so this is probably more in line with market rate, is what I'm assuming?
For sure. I think this is much more realistic in terms of what we're seeing out there. And, I'll speak on behalf of many of the staff who use the Allers firm. They're exceptionally responsive. They're also exceptionally detailed. And so we have a level, I think, of depth and accuracy in reviewing even simple contracts, finding, there's this to deal with and that to deal with. And so, yes, we are incurring more in legal. I think generally staff is feeling satisfied with the response we're receiving as well.
Curtis, I want to understand the prosecution legal services. Are we paying Allers all of that?
Right. Yeah, it would be their team.
Okay.
There's a subset in the group that deals with our prosecution.
I'm just curious, and I have zero complaints about Allers. This is not about Allers, but I'm just wondering if we're moving in a direction where we would bring someone in-house.
It's interesting. There was some research done probably in 2024 where that topic came up in another city where one of us used to work. And, so that, it was fascinating because here's the conclusions I drew. And we can always revisit this, but the cities that have in-house counsel spend a multiplier over the cities that do like what we do. I mean, it was the per capita costs, the two lowest cities on the planet in per capita legal costs at that time were Ankeny and Urbandale. And the thing they had in common was they used this approach. So the cities that are similar size that you just looking at a per capita were 2 and 3 times per person in the community more. And I used to have 42 attorneys on staff. And you still farm out specialized legal work almost all the time. So even with 42 paid attorneys on the payroll, still was spending a lot of money. So I think what we're doing is absolutely the most cost-effective way to do it. And I would just say, when cities do go outside, it's not one. It's always a multiple FTE, and you're still going to be farming out that legal work. So I personally think as long as we're satisfied with the work, and we certainly are more than satisfied with the work, I would highly discourage bringing in an in-house attorney.
If I might add on to that, as well as previously being in the economic development role, you see so often using urban renewal, bonding, such specialized legal services, and to have that collegiality within the disciplines in the firms, I think there's been a lot of efficiencies there as well.
So here's the stupid question of the day. What do we mean by prosecution legal services? I don't understand what that means. To me, prosecution is something criminal.
Criminal cases. We have
It is criminal
prosecute
We have traffic and.
Oh, that kind of thing.
Yeah, all
City
our local
citations.
criminal cases that we have.
Okay, so it is that.
We're responsible to prosecute, so.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
Never really understood that before. Thank
There
you.
it is. Any other questions there? That's all I can help you with this morning.
Okay. Well, mine's the very last one in general government. In
All right.
GG 11 is finance and records. So we, again, are very not exciting department to go through from changes. We have existing staff. I have one promotional. Vivian is completing her CGMA, which is the Certified Government Management Accountant. Finance CGFM, sorry. So I'm mixing up my verbs. So that is just another certification that once you're in government, it's effectively a CPA, but you're specializing only in government. So she's pursuing that additional certification, so she becomes an accountant 2 in that budget. She's in process for that now. And the only other new addition is something you've already seen, the Planet software. That is what we use for our CIP this year. So we went ahead and purchased that this last year to just sanity perspective of getting that all done in a cohesive software instead of all in Excel spreadsheets. So that's been a great addition. So this is just the first renewal of that software. Past that, we have literally nothing else exciting for changes in our department.
And,
It's good.
and I imagine the license cost of the Planet software is multipliers more of savings by not having to do it all by hand, right?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, the turnaround, when we worked through them, Vivian has it up on her screen, and we're just, change this year to this year, whatever, and it auto sums everything instead of all of the integrated, they're all tied together, but
Yeah.
only one human error makes it really ugly. So it was a lot more efficient. So, kudos to my staff for embracing that and implementing it early so we could get there. But that was a great addition this year. And I hope you guys liked it as well from a
Yep.
readability. It
Very
looks a
happy
little
with
bit
it.
different, but it's the same flow that we've had. But there's lots of fun systems out there, but there's only so many of us to be able to do that with a small staff. We only have 5 in our office. But between that and audit and budget, that's our whole year.
Yep. Yep.
So I'm happy to answer any questions, but there's not anything new and exciting this year.
All right.
Congrats on the promotion.
So we have like 5 minutes. Jan and her staff are here, but lunch is also here, correct?
Oh,
So,
do lunch.
Well,
What time is Parks and Rec supposed to present?
they're supposed to start at 12:30 with library, but if Nicholas's board members are not here, we could start with parks
Start
as
with
soon as
parks
we
then,
come back
yeah.
anyway,
Let's
and
do that.
just have them do it, so we can just break for lunch 5 minutes early and
back
come
5
back
minutes
at
early.
12:25.
Sure.
You're just gonna roll it up.
Yeah.
David really wants to get out of here. We can work through lunch for all I care. I really don't care.
No, let's take a
That's up
break.
to you guys.
Let's take a
I
break.
think you need a break, right?
At least
Okay.
20 minutes.
yeah, let's,
Need my
or
eyes.
what about 12:15? I don't know. You want us,
That's up to you guys.
let's do 12:15.
12:15.
We'll reconvene at 12:15.
My hair just came undone. I feel. I feel wet.
You ready, Angie? All right. Well, I hate to break up all the fun, but let's get this.
But it's the Jan show.
It's the Jan show.
I got my whole team here.
So Jan, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, well, Scott and I are going to tag team here, but I'll just do the introductions. Obviously, you know me, Scott Hoke. If you guys want to stand up, Molly Wilhite, Recreation Superintendent, and our new Senior Recreation Center Supervisor, Danya Tome, is our new Senior Center Supervisor. Carissa got the director's job in Norwalk, so I'm very excited for her and thrilled to have Danya with us as well. So I just was wanting to acknowledge, we couldn't do what we do without the great team that we have, and I just get to be the one with the microphone and happens to like it. But phenomenal team, unique department that we have touch points with every department, and we get their assistance, we provide assistance, but engineering, community development, marketing, finance, obviously, we couldn't do what we do without that. So We're going to take team, Scott's going to take the parks and facilities related, and I'm going to take the recreation related. So Scott gets to take it away.
So I think we are on CR9 is where the park stuff starts. And Jan mentioned the staff that's here. I also want to mention some of the park crew staff, Dick and Chad down at Parks and Public Works, plus the crew, the Heart Techs, the turf guys. We have some facility and maintenance laborers that are just an amazing crew. So they get a lot done with what we have. So always excited about that. Also wanted to mention some of our public input that we have throughout the year. Obviously, our Walker Johnson public input was something that we put together over the last year, and now we'll be starting to implement those improvements through the CIP process, not necessarily reflected in this budget. A few things might have slid into the CIP that was what might have been normally operations, but we're excited to be moving forward with that. Also, public input in regards to the splash pad. We just closed that like a week or so ago, getting some input on what we're going to do at the regional park for the splash pad. I think we had 247 comments on that page, so a really good input. We are working with Schneider and Associates to move forward on that plan, so hopefully this fall we are working on construction of that. And then we'll be having some playgrounds that we'll be doing, again, in the CIP process is where the funding is, but that public input is very important for us as we start to select what we're doing to replace these current pieces of playground, as well as some of the future amenities, Highland Meadows, Bentley Ridge, and then what we're gonna do to activate some of the space at the regional park. So excited about that. Also, Jan, always likes to talk a little bit about public art. We'll be having a new piece at Barrett Bozen. It's a commissioned piece, $50,000. We'll be getting a grant for that. The total cost is estimated at $80,000, but submissions are due next week. So if you're working on those submissions, get them in quickly. They'll be due, so we'll want to see the final ones. Going into some of the individual line items, line item 22, there are some recruitment costs in there. We're anticipating a few turnovers in the department as well. So you'll see that one. We'll talk about one more of those coming in facilities as well. One of our big items, just to mention, in 23 is our mowing. We're over 350 acres of mowing now. That is a contracted service, but we do spend a lot of time working with them, communicating with them, working with our mowing contractor on that. Also want to mention, of course, in there is funds to help us with our timber areas, our native areas. The timber study that we commissioned 2 years ago now should be finishing up this month. We're expecting a final report end of this month or into March at my last communication with our contractor for that. So we're excited to see that coming forward. A few other changes in 48, you'll notice an increase for the splash pad utilities at the regional park. Again, like I said, we're hoping to have that constructed this calendar year, so it would open next year. A few pieces of equipment. We requested for a tow-behind blower as we start to increase the number of trails that we have. The complete streets and stuff that Public Works works with us on. We just need to be able to get something out there a little quicker. We have a front mount blower that goes on one of our small tractors, and it really doesn't move quick enough for us to get everywhere now. So we requested that, and it's going to be in the equipment replacement fund is where that's going to, but it is listed in there. So we're excited about that. We also put in for some soccer goals out west. We think we have a couple options that we're working through kind of in the regional park area to add some soccer goals out there, have just a place, really just the goals, not a soccer field, just an open field area that people will be able to practice a little bit. Also, always want to mention in regards to our ash trees, we still have ash trees in the inventory. We are kind of down to a manageable number now, which allows us to start focusing a little bit more on putting new trees back in some of those places. Of course, we always work to put in a variety of native ones as much as possible, and really diversifying our forest, which helps us as well. In that 97 transfers, there are a few things wanted to make sure and note. Bike path went up a little bit this year. We continue to need to make sure and keep up on our bike path improvements. Engineering, Public Works is great to help us. They do a lot of the design work and the contract stuff for that. This next year, we're going to be working kind of just off 72nd there by Deerview, by kind of the interstate there, just north of the interstate there on 72nd. And of course, the holiday lights, there's an allocation in there for those as well, which we are always excited about doing something there. So we'll be coming back with letting you know what's going on there. That is kind of my overview for parks. Before I go on to grounds, is there any questions in the park stuff?
I got one question. So there, 59.7, there's $19,000 for public art. Is that different than the 25,000 allocation? I guess I've never really noticed that we had I didn't pay attention. I'm not like Blake, so.
So the 25,000 is a CIP, that's more of the infrastructure. It has to last at least 15 years.
Okay.
And the 19,000 is like for stipends that we pay the artists at the
Okay.
art park for anything, for art day, the supplies that we're doing, and for ribbon cuttings and things like that. So that's operational.
Okay.
The 25,000 is more of if we purchase public art or the match that we're doing with Bravos to make the Bear Bosun Park project.
Okay, I guess I just never put those two together. So, and then this is not a particularly budget-related question, but with the publication of the prescribed burn this week, I had a question if there would be one at the Arboretum.
So we have 17 spots that we've identified as burn spots. We have 2 more scheduled that we're trying to get in this season. One is at Bentley Ridge, and then one at Bentley Creek Park. Those are the 2 we have for this season. And then we will be evaluating those other 17 sites to see where the greatest need is.
Do you know if the Arboretum is one of them?
Yeah, it is one of those sites.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
Technically, we have 2 that are listed in the Arboretum because of the way they are, so we can evaluate which ones need to be. We're hoping to do 4 or 5 burns a year is what we're hoping
Okay.
to do to rotate through.
As we do this rewilding and those kinds of things, as we're looking forward to that, do you see any anticipation of being able to cut back on the mowing fees as a result of that? Or is that kind of more of a flat rate sort of thing? How does that contract work?
Yeah, so there are places that we've gone to what we call no-mow areas, but we're not going to cut down the rate because we keep expanding.
Okay,
and we
gotcha.
So it's not going to go down, but we do look to see where we can reduce the mowing for sure.
Yeah, cool, thanks.
Quick question on the 59.7. Is the Public Art Committee considering doing the public piano again, or is that something that they're pivoting on?
Yeah, actually, last month, we had our strategic planning for the year. The public piano is one of them. Our summer series, we work with Molly and Dania and her staff of, I think there's like 9 different performances throughout the year, so still doing all of those. 4th of July, block party, if we have it, they'll be there, party in the park, so those type of things we'll keep doing.
Gotcha. And is that, I didn't know if there was like is that still part of the public art budget for the piano, or is that like somewhere else? Because I just didn't see it called out here, so I was curious.
We actually were able to get a grant from the Library Foundation. So for our, we're going to have a new program, artists in residence, or artists in the community. We just submitted a grant to Bravo, so hopefully we'll get that so we can expand that program. But part of that grant funding and this funding, so yeah, we're looking to expand a lot of the community stuff we're doing.
One other question I had on 35, the regional / Urbandale trail map. Is that for like trail maps that are like on placards around the trail system, or is that like paper
Most of
maps
that
or
goes to the printed ones that we do now. We've actually been removing a lot of the placards that are out in the park system. We have wayfinding signage out there, and most of the people are mobile with their maps, so the ones that are in the parks aren't quite as helpful as maybe they used to be. So we've been kind of throttling back on those.
Okay, that's because I know where I live, there's a lot of them kind of peppered everywhere, and I haven't seen as many. Some of them were in real bad shape, so that's why I was
we've
curious.
tried to, again, they don't necessarily serve the purpose that they used to serve. So
Awesome, thank you.
So I will move on to grounds, which is CR 15, I think.
Scott, I've got a quick question on 72 before you
Yes.
move on. Benches, grills, tables, chairs, are those to be distributed around different parks, or is that some specific item?
Yeah, so normally those are distributed around to 2 different parks. If we have one that we're looking to do, like we'll purchase some tables for the new shelter that's coming over here, we do that within the project itself, as opposed to taking it out of the budget. So those are ones we again, we like the permanent ones a lot better. They look better. We don't have to get out and paint them every 2 years. So we do try and just kind of rotate those through as far as for tables. And then it's just upkeep on the grills and stuff like that.
I see. Thanks.
Okay. As far as for the grounds maintenance, not a lot here. This is a lot of routine stuff, but we did this year move some money that we've usually allocated through the park system to the medians and some of the public buildings, just to better reflect where those costs are actually going. There's really no change in what we're doing, but we're taking some more of the fertilizer dollars out of parks and putting it into where the median, so it's a better reflection of the true cost for those programs, so. Okay. And Jan, do you want to go next, or do you want me to, do you want to stay in order, or you want me to jump around? Yes. Okay. You can go to recreation now, I can do buildings later.
Sounds great. All right, for recreation, and Molly graciously said that I could have the microphone, so I'll present for her. She hates doing it. The biggest changes and most exciting is a recreation station that is going to be, hopefully in about 3 weeks, we will be operating a new gym facility. So that's reflected in this budget. Professional services, obviously we're anticipating doing a lot more programming, so the instructors and different staff, site supervisor, part-time position for evening rentals as we get into that. Utilities, obviously with a new facility, you have the utilities, building maintenance. As you know, the equation of the formulas throughout all the facilities by square footage, and that was calculated. So we have the maintenance fund for there, and we anticipate revenue for our programs and rentals will help offset a significant portion of the operating cost. So we're looking at timing and when we get a new floor and when it'll be opening, and we'll certainly be keeping you updated on as we move forward with the recreation station. Also, as we went through and had discussions about the aquatic subsidy programs, so we have $50,000 in here for the subsidy for the Clive Aquatic Center and for the Goldfish. And we're poised to April 1st then to do the transition. So anybody that buys a pass through March 31st, they just get the discounted rate at Clive, and starting then April 1st, that they will request for a refund. We did get the list of everyone who purchased passes last year, so we'll be emailing them out, and once a month we'll get a list from Clive of everybody that purchased a pass, and we'll contact them. We have a landing page on the website. Derek did a great job of clicking, and it brings you to purchase one, brings you right to the Clive site, and here's where you click, and it's an easy, put in your name, address, download your receipt, and it's a super easy process for people. So we'll be spoon feeding them a bit of, here's your personal email, here's the link, here's how you do it. So we certainly want to, it's a great opportunity. I think a lot of people didn't realize the discount they were getting. So it's an opportunity for us to be transparent and get that acknowledgement. And the MAC program, I think you received the information yesterday. We're in our 18th year. We just received the $75,000 grant from the Gavis Foundation. They've been helping fund this program since 2011. So we're very excited about that. And I've expanded 3 years ago to 3 sites. So we've had, over the years, over 2,500 kids that have gone through that program. So we're super proud of that. And then as we, obviously Walker Johnson Park Master Plan, as we work through that through the CIP, next year, calendar year, we'll be doing the design, and 28 then we'll be doing the construction of that. So any questions on recreation?
I was looking at, so with the aquatic subsidy, it says an increase of 50,000, but the line item is 50,000. So I didn't know if that was, if there were other funds for that.
We transferred it to a different code essentially.
Because we're paying it directly to the people, it goes under refunds now.
Okay.
So we slid that piece down to be a true refund. That's typically where we'd put it versus paying it out to Clive.
And so the existing arrangement is in
The existing one, I think, is in '23, but it essentially will be $15,000 to $18,000 probably increase, just depending on how many people take advantage of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
With the recreation station, do we have some early thoughts on how we would rent the space? Is it like renting the entirety, or are we kind of cutting it up to say like there's an area you could rent here, or you could rent the whole gym, or like what does that early look like?
We are finalizing operational plans. We'll be coming to you for the proposed rental rates and so forth. So that is something as we're finalizing it. But yes, we have spending immense amount of time to get all that information together. So we will be coming to you with the rental rates and anticipated timing. And once we officially own it, then we'll be able to really look at, but yes, Molly and her staff have, many hours have gone into that. We're super excited and ready to hit the ground running.
Excellent.
No, the new floor, we're still working with the contractor because we're looking at volleyball standards and if they can come from the ceiling and the engineers involved and so forth. So we have to own it first, but we definitely have the contractor. He's getting us estimates, so we'll be ready. We anticipate, though, that the timing, like the volleyball stuff, takes 12 weeks. And a lot of, similar to playground installations, school districts jump to the priority during the summer. That would be the same for floor installation. So in all reality, it's probably September for the new floor. But we are working with the owner to work through if we can keep that floor in there until that time. And they seem to be open to that. So we're working with Maria on wording of that for the purchase agreement. So that would be best case scenario for us, that we can start doing rentals and programming. But first we need to work through the steps and make sure you're okay with what we're proposing for rental rates and so forth. And by then, probably mid-April, we'll be ready to.
So is the current owner taking the floor with them?
No, that's what he said. He may or may not have, like University of Iowa might be interested. He might donate it to him, but he is open to, he said, you know what, we're not going to pay anything for it, but if you want to keep it in here, we can keep programming, and he's open to that.
So even though has some problems, we can still use it?
Yeah, I mean, it's just it's safe, and it's usable. It's just, we're not going to pay anything for it, and they will have the cost of removing it. They're just being very flexible with they're very interested in us buying the facility and have been great to work with.
Great.
That's what he is ultimately responsible for taking it out, that we're going to take the building subject to that at a later time. Okay.
Did I hear you say Goldfish? Is that like?
Goldfish Swim School, right across the street.
Yeah. So how does that work? What's our relationship with that?
We have, since the pool closed, we provide a subsidy for, essentially they don't have the annual membership fee. So whoever goes there, it's 25, it's going up to 30, I think, per person per year. That the city, they send us an invoice and we pay that. So the Urbandale residents get that opportunity to have the subsidy. That's how we were able to arrange a subsidy similar to the Clive Aquatic Center.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thanks.
We also have scholarship program, and we work with the schools and so forth. It's a tougher one. We've had some participation in it, but transportation is tough, and they have to commit to going to the series of lessons. So some kids have taken advantage of that, and we have that in our budget as well for a full scholarship for swim lessons. Anything else on recreation?
Out of curiosity, is there the potential or something to investigate with scholarships to Goldfish for MAC camp?
We tried that, and Molly, maybe you can explain. The complexity of that is much tougher.
I can see that. I mean, I'm working through that going like, I don't know if that would work.
We ask them every year if we can work together. It's timing and it's staff. It's really on their end. We would love to do it. We've also talked with Johnston West Des Moines, Clive too. It's really just the staffing piece because we're bringing 150 kids for lesson. We'd
Yeah,
love to-
I'm kind of mathing that out. I'm like,
Anyone has any
ooh.
great ideas, I'd love to hear them because it's something we certainly need.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
So there's 150 kids at the same time in like those mornings?
At
Yep.
3 sites.
At 3 different sites.
Because I'd worked at West Des Moines schools, and they have a similar program for ESOL students, and they go to Clive for 2 sessions of lessons in the morning. I mean, it's a huge undertaking, but it's incredibly important, and I'm not exactly sure how it's funded, but
That's the other piece.
there's a much smaller number. I mean, there's about half as many kids too.
I'll reach out to them again and see. That funding piece was the other piece for us.
Yeah. And transportation for 150 kids to
Yeah.
another site would, time and money, as we all know. All right, the next tab is cemetery, and I'll just cover that. We've, last year, installed the last columbaria, so we have 8 at the site. The council made the decision of, okay, we're maxed out at the site. We have about 65 niches remaining, so it's probably about 2 years' worth. We average about 30 to 35 niches, and then we'll be at capacity at the cemetery.
You ready for my annual joke? Or not?
What's that?
The people are dying to get in.
They're dying to get in there, yes. Ba-dum-bum.
Works every year.
I know, it does, it does. So, Senior Recreation Center, they're just doing a amazing job over there. Last year, 62,000 users. So, if I take 5 classes a week, I'm counted 5 times, so 62,000. We had over 10,000 fitness registrations. That is by far our most popular, 42 fitness classes a week. So obviously we're at capacity. We've been renting the recreation station that we will now be able to have classes there, and we're hoping to be able to develop a back room into more of a wellness area to be easier for classes to be able to hear and so forth. But it's certainly, recreation station will be an amazing resource, but it certainly doesn't solve our long-term capacity issues, and population is aging. So, but a lot of great classes going there. We're still the trendsetter within the metro area and throughout the state. So Danny and her staff have been doing a phenomenal job, and I have to give kudos to Brett, who was as our rec specialist, and when Carissa left for Norwalk, Katie was out on maternity leave. So our young rec specialist, who's not here today, but he kind of took over and did a phenomenal job. So kudos to him, and certainly Katie and the staff over there. So as we continue to grow, obviously more instructor fees, but then the registration offsets some of that. Senior programs, as we've talked before, are more subsidized than our regular programs, so that's a great opportunity for our seniors, and continues to grow. And they have often said how grateful they are to you as a council for continuing to support all the activities that they can do there. So that is it for the recreation, and then we just have.
Dan, I've got a senior rec question. So in years past, there's been concern voiced about resident versus non-resident registration timing. Has that cleared up the conflict?
I would say that's not really too much of an issue anymore. Anytime you do a change, especially probably with that population, it's, when you go from $1 to a class to $1.25, it's a big deal as well. But overall, most non-residents that I have talked to are grateful. They still think it's extremely reasonable. And the number of classes that we are continuing to add. So they don't, I think the issue that somebody brought up 2 years ago, they fill up right away and I can't get in. That wasn't necessarily the case, but we continue to add classes. So the opportunities are there, maybe not at the perfect time that you always wanted to take, but what a wonderful challenge to have.
One question I have, I think, I don't remember when it was, there was somebody that had voiced a concern about, I think it was like for off-site trips where admission to whatever it was is free anyway. Why is there a charge? I'm assuming that's just basically to help cover our costs for transportation and
Transportation.
staffing and all of that, right?
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And with the kitchen replacement or updates of appliances and cupboards, is there kind of a ballpark of when that might show up?
I mean, we have our building maintenance plan, so it's in there. We just want to always make sure that you're aware of that is a looming issue. And, you know, I'd love someday maybe something comes up that we can have a new senior center site. You never know. So, but yes, that is something we're keeping an eye on, and just like any car, any house, whatever, at some stage, things are going to need to be replaced. But great question. All right, I'll have Scott cover building maintenance. Thank you, library, for letting us jump in front of you.
So this is, it's IS1, so it's, I think, internal service page is 1, or where the tab is. And part of what your question relies to, Blake, building, facility maintenance does a lot of like that, would do that project, which is part of the reason that this budget does include the addition of a project or a construction manager. We find ourselves with that group, Dick and his staff do an amazing job, but they kind of hit where things are most on fire, right, to take care of things a lot of times. So a lot of those things that other projects we know we need to be taken care of, they keep getting pushed to the bottom of the barrel. And then until they become an issue, which is not the way we want to operate. We want to be proactive, not reactive. So that is why in this particular area, we have been asked for, and you know, Nikki and David will put in for the position. Also with that, the current person that's overseeing that is looking to retire probably in the next year. So this is a good time to say, okay, what duties do we need to split out and take care of? Again, because it is too much for one group or one individual to handle. So we need to split that up so we can do a better job of watching those projects, as well as get on some of these smaller ones that keep getting pushed to the bottom. So, and then I don't know if there's anything else particular into the facility maintenance. Again, we divide the buildings up. It's all formulated out based on square footage, and then what happens in those square footages, how type of finishes and stuff like that. That's where we come up with the operations. And then there's the improvements that are done, which is done through the preventative maintenance plan. And OPN did one 3 years ago that kind of laid out where what we're going to be working on the next couple of years. So, but we're happy to answer any questions in that program then.
All right. I think we're good. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jan. All right. Nikki, ready for library then?
Yep, jump back to library.
Nicholas, you're up.
Yep, and it's 1.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, members of council. Before I begin, I just want to introduce a few people. I'm joined here with Leslie Noble. You probably know her, the library assistant director. And then I have some library board members who were kind enough to attend. We have Caleb Cooper, we have Jill Kent, Carrie Van Kieft, Diana Ripperger, and then Mary Keck as well. So I'm standing before you today to talk about the budget. Obviously, I worked on it, but it was prepared with the budget committee and with all the help of the library board. So grateful for all of their assistance and all of their help with preparing the budget. So currently, we really don't have any known budget deviations for this current fiscal year, so all of the spending is trajectorying normally. We don't really have any, staffing concerns or any changes to be, commented on or noted. Staffing is basically pretty stable, and we don't really expect any kind of, retirements from any significant positions coming up. regarding new and changing and adapting services, I just want to hit on two things. The first is our space redesign project that we've been here, talking to you a little bit about. That's kind of the biggest project that we're currently working on. That's outside of this normal budget process. That was funded by donations and money from the state library, but that's kind of the biggest thing that we're working on right now to kind of help meet the demand, primarily for meeting spaces, for more, like group study rooms, private study rooms, and then also, meeting spaces that are a little bit larger, like our large meeting rooms. So we're hoping to use our reading room for more of our book clubs and some of our library events to kind of make the large meeting room available and open to the public for them to use. And then another thing I want to touch on is the programming and the offerings that we're doing regarding sustainability. That's been one of the high priorities that we've been kind of working on at the library. I want to talk just briefly about some of the things. The first thing is the community fridge. So can't say enough good things about the community fridge right now. We had a AmeriCorps volunteer that was funded by the Library Foundation, and she's been working here, and she's going to be here probably through the end of June or so. And she's created a lot of great relationships with Supply Hive and a lot of different other organizations. And it's nice to have the community fridge here in Urbandale kind of be on the map as one of the stops. So I don't know if any of you have seen some of the posts we put on Facebook, but we can have a ton of different food items that are being dropped off. So you might stop in there and see that some of the shelves are empty, but usually that's just because the food goes so quickly. So definitely a big demand for that. We're ordering some additional shelving to kind of expand that out to kind of help improve capacity, and then also some brochure holders and also some bulletin boards to kind of help advertise to the public kind of what some different resources are out there. So when it comes to events, you might be familiar with our Repair Cafe. That's an event that's led by volunteers. We're expanding that out. So instead of one time of year, we're offering 2 events where people can come in with their appliances or articles of clothing or whatever that are broken or might be being thrown away. And the volunteers will try to help and repair those things and try to keep those things out of the landfill. So that's been an incredibly popular program. So we're expanding that out. And then the Sustainability Fair, and then also our Donna Kessler event series that we hold throughout the year. So that was a generous donation from an Urbandale patron who passed away several years ago, but we've been able to fund our seed library with that, and then a number of different like sustainability related issues. For example, last week we had a speaker from the ISU Extension Office that came down here and talked about different things that people can do with native plantings and pollinating for their lawns. So events are very well attended, and we're definitely looking to expand that out and offer more of those types of events in the future. When it comes to sort of new things in the budget, there's really not a lot of new things. The 2 things that I will touch on are regarding IT. The first is the Vega Discovery Layer that you'll see, $10,000 for an ongoing service fee for that, and then there's a $10,000 implementation fee. And I'll turn that over to Leslie, and she'll talk a little bit about that and how that will help us meet the ADA compliance standards for our website.
Thank you. The Discovery Layer is just being put over our current library catalog. So we're using the same integrated library system that we've had for several years. It's kind of just like a facelift for the catalog. So it just looks a little bit nicer. It's more discoverable and searchable for users. So as an example, right now you might look for a book and see 5 results for a regular print, a large print, an ebook, an e-audiobook. Those will now come up as one record, and there'll be certain tabs that you can look at and see which version you want to check out. So just a little bit easier for patrons, and then it does follow those ADA federal guidelines that we're seeing come down so that we can be compliant with those.
Okay, great. Thank you, Leslie. And then we also are going to be installing in this budget 2 credit card readers for our printing kiosks. And that'll be kind of nice because if people want to come up and if they want to pay for their printing, which is quite popular at the library, they can only do it in coin or cash right now. If they want to do credit cards, they have to go over to the library staff person at the desk and then have them run their credit card transaction. With these kiosks, they'll be able to do all of that right there at the printing station with their credit card. And that's something we've heard from patrons from a long time. And I think that'll be easier for patrons and also helpful kind of from an internal standpoint with just kind of tracking money and just being able to run reports. So those are 2 of the different things that we are having in the budget as kind of 2 new sort of line items. And then I'll just say generally our budget is fairly consistent compared to past years. So you think libraries, you think books and all the items we have in, but salaries, obviously a very big portion of our budget to fund all of the people that work there at the library. Circulation has continued to remain strong for the print materials and then also for our digital materials. We are still averaging about 500,000 different circulations for our print and then our digital items every single year. So demand for the digital items I think is increasing, so that's something that we're always watching and kind of reallocating and making sure that we have enough money in that budget to fund that. And then I also want to say that we've also worked this last year to really greatly expand our volunteer initiative to get more adult volunteers in the library to kind of help staff kind of improve their capacity to do other things. Right now, we went from a few different volunteers to currently about 25 that are coming into the library. One of the cool things is that we have about, I think, 10 to 12 different volunteers who are dedicated specifically with the community fridge. And then we also have a number of different volunteers that will work on helping prepare items that are going to be doing interlibrary loan and being shipped elsewhere in Iowa or the nation. And then we also have a good dedicated group that will come in. If you see our plants in the library, they've been bringing in plants and really working on maintaining those and kind of beautifying the library. So. That's one of the cool things that I will also note just from the library operations standpoint. So other than that, I don't have anything else and happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Nicholas, do you want to bring up the collaboration meeting we're going to be having? That might be helpful for the council to hear that too. So.
Sure, yeah. So we are going to, the library metro directors have been kind of working together to work on some different things that the libraries can do to kind of improve collaboration. So this meeting, I think it's later on in February, it's going to be the library directors and then also the mayors of, I think, a number of the different suburbs on the western part of the metro. So we're going to be working on, seeing if there's any way that we can kind of improve our efficiency, maybe, finding ways of having a library card that might have a little bit more power or capabilities kind of within this kind of network in the western side of the metro. And then, if there's anything that we can do to kind of help kind of create templates for programs or events that we can kind of use kind of throughout all of those different libraries. So that's been something that the library directors have been working on to kind of improve their collaboration, and we'll kind of be working on that going forward.
So it's Clive, Johnston, Urbandale, Waukee, and West Des Moines, I think is what.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, so
Yep.
I'll make sure everybody's aware of that, so.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So I'm going to ask questions about Libby, right? So I see that there's $15,000 increase in the line 79. Is that $15,000 additional spending spread throughout? Because then in your future considerations, it talks about how many people are adding digital.
Yeah, so I would say, Leslie, I can defer to her as a collection development manager. But what we've been doing historically is kind of a combination of new requests for new money and then also reallocating money within our current budget towards the digital items. So we've been asking for regular increases for the digital budget, but we don't always see like the same circulation like with our DVD collection, physical DVD collection. We don't always see the same circulation like with the physical gaming collection. So we've been kind of taking some of that money and then also reallocating it towards the digital collection. So 15,000 is kind of a little bit of a combination, but I don't know if there's anything else that you want to add to that?
Yeah, I would just echo the digital budget just continues to go up every year between Hoopla and Libby. We're seeing those numbers, those holds just continuously increase. At the same time, our DVD holds and our just kind of DVD checkouts, while they're not down necessarily, they're just not as high as they used to. We used to see needing several copies of DVDs to fulfill those holds. And I think with the pandemic and streaming, there's just more access out there, and the DVDs just aren't as heavily used as they used to be. So we have reallocated some of the DVD money into that digital budget just to continue to allow for the digital checkouts, and so that we don't have as many holds, excuse me, or that we can fulfill the holds that we're seeing from Libby.
And then specifically, so the Bridges Audio Consortium fees, that's, I don't know, $13,600. Is that by us, our subscription? And then the next line, is that the Urbandale specific books that go into Bridges?
Yes, that's exactly right. So
Okay.
we do pay that $13,000 just to be part of the Bridges Consortium. That did go up this year, 5 cents per person in the city of Urbandale. So that was a bigger increase than we've seen in the past, but that's also just partially because we've seen federal funding for libraries suffer a little bit and be in question. So I think the state library had to make sure that they could pay for that service. So we did see that increase with the flat fee that we pay each year. Then the rest of that goes to the materials that we buy specifically for the Urbandale users. That also covers the Hoopla budget too.
Thank you.
Nick, I saw that there was a library group that paid a visit to the Capitol recently. And maybe not budget related, but I'm wondering if the library has any partnerships with our public schools that would be placed in jeopardy by proposed legislation, or if there's any other legislation you're seeing on the horizon that concerns you that we may or may not be able to help with, but I'm just curious.
Sure, yeah. I will say one of the cool things, it's a little dizzying to follow some of the different legislation that's being proposed, but one of the good things is there's an Iowa Library Association, and actually Leslie is very involved on the Government Affairs Committee, so she's done a fantastic job following those bills and tracking those, and she could probably speak better than I can about that, but we are certainly following that. We don't quite have a partnership with the Urbandale schools that would let someone use kind of their student ID card, at the library and vice versa. But something like this would prohibit us and not let us, do something like that. So that is something that I know Des Moines is doing, and I think that has kind of been an increasingly popular thing sort of throughout Iowa. So that is something that we are watching, and we're kind of curious about that. And there's other things that I know have been proposed with, funding and, what can be in libraries and what might not be allowed to be in libraries. So it's a lot to follow, and definitely we've been working with the Iowa Library Association and using their resources to kind of track that. So yes, so that is definitely something on our radar.
Yeah, like Nicola said, we don't have that partnership with the school IDs that allow for library cards, but we do other things with the schools that, we worry that it could be a slippery slope if we start prohibiting these collaborations. We have, I think, a group coming in next week to do some research from the Urbandale High School. We would hate to see collaborations like that go away, because the public library collections and the school library collections can supplement each other, and we can all help each other. The other bill I would just call to your attention is a Senate bill that was filed last week. It has not come to a subcommittee yet, but it would repeal the obscenity exemption in public libraries. That is concerning, not because public libraries have obscene materials, but if that was repealed, the potential lawsuits, losing insurance, different things that could happen with the city and the library that would be very costly, especially in rural communities, just as a bigger picture. So that bill is something that we are very concerned about.
Thank you.
Thanks for asking.
Having a kid having kids in the school system and hearing them say, well, the library people came and told us to go sign up for library cards and things like I think a lot of people appreciate that level of connection, because like, especially when you get into summer, the kids don't have the library at school anymore that they're regularly going to, and there's a lot of opportunity to get them into a library setting period, which is really good. So really appreciate that.
Thanks.
How's the fine-free going?
Yeah.
For kids and teens, is that where it's at right now?
Yes, yeah. So a few years ago, we went fine-free with the kids, the children's items, and then teen items. So fine-free, again, just a refresher, is we got rid of the late fees. So, if someone checks out an item and doesn't return it, we will still ultimately bill them for the replacement cost of the item. But the late fees have been abolished with those. And it seems like it has gone very popular. And I've watched some of the different trends in the statistics, and it seems like after we went fine-free that we definitely did see a bump up in checkouts with the teen and then also the children's side of things. So I think all in all, it's been a really, really great and successful initiative. So, yeah.
I'm glad to hear it.
Can you just say a little bit more about that Repair Cafe? I was just wondering, how do you see it growing, and what level is it today? It sounds like a very fascinating program.
Yeah. It's still relatively new. I want to say maybe this is like our second year doing it, but the structure of it is that we bring in some volunteers. I think that there's a group out of Ames that we've been primarily working on, but there's been Urbandale interest to kind of join that, from Urbandale citizens. But we reserve our large meeting room. We have volunteers that will come in that have a wide range of expertise, primarily kind of in fixing electronics and appliances, and then also mending clothing, and then just kind of a variety of other different things. And we kind of advertise out that we're going to have a repair cafe, and if you have like a electronic or appliance or something that is not working and it needs to be fixed, you can stop by the library, on these events, and then the volunteers will try to work with you to either see if they can fix it, or maybe kind of point you in a right direction of like a business or an organization that might be able to fix it. So, been a really, really great initiative. We've got I know a lot of different people that have attended, and Urbandale residents have said that they want to kind of join that and have offered to kind of create additional events with that. So it's been really great. I remember on our Facebook page, we posted a photo of a girl who, I don't know, maybe was like kindergarten or something, and had pants. Loved the pants, but she grew too, tall for the pants. And so she brought him in there, and then the volunteers worked with her to kind of cut the pants and turn them into shorts. And she just had the biggest smile on her face to kind of wear those and show those off. So it's been a really, really great initiative, and I think we've offered it once last year, and then this year we're expanding it out to 2 different events, one in the spring and then one in the fall. So we'll definitely be advertising that out more on Facebook, social media, things like that.
I think I caught the last one, and there was an hour remaining. I was like, no, this
Oh,
would
yeah,
have
yeah.
been awesome to promote, so.
Yeah. Pretty cool.
That's a great idea.
Mm-hmm.
If not, thank you, Nicholas.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Library Board, for being here too. So, thank you for all you do. Aaron, Economic Development? You're up.
Here for my 215. Great. Well, thank you for the time this afternoon to be able to go through our small but mighty budget related to it. So we're still a 2-person department with Ebony and me taking the reins on that type of thing. So to go through a few of the items, because most of our efforts in here are related to the staff expenses and things.
We're in
But-
CED 3.
Yes. Okay, great, thank you.
Tell them a page number.
Okay, so a few of the highlighted items that I wanted to make sure that you knew we were working on. One of them that's in there consistently for a lot of years is our intern. to do that. And so we've been having some great interns which lead up the Uplift project as their main thing, and that's further down. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But I only note it because our last two interns are actually going to planning school in the fall. So it's like proud manager moment where they got enough taste of Urbandale and saw that being a community or a public servant is a good thing to be for a career. So I just wanted to note that Colleen and Anna are going to be going that route here this fall. So
Are they going to Iowa or are they going to Iowa State?
I did.
Are those your only two choices?
They
I actually know one.
Yeah.
I literally got an email from Anna just now. She's choosing at this moment. So put in your good word right now.
What are the choices, Bridget?
Oh, Iowa and Iowa State is the,
I see.
big choices here in
Yes,
the state. I mean,
I-
there are other programs outside of the state, but a few of us in here are Iowa planning grads.
Yeah,
Maybe some Iowa State ones, I don't know.
I was doing some soft pushes to go to Iowa City for both of them. However, they're applying to Iowa State, Minnesota, Oregon, and Iowa. Did I say them all right? Iowa, Iowa State.
Still, there were more than
Minnesota,
two
Oregon.
choices.
With that. So still, I mean, they're still going through the process and things, but they're landing on that, and I don't want to say, on the video, like where they're hoping for with that. So don't want to steal their thunder if they want to broadcast it over on their socials. Want to note that because it's great and do that, and actually trying to get one of them back this summer because they'll be going to grad school in the fall. So that would be great. A few other things to note through this. Still asking for a healthy budget in advertising, sponsorships, and promotional forums. I note that because with the Urban Loop and with downtown Urbandale really starting to grab hold, and having that go and be focal point for the community and doing some earned, or not earned, but paid media to be able to get that out, I think is important. So that's in our 21 part of our budget. Certainly some additional funds specifically for downtown branding campaigns. So as we go through the branding and get what that's going to look like and feel for the market, we'll need to get that out with some special stuff. So we got some money in there to do that. Also in here is another year for the Urbandale Business Connection. That's our center spread in the business record. So we will be requesting that again. Next year will be our 10-year, or is it 27 is our 10-year? Yeah, next year is our 10-year of the Urban Loop. So we'll want to have some resources to be able to reinforce that.
When do you do socks? Those socks are 10 years old.
Socks were a hit. I might have to do some socks. It was surprising that was such a big hit, but maybe we need to do a different colorway and go that route.
I just used my coffee mug this morning too.
So one of the changes in the delta between the last 2 years was taking out the airport authority and the partnership contribution that got moved. So I just want to make note of that because if you just look at the top lines, like, geez, economic development didn't ask for a whole lot of money, but that's or different from that previous year. So wanted to note that. And then the rest is our memberships and being engaged with the business communities in lots of different ways. And then 59 is our operating expenses budget. And so a few things in there to note. We had a resounding success with the pop-up block party for downtown. And so to be able to keep that as a consistent event, we need to have some funds to be able to do that each and time. That caught up to us last year. We were able to scrounge around and find some funding to do that, but we felt that it should be a durable event moving forward, and so asking for funds with that, $6,000 there. CareerCon, we'll be doing year 4 of that, which is a partnership with Urbandale High School, asking for $3,000 for seed money for that. Just yesterday, we had our first kind of long-range planning meeting related to that on how do we grow Urbandale CareerCon to the other schools districts which are in Urbandale. So one of our partners with the Des Moines Partnership was there at that meeting as well to try to figure out how do we grow this thing. The mechanics are going to be really interesting because do we looking at Johnston High School, for instance, there's Urbandale residents that go to Johnston High School. Do we just have them come to Urbandale CareerCon? Do we do another one at Johnston High School? So then it's going to be interesting how we do this, but the goal is to have all Urbandale high school juniors available to be able to do Urbandale CareerCon, should they choose so. And then possibly even larger. I mean, go to the whole metro. I mean, having our hometown, the larger hometown of being the Des Moines Metro, is an important thing to keep our brains that we're growing to want to come back to Des Moines, to the Metro, and to Urbandale in particular through that. So that's an exciting event that we're working through. And then, yeah, the Urbandale Uplift Project. So this will be year 5 of that, and it's grown every year. And so asking for funding with that, the sponsorships has been an easy lift to be able to get 5, 6, 7 businesses to want to be a part of that and have their branding with that. And they have 10, 20 of their employees do it every year. So the net cost is in there. So not a heavy lift from the city's resources, but certainly a huge lift from a notoriety, from getting the business community together, thinking about their community in a different way by volunteering with our great nonprofits that we have. It's great. It's a big lift for our intern to be able to do that each and every year. It's coordinating 35 volunteer projects all in one afternoon, so a big thing to do there. But one that's really great to see that event. I know all of you have been at them in previous years, and so it's a great cheerleading moment for the businesses here in town. I went through that extremely fast. I think I say that every time I do a presentation in front of you, but happy to answer any questions.
Remind me, I know I think we just talked about it, but the $100,000 transfer out that was on the revised page, what's that for again?
The transfer out is for the revolving loan fund to repopulate that.
Okay. I remember what that was.
Can somebody clarify, and this is only top of mind because it was at our Tuesday meeting, about the branding for downtown Urbandale is only $5,000. Was the $25,000 in this year's?
It's in
current
this
year
year's
budget?
fiscal budget, not next year's.
Okay.
And so we were using some of our promotional and advertising funding to cover the difference. So we had
Okay.
$5,000 in last year for downtown branding. We utilized some of the advertising that we ended up foregoing, not doing. One of the things we had done was the Home Design Awards with the Des Moines Business Record. We decided to not do that and allocate that for the branding stuff, to be able to do that sooner rather than later, as we were seeing that this was really starting to grab some momentum. We should have the branding, and so we had
this 5,000 is
this will be to rally around that
Yeah.
brand with
Okay.
with some sort of campaign or something awesome that Derek will find out for us.
Absolutely. He's going to be refreshed and ready to go.
Just a quick question on some of the future considerations. I sense some, like, especially with bullet point 3, talking about like existing and prospective businesses and trying to figure out, like, can we support or like try and encourage folks to locate their businesses in Urbandale? Do you envision that being like a Des Moines partnership, or because it seems kind of similar to what they kind of try and do as well?
Yes. Yeah, good question, Blake. So the way that we've been operating, and I think it's the right way to do it, because I'm not recommending to do it a different way, is to utilize the Des Moines partnership for that outward business attraction type of thing. Like if we're going out to try to recruit a business in California and say, hey, come to Urbandale, Iowa, they'll say, what? Where? We need to sell the region, because that's where the businesses are going to be looking at. They're not looking inside our particular boundaries of a community. Retail might be a little bit, but certainly from a primary employer standpoint, it's you got to start in the big pond and then work into the bay of Urbandale once they're interested and on the water. So that's how we do it.
Item 23.2, TIF development agreement legal fees. I assume those do not show up in the legal services budget.
Correct.
Do we break out?
We break these out because as part of a DA, they have a cost share provision. So if it would exceed a certain amount, so this is our way to track those individually for those that are specifically getting a TIF rebate of some kind. So they show up in this budget because of that. We need to track them for potential reimbursement.
Makes sense. Thank you.
Yep.
Anything else? All right, thank you, Aaron.
Great, appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you. Code enforcement next, is that what we're doing? All right, Rose?
Good afternoon. I have Christy Bales and Roger Schemmel here with me in case I can't answer questions to this budget.
I have it all just committed to memory by now?
No, I sure don't. But what I would say in summary, as I'm sure you're aware, our department is very heavy on personnel costs. Staffing is what we do. And having well-trained, the appropriate certifications for our staff is very, very important. So you'll also see, not unusual from last year, but resources allocated towards that. In addition, we have, similar to last year, kept a line item in here for comp plan implementation, annexation, as we continue to work on various planning initiatives or pieces and parts of the comp plan that may present themselves as we're moving forward into next budget year. No, in terms of staffing, no request for any kind of additional positions or anything. I would note a couple changes from the current year into next year. A former Planner 2 position will be filled at the Planner 1 level. We're actually doing interviews for that position right now. And then also we have one Building Inspector 1 that, because of certifications and exams, will be promoted to a Building Inspector 2 in the next calendar year. So those are really the only personnel changes.
So you're hiring basically Annika's position
That's
at
correct.
a lower or entry level?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep, exactly.
I'm glad to see that we're keeping it.
I am glad to see that we are keeping it as well. I'm happy to answer any more specific questions. Again, you know, a lot of training and certifications kept in the budget related to our personnel. We do have, you know, one vehicle in there out of the vehicle replacement fund. Otherwise, everything very similar to last year.
Do you have, from a inspection, I know we call out kind of the potential for inspector headcount or capacity needing to grow. Do you have a feel for, is it this feeling like maybe in a 3-year or a 5-year, like approximately when would you feel like we would need to add more inspection capability?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can answer that right now. I know just in the time I've been here preliminarily, we've had some discussion about maybe a permit tech conversation coming along. I could certainly defer that to Roger if he wants to elaborate.
That's a crystal ball.
Yeah.
I just kind of had a question. It might be more for Nikki. I was just wondering why the MPO shows up here when they've still kind of restricted it as transportation oriented. I was just wondering why that is.
This has always been put in for community development in the building departments, so I actually can't answer that as to.
Okay. Probably doesn't matter much one way or the other. I was just kind of curious about it.
Yeah, it's paid out of general fund already, so.
Yeah, that's where it would come from either way, so it's.
So it doesn't really
Could
matter.
arm wrestle over what department it came from, but yeah, it doesn't bother me that it's there.
Okay. Thanks.
Rose, I saw that Des Moines recently made some changes to their site plan approval process to kind of streamline it. Did you happen to notice that?
I have seen that. Not really prepared to talk about it today. I have a lot of thoughts about review process for particularly site plans. Once I have my feet under me a little bit longer, I think there's some procedural things within the department we're gonna probably talk about. And I think that are already on people's minds. That's nothing new, so.
Perfect answer.
Yeah.
Thank you. I just want to know it was on your radar and.
It's on my radar.
Yeah.
Any further questions for Rose? All right, thank you, Rose. Thank you, Christy. Thank you, Roger. So where to next, Nikki?
John, do you want to revisit the risk management? You were not here.
Oh, yeah.
We can wrap that one up.
Yep. That's under,
That is at the bottom of the city manager's budget.
GG9, okay.
it for you, so you can
Oh, excellent, thank you.
talk all about it.
Happy to talk about it. So down here at the bottom is our typical training for safety training and OSHA training. So that is the 20,000 that you will see there. We do contract with IAMU, the Iowa Utilities Association, and so they provide training for us via contract. And then we also source out. And what we found in the last couple of years, especially after COVID, is that the number of safety professionals here in the metro or even in the Midwest continues to shrink as they age out. So they retire and go on and do other things, and there is a smaller and smaller pool that's out there to draw from to do OSHA and or just general safety training. So the hope in the last couple of years has been to talk with the local colleges around here that have a safety track and see if we can go ahead and partner with them to get students to, one, be interested in that field, and then to show them this is the real world of what that would look out to be. So that is the additional amount of money in there. The 15,000 is really there to help build that bridge and try to create a pipeline of people at the college level, DMAC, Grandview, to then have them come through, do some work for us, get some hands-on, and then actually want to stay in that field. So that's the risk piece in a nutshell. Any questions?
Just the insurance that was in general support, but there wasn't any questions on that.
Okay.
I guess.
Okay, sweet, easy, I like it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you, John.
All right, if you would flip to the special revenue funds tab, we'll run through the ones that are in there. Pretty much everything that's left is me and David to comment on if you want to chime in on anything. So the first one there is contingency. So if you recall, this is each function, so each tab has had a $25,000 contingency. We did not have one in community development prior to this, and so when we went through the audit committee, we recommended that we add 25 to that one. So what contingency does is effectively this is your cushion. So we budget this amount every year. It does not get spent unless it comes to you all to approve, and it's in the reason we have it at that amount. It's not doesn't need to be very much. When we do the amendment in the spring, we will pass that so you effectively have an amendment in place by May 30th. So it just has to last June. So I need 1 month of, oh goodness, something really bad happened in one of these functions that we would need because I don't have time to amend. So this is here for the 1 month of the year that potentially we've already approved an amendment to the budget and I don't physically have time to get it published and posted to be legal. So if something happened, this is what would bail us out. So if we don't use it, it's not spent. So effectively we haven't spent it other than, I believe 3 times in my 20 years have we ever had to actually use these funds. And 2 of those were to do infusions into the revolving loan fund. So one of them was a lemon of a fire truck, like 2 years after I started. Remember that?
Yep.
So these are literally just in case we have to have some additional money in there that we could tap, and surely it would hopefully not be more than $125,000. So that's what this is for. So it's not set aside. We don't pull it out and put it in a rainy day fund. There's no Nikki Slush fund. There's, I know, that was a Dave Russell. He loved that word. That's not what this is for. This is literally contingency, and procedurally it would come to you as a request to spend. So it's not just a cushion to offset an overage. That's not what this is. So contingency is in there, so it did go up 25,000. So I have it in all 5 functions now. Next page, debt service. So we've kind of hit on this already. The recommended rate is to drop 10 cents from $1.44 to $1.34. Based on, this is effectively recap of the CIP that you have already approved. That's why we do that piece first. And literally we got the debt schedule on Tuesday of this week. So that's why this is always the last piece, but you have all already gone through that. So this is just the way we're gonna fund what you've already provided for. The general obligation will be sold at the end of April. I did give you the schedule. That was one of the supplementary handouts that I set this morning in your place. They're color-coded, so it's how the budget and the urban renewal district amendments and the issuance of the bonds. That's all the stuff that's happening between now and May 5th. So it just kind of lays it out. There's a lot of steps that go into obviously issuing bonds, and we are still issuing. We're just over $5 million. And then the rest of that is just recapping all the awesome process that thank you all for sticking with me for 7 years to get that paid off. We've now retired all $28 million that was outstanding at the time we issued loss and had it approved. And that's a really big accomplishment. And so now that's allowed us to now shift those lost dollars. So we're effectively paying 2/3 of our CIP program is now being funded through lost, which is awesome. So knowing we've got a lot of fun stuff coming up, though, we still are issuing a small amount of CIP to cover that because there's not enough loss to cover everything, because we're also trying to buy down the referendum. So we're using a chunk of that. So that's why we are still issuing. But we're still in a really great spot. I don't anticipate the levy is going to go down much farther unless valuations do something amazing, because we've paid everything off. There aren't any more calls. So the last TIF bonds are callable this June, so June 1st of 26. And that's the last one that will have a call date on those. The general ones would still, but there's no more TIF bonds to be called because we're issuing them in such short. This bond issue reflects a 2-year TIF bond. So that's how fast we can pay those off. So it's really awesome. So that's what's supporting the $1.34.
Nikki, you said something about buy down the referendum. Do you mean for the police station?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. The process that we're still working through, obviously, with Travis, with Piper Sandler as well, trying to model some of that out. That's a huge amount of money, and just trying to figure out what does that look like on our debt profile, because right now it's in there for $48 million. We put down $4 million of lost and set that aside towards that capital project. So that's what I mean by buying it down. So the least amount of levy impact is what we're trying to make sure we know what it is. When we go for the question, it'll be for the full exposure of that. It doesn't mean I'm going to issue it. If you remember in CIP, I broke it up, 20 million in this year and 20 million in the next year, because I won't need $40 million day one. So we won't incur all of that debt at the same time, but the question, the referendum, will be for the full amount. So I'm authorized to do it, but it doesn't say when. And we can always go less, right? So we're just trying to be proactive and not having to have a huge amount of levy required support for that item, because it's a big number. We're sitting on $52 million outstanding today across all of them that we've had since 2020. I have 2020 and forward. Those are the only bonds we have outstanding. So think of how impactful that is, of a police station that is currently in there for, I don't know, 54. I can't even remember what the number is. And that's more than I have outstanding total. So it's a big number. We're still well under our debt limit. Not any concerns from that perspective, but that's a big number. And so we're just trying to make the best choice for a recommendation to you all to steer through that. Any other questions in debt?
From the 140 that was in the CIP packet to 134 now, is there kind of a high level what that accounts for? Like, is it cost of debt that kind of dropped that further, or is it refined estimates?
It's more refined estimates of where the interest rate, because I just mentioned that I just got the debt schedule this week. Magically, it's taken a little more time this year, so we did not have super solid numbers for what we thought was going to come out of that, and we didn't know what the lost contribution was going to be.
Gotcha.
So had we not been able to buy all that down with lost, it probably would have been the $1.40.
Gotcha.
But we're able to do that. We feel comfortable with that. So this was just the refinement of what we needed the final dollars were.
And we have the cushion, we had a little bit of cushion in the fund balance too, that if
Yeah,
something
so we're
got
buying up-
wonky, we had a little bit of protection there, so.
We've had had really good interest rates, if you haven't noticed. So we have some really good cushion built in some of these, and we are able to absorb some of that. But this is a plan to pull down almost 500,000 out of debt service to help cushion some of those. Interest is great. Interest pays for a lot of projects too, so. But that's the gist of the debt service piece.
Nikki, quick question. If the bond referendum passes, does that become part of the general obligation debt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's no different. It's just, it's legally authorized and it's a not to exceed number.
Got it.
So it's authorizing you to issue a levy amount, and then you can always go less than that. If you recall, when we did the fire station, it was authorizing us to issue 16 cents on the debt, and we didn't do that. We paid it with it for lost. But the referendum has to say, this is the amount you get, and you can always issue less.
And with that, like, let's say we buy it down X amount of dollars, and we still have to bond for a certain amount. The cost of that bonding, there are other ways, like with Lost, that we could blunt that cost from the taxpayer too, like how, just
Absolutely.
preventing it from passing along.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, lost is not levied dollars, so any amount that, I know that other places have done buildings. I know Ankeny's a great example of that for the use of, private funds or lost funds or whatever. You would effectively go to a referendum for maybe a teeny piece of it or no impact, but you still have to have a referendum for the building. It's kind of a weird dance there. So do you referendum for the entire amount because we don't know what might happen, or the costs come in at, I don't even want to know, an exorbitant number? Well, I only got authorization for this amount. That's why we kind of go through that process. So it's kind of a strategic discussion of how do you want to make sure it passes and have the funds to do what you need to do, but we also, that is our limit. You could always referendum again, I guess, if you had to, but ask Warren County how that went.
Yeah. It's like, no thanks.
Ideally. Any other questions on the debt service? I do break it out on the notes on SR5, just to kind of show you how much we have. So we only have 52 million outstanding, and this just kind of walks through the pieces that are paid by different sources. So the TIF revenue bond, or TIF bonds are coming in from the TIF revenue collected. The levy is not paying for that. So, but legally, I have to pay all of it out of the debt service fund. So that's just the mechanics of how this works. So it receives in by law to the TIF revenue fund, and it transfers out to debt service, and I write the check out of debt service. So that's why it shows that there's a lot of transfer action. Debt service doesn't really bring in a ton on its own. The bulk of it has always come from TIF. So this just shows what the TIF obligations outstanding for next year's debt service. So we pay out $10.7 million in payments to pay off next year's items, but a good chunk of it is coming from Northwest Market is obviously our biggest one. Duna has part of this issue will be for Duna, and this current issue, this will be the first time we've issued for Westover for the community entrance signage. That's the only project identified right now, but that'll be the first year that we'll have that, and it'll be paid off in 2 years and be done. Then the piece that comes from debt service, and then the fund balance is that 500,000 that's in there to retire that. Any other ones?
Looks weary.
Okay. See, I'm just gonna start throwing numbers at you and glaze over it now. This is all the technical stuff that's not very fun. I don't have any holiday lights or fun things to talk about. No, I don't need lights. It's okay. The next section is employee benefits. So this is a separate levy for that. It'll be set at 14 cents for this year. So this is another mechanical piece of how we shift funds out of the general fund. So any employee benefit costs, so health insurance, everything other than pension. How about that? Anything other than pension can be shifted over to this levy. This is an uncapped levy. So this is the mechanics of why we choose to shoo it all over to general fund levy to max that out, because I can always continue to shift back to this levy. So this is our safe gate. We have about $2.5 million of benefit expenses that are still in general fund, not being paid by this. So it buys us cushion, is what it is. So this is our safety net on being able to shift additional expenses in the future if something traumatic happens to the general levy.
What is that in the levy sense, that $2.5 million?
83 cents-ish.
So we could increase this by a lot if we had to. Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot that could come out. And then there's IPERS that could come out too. We're not even touching the IPERS levy. So there's additional one for that. And then 411, you just saw what happened with that one. We dropped it 40 cents, just like that, just to switch it back. So there's a lot. I mean, this is just the employee piece. IPERS is another 1.6-ish across the board. And then we could go up another 40 cents in 411 as well. So you've got a lot of flexibility.
And so the sense that you folks at the Capitol have is that these levies would remain available and uncapped?
That's been the last several years of recommendations, has not capped these. They washed out those 19 levies 2 years ago now.
I would say on the sliding scale of risk, the debt service levy is the lowest risk because it just creates a mountain of challenges for cities to start capping their levies when, based on the debt, and they've made obligations and your credit rating too, the credit agencies. The employee benefits levy, I would say, is a moderate risk. It's not a zero risk that they could do something with because it is a personnel cost. But it's more likely than not that it would remain uncapped. I wouldn't say it's 100% chance, just because this would be something that could potentially be capped. But the debt service levy particularly, it would be very challenging to do that.
Be a mess.
Any other questions on employee benefits? The breakdown of how those go to each function is on the next page. It's allocated based on the number of employees in that function. So it just goes to buy down the cost of paying for all. We are a self-funded organization for the majority of our health and wellness type benefits. So it goes into our risk management fund, and all of the expenses are then paid out of that fund. So that just adds in to that fund to pay a portion of it, and then each general fund, road use fund, stormwater that all have employees in it, they pay on a per employee basis into the risk management fund to cover all the claims for the year, premiums, claims, all of that fun stuff. So it just reduces the amount. So it actually went down on a per person basis. We bought it down even further this year. So total is $1.2 million, part of that being levy, and then the local option sales tax, which is the next piece of it. If you want to flip to the next page, we can talk about the loss. So loss does lots of things, right? So we have the huge piece of it that's going towards capital projects, so remember we have 50% and 50% in each county. Half of it's for property tax relief and half of it is for capital projects and the laundry list of things related to capital, but we consider capital as the et cetera, et cetera. So we have 4 different funds. So when those funds come in from the county, we split it up based on the 50%, so we can monitor the balance. Because property tax relief, I need to spend that every year to buy down our cost of doing business and buy down a levy. So I'll have you jump back to the budget summaries because I have the entire fund sitting there. It's easier to look at than this one. So flip back to the front, budget summaries. And it is 7.1. Okay, everybody find it? All right, so this is, that front section is intending to show you the front and the back, the revenue and the expense of the funds that we're talking about. If I have a levy for it, I'm showing you the full in and out, so it's kind of the income statement in a simplified form. So you can see the beginning balance that I bring in from each county and each fund. So Dallas County has 2, Polk County has 2. And then from that, that's how I determine what we're gonna buy down. So if you can't spend what you don't have, right? So at the beginning of the year, I know how much was left in the property tax relief amount, and that is the automatic amount that I shove in for the next budget year because I know I had that cash on hand. So I make sure that we're using it down and using our 50% commitment to our voters, that's what we're going to use it for. So that is where in this year, you see at the top of the fiscal 26-27 recommended in Dallas County, that $803,335. So that entire balance, if you go down to where it's being expended, you see that $803,335, that's going to employee benefits for property tax relief. So that's the mechanics of why these numbers feel really awkward. It's because it's the actual cash balance that I carried forward. So I know I've got that on hand. That will buy down next year's levy. So that's just the mechanics of how this works, why the numbers kind of fluctuate a little bit each year too. It's depends upon how well valuations came in, how the expenditures worked, but it guarantees that we're going to get it spent and we're adhering to the 50% limitation to make sure we're doing property tax relief for those. Effectively, everything we have for lost is being used for property tax relief, effectively 100%, because I'm paying for capital projects that I would have had to issue debt for. So from that perspective, that's why we did the debt service pay down, because that's immediate. You can see what just happened. We went from $2.20 to $1.34. I mean, 86 cents in 7 years. So it's easier to show on this because you can actually see the money disappearing. So for 27, the breakdown, we're sitting pretty close. There's not a huge, I'm leaving the revenue numbers as what the revised 26 are. They've kind of stabilized. So we don't want to bank on too much, and then but I committed the next year. That's always why we've done it that way. I know what cash on hand I can pay with lost for the capital projects. I know because I already have it. So that's why we've done that transition year, to make sure we can fund those capital projects with what I have on hand. So I'm not writing checks I can't cash yet. So the below part is just breaking it up into the categories, although it's hard to see on this green paper, but the light blue is all of the ones that are going towards capital. So that agrees into what we said we would cover in the CIP. So those are all the lost funded items. The other one that is paid out of there, so the employee benefits, we already talked about that. And then the other one is the community services features that was 10% of the 50% that can go for any other use of Polk. So it's 5%, but it's 10% of the 50%, so it's 5. So that money goes into the general fund because community services is funded there, which we will talk about. It's on my list too. So that piece goes in there. But otherwise, the lost funds, that's all it's used for, is either we're buying down a levy or we're using it now for capital projects because I'm done with bonds. Questions? It's a lot. This is all numbers. The bottom part of that does give you some little, I don't know, pat on the back, I guess, of how much the levies would have been based on the amount that we're shifting. So not saying that we needed to have issued those amounts, but it's equaling the dollars that I'm transferring out. What does that look like in pennies on the levy? So it's kind of helpful to see our 998. If we had used all of these funds for something else, we would have had a 1320 levy had we been able to go up in that way. But so it's significant. Just kind of toot your horn, I guess, of yes, we're doing the thing that we're supposed to do with this. Okay, so we did, let's see. So the other one two before, the employee benefits levy on 5.1, that's also, so all the ones that we've already talked about effectively, this is where those fund statements are, so you can see the revenues and the expenses come out. So this is the employee benefits one where I was showing that, so that 803, You see it at the top in the recommended of transfers in from lost. And then that levy, that 14 cents that we already talked about, is coming in to the fund. So it creates a total of $1.2 million is what we're paying down this year. And that goes out to risk management to pay the actual items. Make sense? Same thing on the next page for 6.1, that's the 411 pension that we just talked about after the police and fire this morning. Just showing you kind of what the difference is. Had we funded the entire thing, it would needed the 17 cents back to get to that. We dropped it 25 cents to get a balanced 998. And the next is local option sales tax. And then 8.1 is TIF. That's kind of on the tails of the debt that we just finished. So the TIF fund is, again, legally required to be segregated. So the TIF revenue comes in here and we either send it out for debt service or we pay out in rebates. So this is everything that economic development is working through, all those DAs. This is most of them, that if they're TIF based, they come out of here. So we have TIF agreements in place, so development agreements in place for 3 of our 5 districts. We have 22 active in Northwest Market, 3 in Duna, and 1, is that right? 3 in Westover, 1 in Duna, I think. There's a lot of action. We pay those once a year. It's about $3 million in rebates is what's planned for that. And debt service is going down because I said, obviously, we've almost paid them all off. This will be the last year, and so then it'll just be routine debt service, no more transfer and payoff. The last one here is in June of 26. And then all my TIF will be very short term. It's pretty exciting for us geeky people that like the numbers. Let's see, what else is left on mine? Oh, culture and rec, so, or culture and convention. So this is hotel motel. That also is in here on summary 3.1. So this is the results. This is the grant applications that all came to talk to you at council. And then a subcommittee of council met with staff. We went through all the requests and recommendations related to those requests. So this is the one place you can see where the requests amount were, if you don't remember that from the presentations. This column ends up getting hid in the final document because that it's not really relevant. But the recommended column is there to show where we move some of those. If you remember in the past, this is also where the Greater Des Moines Partnership that we already talked about. Usually that was moved out to economic development and we left it in here this year. So the only ones that got moved out, the American Legion went to council because it doesn't really land here either. Food Pantry, UCAN, and the Waypoint Resources grants are all, we'll see those in community services, and we'll look at that one here next. But the rest of them all stayed above. You can see the amounts that were granted above on the subcommittee's recommendations. I don't know if you want to go through any of those, but the detail of what they're for, flip you back to Culture and Rec tab. The very last, starts on CR 31, is Culture and Convention. So this lives in that one because that functional expense is where the amount that goes to the general fund is supposed to be incurred, so it's in this 04 function. But it effectively is listing out everything that was in there and what those were given for in the detailed notes on page 33. And then we also like to recap, so you see still all of them in one place to see the description, and it shows up even those that were moved out. So you can still see the 3 community service and the mayor and council item. You can still see what they were for in one spot. They're just not in this total.
Oh, so we have UGRA updated on 33. I see. Okay.
So,
Oh, I see, I didn't add in this, the wording for the security system that you approved, that needs to be added. The parking lot payment was what was in there originally, but I missed the.
Just the narrative.
Yeah. Because the old page just had 5,000 on it.
Yes.
But I think that
At
was
the-
before we had our discussions.
Yes, the green one should reflect the new numbers.
Yep.
I just forgot to add.
is for parking lot and security?
Yes, there's a security system that they were requesting. We just had some follow-up questions about the network and such. And that has
Thank you.
subsequently been approved, so it should be 10,000 now.
I guess for those that were on the committee that reviewed these, have any comments or where we came up with some of these numbers, I guess? No?
It's pretty uneventful. The UGRA one, we specifically wanted to make sure we weren't running into issues with the license plate reader type scenario, so we held off on that just to do a little bit more investigation. But otherwise, things were pretty uneventful.
A lot of holding with some of the previous ask levels. Yeah, no, it was fairly straightforward.
Okay, any other questions in hotel motel world?
what, the Urbandale Community Action Network and the food pantry were both kind of significantly lower than their requests, if I recall correctly. I had that on my white sheet, not my green sheet. Was there some conversation around that?
It was just the reality of the numbers we had, I guess, Pat, and
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I object to it. I was just kind of wondering what the conversation was around it and how we kind of landed where we landed.
Well, I'm having trouble following. Where do we even list those?
It's on page CR 33, and it's under requests funded through other general fund departments.
Thank you.
But it got moved to here,
Got it.
right?
Got it.
Yeah, so community services, which is in the Health and Human Services, is the only thing that's in there. That's where you can, and food
HSS
pantry.
5.
Yeah. HSS is the next tab prior to Culture and Rec.
Well, still, these are the
I think-
amounts, right?
And I can add to what was already said, and if my memory's fuzzy, then the mayor and Amy and Blake can correct me, but I think on UCAN, the issue there was, it had been 50,000, so it was a $5,000 step down, and there are conversations that are going to happen in terms of, prioritizing a small number of priorities for them, and then also, the level of reliance on the city relative to the other fundraising that they're doing was an issue that was discussed in that meeting as well. And so the expectation was, it's still funding 90% of the prior year. Yeah, they asked for a lot more, but if the funding is 90% of last year, with the expectation that there's going to be a plan to supplement the funding of the city. That was my recollection. I don't know if that's everybody else's, but.
And were they present? Were they part of that conversation, or have we talked to them yet? or-
not during the meeting, but, it was just our committee to discuss it at the subcommittee meeting. But,
Right, okay.
One of the things that we also discussed was having UCAN come in and do an update on
Yeah.
where they are with their strategic plan. Give us, and it sounds like things have drastically improved, which is also helpful. But again, you need to have a diversification of revenue. And, the city being 2/3 of their revenue doesn't make a ton of sense for long-term sustainability.
Right.
2/3 of
And their
planned.
rent, the other thing was their rent had decreased from
yeah.
this time
Yeah,
last year, and I think that was a factor in the final
Correct.
recommendation as well, so. And Eileen asked to meet with me, and if there are any other things that you'd like to pass along, I'm happy to do that, but there was probably more discussion, there's quite a bit of discussion about this one.
Yeah.
And then the food pantry, similar. I mean, we wanted to keep, recognizing that we just got them into a new building and everything else, but we also we're keeping them at a pretty historical level as far as where they were before.
Well, unless I'm reading this incorrectly, there were some asks that did not receive anything, or at least the recommendations, correct?
Yeah, I think one of the Legion Hall, I think that was deflected to like downtown.
Yeah, that was
type
turned over
of
to Aaron
conversations.
DeYoung to work with the downtown revitalization improvement stuff, because they had requested some money for painting. They still got their money for the American flag essay, or I can't remember, writing essays and sending kids to leadership type camp. They still got that piece, but the amount asked for the interior painting, we kicked that to the downtown, because painting is maintenance, so we wouldn't have funded that for any other organization, but DUNA has a program to be able to deal with sprucing up those businesses that are downtown.
I gotcha.
So Aaron is working with them on that one. The other one was the Booster Club.
Yeah,
And so
Booster
they're
Club, yep.
associated with the school, and that is never something we have funded. School athletics, we would be funding all of them if we started doing that. And they have levy authority. If it's a school funded, it's not a club sport. That was actually for the school one. They're their own levy authority. And one didn't show up.
2 didn't show.
There were 2, yeah.
Well, one didn't even submit.
Okay, true.
technically.
And then
so,
one.
so 2 in the didn't show, so they didn't present, so they aren't eligible.
Good to know.
So that's
All
why.
right.
And that was, who?
Shalom.
Shalom and,
Shalom submitted but didn't show, and then,
Alumni?
Alumni,
Oh, yeah.
yeah.
Herb
Alumni
Mill Alumni
Association.
and Scholarship something, I can't even remember what the name of it is, I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Yeah, I don't remember the name.
So at the committee level, it sounds like you took the sort of the viable applications and tried to
Yeah.
slice the pie.
I think we even determined that even if, and we had the Urbandale alumni one and even been timely submitted, it probably didn't qualify for funding.
Yeah.
It was a stretch to even figure out how we could have funded it. It was for teacher grants that won't be until after the grant period, and they don't know what those were.
Yeah.
So it just doesn't quite fit, which I had lots of conversations with her all fall to try to figure out how they might be able to squeeze it in.
and there was, I think on, I don't know, the beginning budget pages, but I flipped over here, there was a special event sponsorships listed there.
Yeah, so that's
And
like
is
the
that
Living
just
History
a-
Farms
Okay.
one. So if you remember, 2 years ago, we passed a new policy for special event sponsorships and capital campaigns, specifically related. The Living History Farms was the first one that we received under that. It's a 5-year commitment of $10,000. So we put the 50 in there, so you've got it, because it's stuff that if they went through this process and for some reason declined, or the timing doesn't work for this, or just doesn't meet these criteria, you have another method to deal with them, because we've never had that before, have a way to actually.
So 10,000 of that 50 is going to
is
Living
spoken
History
for,
Farm,
correct,
but
for your-
40,000 is available for
Yes, yes.
things.
You don't have any come forward, which we did not have any this current year. So far, we haven't received any, so we've only done History Farms. That was year 2. So this will be year 3 of Living History Farms, and then you have 40,000 to work with if another entity would come forward.
And the Living History Farms is for 5 years, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying something right now, and you're the expert, but if we didn't have anybody come forward and we had balance, could we just pay it off?
With the Living History Farms?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could. I have to, for 10, I probably wouldn't have to amend for that.
I
It's
mean,
within the function,
would
but
it
yes.
save us, I mean, or be better for, I don't know.
Long-term.
No?
That's what they asked for, is
Okay.
5 years, so
Okay.
Yeah.
probably could ask if you'd just like the check now.
I'm not opposed to that. Get it
Yeah.
off the books.
Yeah. Any other questions on, that was hotel motel into community services, but now we can finish community services, which is back in the health and social services tab. HSS 5.
HSS 5.
It's a very skinny section. It's the only tab in there. So this is just where we accumulate, historically we've had stuff kind of filtered throughout. This is the third year, fourth year maybe, of bringing all of the health and social service type functions that we do in various departments, bringing them all in one spot so you can kind of have a feel for what we're doing there. So this is, that's why we have UCAN, which is definitely in that realm, food pantry, Waypoint Resources, which is effectively the food pantry version for Dallas County, the Health and Human Services. So this is a new one that is the result of the recommendation from the Health and Human Services Committee for this pilot program. So that $50,000 for that is reflected here. The Metro Home Improvement, that's been in there for years. I don't know who wants to talk about the backlog buyout. That's not my project, but who I don't remember who you said was going to talk about that.
I can kick it off, and John and I can argue.
I thought you were looking me up.
Yeah, and I've shared with the council that we have an unusually large number of folks on the waiting list, and so as part of having, John and I have had conversations with MIPA really about two things. One is, what would it look like to design a program very easily to administer on their part, very, very similar to the existing Metro Home Improvement Program, but where we can use our funds and possibly other funds to get the backlog addressed. And so the second point is, then how do they administer the program longer term to where we don't get 15 or 16 people on a waiting list? Because we're really getting to about 3 homes every 2 years. And so the reason that I prioritize this, frankly, is I do think this is a great sustainability project, but also it's a really odd customer service issue where you have folks who think, they're on the cusp of getting, they're next in line or they're coming up and really potentially a decade away from getting these improvements. So, think things like high efficiency furnaces and siding and insulation and improvements. And to me, it checks a lot of boxes from also the downtown trying to make improvements there. So it's a 3-year trying to get that backlog addressed over 3 years. Now, we still have details to work out with MIPA but for the most part, they've been very amenable to putting that program together. And we're working with the city of West Des Moines, which has a similar backlog of homes, which is unusual. That's typically you have 2 or 3 or 4 on the waiting list. You don't normally get into the double digits. So that is that program. So you have 2 things. You have the regular Metro Home where new people are coming in, and then we have a 3-year program to essentially address the backlog.
And David, is the 68,000 noted there the whole amount that would basically be needed to remedy the backlog, or is that just
No,
like a
that's the-
1-year installment of
That was the 1
remedying?
year, as I recall. Yeah, because you're looking at 15 or 16. I don't even remember. Was it 16, John? 15. So yeah, it's going to take considerably more than that to address it.
And can you remind us what's the difference between Metro Home Improvement and then NFC? I mean, I know what the NFC loan program is, but how is that different?
Well, Metro Home Improvement essentially takes funds from the Polk County Housing Trust Fund, and MIPA administers the program. And then every 2 years, well, we actually fund it every year. We have kind of a high funding year and a lower for the administration. And then every couple of years, they will do a series of homes. They hire a contractor, and they will go in and do the homes that have met the certain qualifications. So they have a maximum assessed valuation. I believe it's $300,000. That's been raised a couple of times since the pandemic. They have income requirements and so forth. So they have to meet all those requirements. And there's certain things that they will fund with it. They won't do any types of improvements. But it's actually it's a broader range of things that the improvements are qualified for. And so this is a number of cities that work together on this program. This used to be administered by the city of West Des Moines. Community services folks, but they handed it off, I want to say a couple of years ago, to MIPA. And so now MIPA is administering it. But we have the same set of rules for all the communities, more or less. But it's us and West Des Moines and Windsor Heights and Bondurant, and I know I'm forgetting a few cities, but 11 cities altogether. It's not Des Moines. They have their own.
So
Ankeny's involved in that. I was on the board previously too.
And so how much, I'm not really tracking the amount of money we're talking about here. I'm seeing 68,000 that doesn't show up over here. It's got a dash, so it must be in another pot.
Yeah,
And
it's
then
being paid from the prior year project balance.
Yeah.
So,
prior year project balance. Okay, that's what the PY stands for.
yes, sorry.
Okay, that's all
And
right.
that's just 1 year. And that's the policy decision, I guess, on the budget is to fund the first year, which is 1/3 of the backlog. And then there would be, the idea would be we would come forward in year 2 and year 3 with the same to get the backlog addressed, to get it finished.
So the 37,000 then is plus the 68,000 is?
It is.
Is the backlog?
Yeah.
Okay, and 37,000 is here,
The regular amount.
just the regular amount is here, and the 68,000, okay, all right, thank you.
So next year, where are we gonna get the $68,000?
It'll probably come out of here as well. It's just this year we didn't have, this is the piece that's helped funded with the lost. So it's just based on the dollars that were there. So if you see down at the bottom for the transfers that needed to go out. So these are, if you haven't picked, if there's not a detail list up here, we still set aside that 10% amount.
Yes, we do.
So it goes over to the capital projects fund so that when we figure out what's happening with it, that's where it's at. So it's using, so if you recall, this is where we contributed towards the food pantries building. That's what we're using, is all those housing funds that we were building up
Okay.
in there because we didn't have a name for them yet.
Okay.
So that's the piece that's out here. So you see that there's only $38,000 this year that's getting transferred out because I don't have a name on it right now. That's not enough for 68. So effectively it's sliding over to be paid out of there because I have a balance there.
Okay. And next year, we'd probably still have a balance
Yes.
then? Okay.
And what's contributing to this backlog? Do we know?
It's a great question because West Des Moines and Urbandale have the backlog, but the other cities don't have the backlog. Now, my understanding was West Des Moines, one other time in the history, but it's been a while, it's been a long time ago, had a backlog like this. I don't know the definitive answer. I don't know if John wants to opine on it. My best guess is that it could be some combination of the rules have changed in the last few years, and the maximum assessed valuation was raised twice. I think when I first got involved in this, I don't remember the number, but it was maybe 200,000. And so that's made more people eligible for the program. It could be that more people are aware of the program than they were before, which isn't a bad thing. But I can't promise you I know exactly what it is. I do suspect that the rule changes might have had something to do with it because more folks are eligible at 300 than they were at 250, which was the last number prior to this adjustment.
And how are people getting into this program? How are they applying or learning about it?
Well, they a variety of ways they can learn about it, but they apply directly through MIPA. So MIPA administers the program.
But are we somebody publicize? No.
I don't think we want to.
No.
Yeah, I don't think we want to.
Currently at
Right.
the moment, so the last couple of years, we have not actively pushed this. It sits on the city's website, and it is, if you call into the 411 system, there are ways that it's out there. We have not done an active campaign because it has had such a backlog out there. And we haven't wanted more people to apply and then have a further backlog, because you are looking at about a 9 to 10 year turnaround time at the moment.
And just from my experience with this program, now, it may be different in Urbandale, but it tends to be elderly, often widows. Now, that's not the only, it can be couples, it can be whatever, but I've seen a lot of that in my career. And so the idea of a 10-year wait, it just
Oh my
doesn't
God,
make any
this is
sense. So
awful.
that's why we're trying to get this decision to get this backlog addressed and then have the conversation with MIPA about, okay, we've got to have a new system moving forward because I don't want another 10 or 12 or 15 or 20 because at some point you couldn't keep up. So we're working on that as well.
So what's roughly the cost per household to do this work? It sounds like classic weatherization work for the most part, and furnaces, et cetera.
The maximum amount of funding that you can receive through the Metro Home Improvement Program is $16,000 per house. And then there's a roughly 10% admin fee that MIPA puts on top of that. So that is roughly about the cost.
And we're paying that amount.
We do, yes. That's the $37,000 is the admin fee plus the amount per house over the 3-year period, the 2-year period for the 3 homes. And then the backlog program would be almost identical to the Metro Home Improvement Program to address the backlog of that, roughly the same maximum amount per home and slightly less on the admin fee. As it's structured today, hopefully to come before you in May so we can start to address it if you all approve it.
Well, admittedly, I'm a little bit confused and lost, but we're all tired, and I don't want to continue this part. It's not like it's going to have like it's not going to change the budget at this point. Would be nice, though, to understand this better in the future, and I realize that's on me. My brain is fried, I guess.
So we're paying MIPA, though,
Yeah, that's right.
$1,000 per house to administer this? Am I hearing that correctly?
Correctly, yes, yes.
Holy moly.
Yeah,
And it's $17,600 per house, right? Which $1,600 goes to MIPA, $16,000 goes to the house.
yeah.
And then we're putting 68,000 plus 37,000 together, and we're saying that's 3 houses? I'm confused about that.
No, the three houses,
It would be 8 houses in total, the 3 houses over a 2-year period. So it's really 1.5 houses for this fiscal year.
Oh my God.
Plus 5 houses on the buy down over a 3-year program. So this year we're looking to do 6.5 houses. And over the course of the 3-year period, the hope is to do 6 houses plus an additional 15 houses.
Okay, that part I like, but I'm, yeah, the math I'm not tracking, so,
We can get you a breakdown of what the
Yes.
cost is and what the housing is, and then unfortunately, you're gonna layer this with the Neighborhood Finance Corporation,
It's
which
gonna get
becomes
more
even
confusing.
more confusing.
yeah.
So-
Now, the existing program that we've always been a part of, that's the 37,000, there's money that's leveraged from Polk County Housing Trust Fund, that Polk County, they go out and MIPA secures funding directly from them.
Okay.
So it's not exclusively county money. There is leveraged money. The backlog, we hope to leverage other money. That's really our money, by the way. But leverage our money with our money to get this addressed, while MIPA is looking for opportunities to find other outside funding. But to get this thing rolling, my recommendation would be, let's get it rolling and get these addressed while we get some improvements in the process.
how it works. Okay.
Yeah.
All right, thanks.
The goal at the end of it is to get all of these to talk to each other so they can coordinate funding and most importantly, coordinate help.
Right.
You know, so when someone calls, we can get the help to them and get them to do what they want to have done to help them in that situation to improve their home.
And not to confuse everybody more, but people can put their own money, and do, put their own money in to enhance what all is going on in the house. And, this program has been, from my experience, very effective at getting the neighbors who may not need the program to get off the fence about making improvements to their home. And so when you think about the housing stock and the redevelopment opportunities that we have in downtown, I think it's a very effective program because you're investing this much money in this house, but then the neighbors say, oh, they got nice siding and new, I need to do the same thing. Doesn't happen 100% of the time, but I have seen it be very successful.
When we use like NFC, immediately 3 of our neighbors went out and used NFC to.
Or
Yep.
do it on their own, maybe, in some cases.
Sure. Yeah, they could, yeah.
Okay, I'll try and understand the math later, but I love the concept. Thanks.
All right.
Usually
Thank you,
I get the
John.
math.
Civil rights, you're also civil rights. That's the only other thing in this
Thought I could leave now.
budget is
Okay.
civil rights. Go ahead, John's the liaison if there's anything. to
So,
add.
yeah, so the Civil Rights Commission met and talked about the budget, and so they are still trying to get their feet under them. They are still looking to be constituted fully and hopefully will be very shortly, and so they've requested the same amount that they had last year. They haven't spent any of their funds currently this year. The hope is that they will here in April and/or May. So the hope is to move them forward and get them going. And then maybe in the following fiscal year, they may have some additional asks. But
Who is this again?
the Civil Rights Commission,
Oh,
they're
okay.
also, yeah, Nikki told me not to sit down because they're also in that same function now, so.
So that's why you saw the social media post recently about recruiting more members. We're working on that. And David and John and I have been working on a plan that we will be coming back with, so.
Where are we at currently for members?
We have
3 of 5. We have 2 openings.
Okay.
I understand you have received applications.
I think we've at least received 1.
We've received 6 in total, which is.
So since that went out, okay, I know we had 1 just after the first day.
Yeah,
but,
no,
okay.
yeah.
I haven't looked yet, so, all right.
Awesome.
So I'll be working on that very soon, so expect some more communication on that.
Quick question on the language line. Line 48, that's basically just like language translation services for any city service people might need, right?
Yeah, that's the telephone line you would pick up and they would translate between parties.
Gotcha. And is that a situation where somebody who needs it would dial that number, or it's something they would dial the city and then we would say, oh, we need a language line support here?
It's usually point of service, if I understand correctly. Haven't used it in a while, but it's where you have a customer here and you have a difficulty or you need that translation service and you can dial that number and then they can translate back and forth between the two
Okay.
of you.
It's like an
So it's point of
in-person.
sale, yeah.
Okay,
yes.
got it.
And I have that data. Nicole ran it for me. This is citywide. We interpreted 8 different languages in the last year for 24 calls, 406 minutes worth of calling. So, and I have the breakdown of the languages if you're interested.
I actually would be interested.
Yeah, I would too.
Yeah.
Arabic, Bosnian, Chinhaka, Dari, Nepali, Pashto, Spanish, and Swahili.
Very cool.
10 Spanish is the highest, and then Swahili 4 calls related to that.
Yeah.
But so a lot of minutes, obviously used. So,
Good.
Yeah.
and this is citywide, so there's not enough language line use to have it divvied out. So we just have a mass. So this represents the entire city
Yeah.
worth of services. A lot of them are in the library, is my understanding. But yeah.
Excellent.
I mentioned this out in the hallway, but something to look into is the Iowa International Center. They have a very similar process, and it's nonprofit. And I just looked into their rates for work, and it's very reasonably priced. They can do video, they can do in-person as well, to like 100 and some different languages, many of which they can do in person in the metro area. So just something to kind of put in the back of your head.
What was the name of that, Amy?
Iowa International Center. I don't know. That's a good question. But we've ran into several, unhoused individuals with language barriers, and so in looking at the scope of available services and cost efficiency, is how I ended up at Iowa International Center. Yeah, because the others were just killing them.
Can someone explain in under a minute what we do around Section 8 housing program support for the city of Des Moines? Sorry, John.
Nice try, John.
I'd say I could do
And I limited you to a minute,
We could all
so
do that.
just briefly.
In a minute, the city has a contract with Section 8 Housing with the city of Des Moines. They do most of the regional metro, so they take in federal funds. That is a place amount for if they ever run short for what the federal funding is for the services that they provide. Then based on population, they go out to those that they have an agreement with, and they ask us to contribute for Section 8 Housing administration.
Thank you.
Most of the cities in the metro have that agreement.
Got it.
And it's very rarely used. I don't recall the last time that we had to pay something.
Not very often. I would say, maybe, I
3
would
years
say
ago.
once in the last 5 years, maybe? Yeah.
Good to know.
Okay, anything else in community services? That was the last of the departmental submissions. Capital projects is also in here, but again, that reflects the CIP, but it's up in the budget summary section. The last piece to talk about is the revenues. So if you want to go back into the budget summaries, 1.1. Yes, the whole green, most of the section was replaced with debt and everything being finished. So effectively, this is just the recap. So that we break down revenues based on the state categories that they call out. So certain types of revenue have to be received as a certain type of category. So it's all defined by state. Everything that's in here from all the taxes to then all the categories like license and permit. So think of somebody coming in to get it, but across all of the departments. So it could be a pet license, it could be a building type permit. So all of those items are reflected in there, and then we break it out by fund because obviously we have to report by fund. But everything is in here for the current fiscal year. The second page has then cumulative numbers by fund. So the revenue activities by fund, that will end up tying down to what I certify to the state for our revenues. The piece that is missing is the water utility. They are a component unit of the city, so even though their budget is not subject to your approval, it's submitted with us. They're part of our audit as well. You all are familiar with that. They take it to their board next Tuesday, I believe. So that'll come before we start setting our hearings. But that's what the one red line is I don't have the water utility because they have not approved theirs yet. So you can see what the totals by fund, and then that bottom section is just kind of for your reference, how much is each fund using of fund balance. So you'll see under the 27 recommended column for general fund, everything that you've seen before you today is going to use about $137,000 worth of fund balance. So that's what the cost of that use is, just general fund. So each fund is identified that way. And then the next section is just, this is where I slice and dice a couple different ways depending on what your questions are. So the budget summary across everything that you've seen today, we have the three categories. So personnel is the top section, the middle section is your operating expenses. So on summary 2.1, so this is just literally accumulation of everything you just saw across all of it. So you can pull out numbers like what's our total salaries, or personnel costs, what's our capital, what's the total transfers, those kind of things. So this is tying down all of our operational items. So again, everything we just saw all rolled together. And then at the end of we already went through all the hotel, motel, road use, all those fun things. Those are the revenue and expenses for each side. But if you flip back to page 14 of this section, this is where the cumulative by department, so you might not necessarily want to know what they spent in training or something, but if you want to see by department what their totals are, this is just another way to kind of understand or accumulate the functions that I keep talking about. So public safety, and here's all the departments that make up public safety. So this one is by department, and the very next page is the same information but by fund instead. So You want to see all the expenses, this is what will tie to my certified budget, because everything has to be in there regardless, because the budget's by function, but also by fund. So there's two separate ways to look at it, and I just want to be able to answer your question in different ways. So if you want to know what general fund is doing, you would look at the second one, because that's expenditures by fund. Still by function, but only some of them are in each fund. So it's just kind of a way to organize in your brain where things fit. So you want to save money here, but, oh, that's in a different fund, so it's not going to help. That's the kind of analysis that is just helpful to kind of remember where they're from. And I do put that on that by department. I indicate which fund it is, so even though it's a functional expense, it's not all in the same fund. Does that make sense? I think that's the extent of what I wanted to cover. Any revenue questions? Easy peasy.
Yeah.
2:30. That's a new record.
So we say we have
Bridget, you get your time back to chat if you like.
Well, I do
No, she
have
doesn't.
I do have a, I
You're
do
not in
have a
charge.
question. I mean, I guess I was under the understanding that we were going to be getting some funding request recommendations from the Human Services
We did, it's in here.
Committee.
The Human Services Committee recommended $50,000 for a pilot program. And
Okay.
that's in the Human Services budget, recommended fully without reduction. And I did share earlier this week with the committee that was my recommendation, and now the decision rests with the policymakers. And there's we can, if
But
you have it.
that's the only recommendation, that funding.
Well, I had asked them to prioritize their top funding recommendation.
Okay.
And also to prioritize, which we sort of did and sort of didn't do, their policy recommendations. And there was more than one policy recommendations, but we're certainly moving forward with some of that. Some of those were very small things. Some of those things have actually kind of already been operationalized. And then others we'll be discussing with the new committee once it gets constituted.
So the only funding was that $50,000 for the Tri-County rental.
That was their,
Okay.
that was, they voted, I think unanimously, on that as their number one funding recommendation.
I guess I expected
There were
bigger,
others, but
more.
Some of those already come through anyway. So with the hotel motel tax conversation. So, and then the only other one I would say would be Shalom, who didn't show. So that's a little bit of a challenge.
And I tried to look this up online, and I couldn't find this exactly. Can anybody direct me to where we can find out more about this?
The program itself.
Yeah, the program itself.
We can provide pretty extensive information on it, including even the minutes of the the conversations that happened at the committee meeting, if you're interested in that. And I met with Dr. Johnson too after this came through, and John asked a number of questions and set it up very nicely, and we can share that. But then I met with Dr. Johnson too, just to get a better understanding of what the program is and isn't. And we can share, we have very good information on what it is, and we can share that out.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, you can kind of get it from the title, but I was looking for more detail.
It's a study to determine the most effective way to distribute rental assistance in terms of timing. So 3 months, 6 months.
Okay.
And dollar amounts.
Dollar amount.
Yeah.
Okay. Dollars and timing.
Private and public funding is anticipated. Substantial private funding is anticipated, and
Just got a community foundation grant, sizable.
Oh, great. Okay.
This is a newly forming pilot. Okay.
I think it's, John, 2 years? I think it's a 2-year program, if I remember right. Yeah.
One of my curiosities here is, does and I'm assuming not, because this is not universal basic income. It doesn't,
It doesn't, that was one of the
okay.
concerns and one of the conversations that I had with Dr. Johnson, and I really wasn't that concerned about it to start with, but I was even less concerned once I realized, what this program was about and the details. And I think the information will really shed the light on it for the council as far as that goes. But no, it's not, I don't know what might upset somebody somewhere else, but it's very different and very distinct from that program in a number of key ways. And I think, I think
I think we'll be okay.
I think you'll be fine, but we'll share all that information, and John is dying to say something.
No, I'm more than happy to answer questions.
Because again, with the universal basic income program, we're preempted by law, so I would never have recommended something in the budget that would run afoul of the law.
Thank you.
Even though research is terribly important for all things.
And that particular research shows.
All right. We're at the end, I think, right?
Just for one clarification, the Civility Summit, $10,000 instead of the $2 that's in there.
I'm
Do you think
guessing
that will
it's-
cover it?
Yeah, I'm guessing.
We'll make that adjustment.
Very, yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
1.5 million, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What a summit.
10,000 instead of 2,000 for the Civility Summit.
Yeah, I'll mark that down.
Thank you.
Anything else for the good of the order? Any other questions, comments?
Things come
I just
up.
feel like we should just keep talking, because this is such a early.
You can keep
summer.
talking where the rest of us can leave, Bridget.
The sun is still shining.
I know, that's why.
It's amazing.
Things come up, just, let me know. Like I said, I'm out next week, so we don't have the typical where you would follow up the next week. But we have time on the 17th at the council meeting. So if something comes up, we can provide answers to questions, or we can dive deeper. Just let us know. Happy to
So-
do it.
Probably send an email to,
You can send
in
it.
your absence.
Well, I'm there. I still have a phone, and
Yeah, I know.
I'll forward it on. It's fine.
I just want to appreciate,
Nikki and Curtis probably just.
Sure.
I just want to appreciate you guys'
Yeah.
work
Me
on
too.
this. Like, very good
Yes,
work.
thank you,
Really
everybody.
appreciate it.
Once again.
And just to finalize, we're reducing the levy by,
5 cents per thousand to
Making
$9.98.
sure.
All on the debt. It's a 10-cent reduction in the debt, but the aggregate levy is going down 5 cents per thousand.
Is there anyone else under 10 cents right now in the metro?
Yes, there are cities under $10 per thousand, but it's a short list. And full service cities, it's a list of one.
Us.
Define a
Ankeny.
full.
Ankeny.
Oh, Ankeny.
Oh,
Well, not. a-
Ankeny's at $9.90.
Yeah.
We're here to compete.
no, we only care about Clive.
$9.98 is where we will be.
If you want to see it, I did hand these out too, so along with your budget calendar. So this one has got all your relevant dates. So the blue ones, green ones are the bonds, so those are your next steps. So 2/17, you'll set the date for the hearing on the bonds. Then the red ones are budget related, so we had it on the 7th today, and then we have a follow-up discussion from the work session at the end of council meeting on the 17th. But we also, on that meeting, set the date for the proposed levy hearing, which used to be that max rate levy thing that we don't have. But I give you a copy of that. So there's one that looks like this, and one that is bigger. Yes, that one. So this is the one that goes in the paper. So this is the required just kind of showing like, here's what our revenue was this year. if we use the exact same revenue, the middle column is supposed to shame us to determine this is what, if you only needed the same amount of revenue, this is what your levy should have been, which is unrealistic. However, then the last column shows, here's what we're actually asking for. So that's where your 998 is kind of, it's really poorly laid out to actually find out what it means. But this is all defined by state code, what we can put on there. So that one is on there. This is what we will set the date. If there's any concerns about the levy amount, we can always go down from here, but you can't go up. So I'm assuming we haven't heard any major concern. It's okay to assume to set the public hearing for the proposed levy at the next meeting. And then this, the other one I gave you, this is just what we certified to the state. This is what it looks like, reflecting the various levies in each of the categories. I gave you copies of all those too. Lots of paper.
Okay, there's the 998. And last year we were at 1003.
Correct. This year, yes.
Yeah.
This year we're at 1003. Next year we'll be at 998. And that's because of the debt return. 10 cents. But
We're not cutting the aggregate levy by 10 cents because we need the levy authority, and yep. And there's really four numbers. 810 in the general fund, 14 cents in employee benefits, 40 cents in fire and police retirement, $1.34 in debt. Those four numbers add up to the 998.
Is it possible at some point? Is it possible at some point to get just a little paragraph that says it's a budget of this much? It's this. I mean, it gets really hard to remember all. To pull these things out and remember.
Sure.
And we get asked. I get asked at least, and.
Around the levy, or you want
Around
dollars?
just kind of the whole, it's this much budget, which is revenue, and this expenses, kind of the big aggregate stuff. And then our share of the levy is X, and it's those four numbers and that kind of thing. Like just 1 to 2 paragraphs tops.
Okay.
Is that doable?
Sure.
It would really be helpful, I think, because I'd love to be able to hand that to somebody.
You want a cheat sheet?
I want a cheat sheet.
Or you just get us some of Nikki's cards and just hand the card.
That's always
Nikki might
works.
prefer to do the paragraph.
Yeah.
I can talk them into the ground. It's amazing.
I
Property
expect,
tax
just
thing?
like last year, I expect that when we get a little closer and the notice goes out, that you'll get questions on the taxes, because, so.
Yeah, we will.
Our taxpayer impact statement is going to be much more relevant and much more accurate for the average taxpayer than what the state requires us to do. But we're always happy, and I know Nikki does a number, and I did a few last year, and we're always happy to have a conversation with somebody and walk them through their individual tax situation, and that 95 times out of 100 stops it in its tracks. Once they understand, I'm paying this year, I'm going to pay this next year, they're done. So don't hesitate to have them reach out to us, because we want people to understand the system.
And there is a page on the website as well that still has that property tax, and it has the link, and here's what you're getting in the mail. Here's how you read this. What does that mean? And it has our number on it. We have those little slips of paper that we gave out at the public hearing, or the proposed levy thing. Because you're right, the first year I talked for days to people, but last year we had 2. So it does help, and it's hard to understand, so don't feel bad. It's a lot, but we can walk them through. We just need their address.
Yeah, we can help with that. Sometimes it's just really more somebody wanting a general sense. And I feel like, I can provide a really general sense. But I'd like to sound more knowledgeable than I perhaps am.
Nikki, where was I'm sure it was this morning that we talked about it. Or maybe I just turned the page here with the annual financial impact to residential property, where you talk about the median home price and what
Yeah,
those
that's
percentage. This is the page I
in
was
the one
looking
that looks
for.
like that?
Yeah.
Mhm.
So that would help with a conversation with a person as well.
Yeah.
not generically.
Generically, yes.
Yeah.
That uses the median Polk County house valuation, so
Right.
you can see that up at the top. We always, the letter that they get the $100,000 house and then $100,000 with some inflation, which last year was crazy. This year, they'll actually have valuation. It's a valuation year. So that's, what should be more accurate, but it's a little harder to extrapolate the median.
Yeah. You still have to do some math, but
Yeah, it
the thing that I would point people to, and Joe asked earlier, our 2.7% across all of the services. From December of '24 to December of '25, the Midwest Consumer Price Index for all urban consumers, which is usually what we look at, went up 2.7%. So now you don't have control over all those things, but you have control over some of those things. We have a good story to tell.
And ours went up 2.64%, is that right?
The taxable valuation went up 2.64. What I was referring to is,
The number that includes all the utilities.
yes, yeah. So the estimated impact on a taxpayer and ratepayer. So including water, yep,
And we were at 2.7%.
2.7%.
Yep.
And essentially inflation was 2.7%.
Okay, that's pretty good too.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, thank you, everybody, thanks for some
Yes.
good discussion here at the dais. Thank you, staff, thank you
Yes.
very much for all the hard work. I get to Yeoman's List, so thank you for everything. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Nikki's team makes my life very easy,
You all
and I
so.
appreciate that.
And we are done a lot earlier than expected, so David's not speeding to the airport.
No, and I've got food to take.
We are adjourned.
Oh, so I can actually do this.
All right, we stand adjourned, everybody, thank you.
Thank you so much.